Ladies and gentlemen, welcome on in for day 3, the final day of the PartyPoker Championship Czech main event. It's a €330 buy-in with a 500,000 guarantee. However, we blew that straight out of the water and eclipsed over €640,000. And here you have the feature table today. They're ranging all over the world, from Italy to Romania, the Czech Republic, Austria, Germany, Belgium, and the United Kingdoms. And today's overall chip leader is from Germany, Mats P. Top of your chip counts right there. 65 big blinds, 20 million in chips. Followed up by Mr. Savu, and what name that one is. Absolutely. And my name is Nathan Gamble, two-time World Series of Poker bracelet winner. I'm joined by Melissa Schubert, aka Poo Dog on Twitter, aka the main lady of the household for Solve for Why. She was here with Henry Kilbane for Barcelona. You know the name. How you doing, Melissa?
I'm doing well. How are you?
A little tired, a little early in the morning, but
looking
forward to today.
Early for us. Let me see them setting up here.
This man is Maradona Abez from Italy, coming in as the short stack overall of the tournament, I believe, with 1.6 million. Table 2. How do you like that name? Mr. Savu.
Yeah, I like it. He doesn't have a first name.
It's just one-namers. Mr. Johann Glantz from Austria, looking dapper. Jacob Cortez. He's one
what
that's
a hat!
Representing the Czech Republic. Okay. I mean, let's just call him Wild Cock the rest of the day. I'm in. Raul Sav was with us yesterday for most of the day. Got familiar with his play a little bit, hailing from Romania. And this is our overall chip leader today, Mats P from Germany.
Yeah.
And he looks
determined.
on villain?
Yeah, I'm a little scared.
Oh, I think this is Bond villain number 2 of the same film,
Yeah.
Nak Sanaja from Belgium. Ooh, let's not mess around today. I'm kind of a little scared.
Listen, if I'm George, I'm not feeling super happy with those two next to me, but he looks like he's having a great time.
I want that swagger for everything I do in my life.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. He's feeling himself.
George is ready.
He's ready for poker, but he looks more like a lifeguard right now. I think this is going to
be well, he's like sort of poker on top, lifeguard on the bottom.
When we came in this morning and we got the chip counts, I was looking most forward to Mr. Savu. Like, the name's there. He's got the one name, maybe a little bit of a rapper going on, and now I'm least interested in him. We got Wildcock, we got Bond Villain 1, Bond Villain 2.
He wrote that as his name?
That's what we got.
Alright.
Put some respect on the mystery.
Very mysterious. Very mysterious, Mr. Savu.
Alright, I'm a little bit more awake as we got this table intro down. We're in.
I mean, it looks like a good cast of characters.
Do you have any nicknames in the poker world that are nearly as fun and exciting as Wildcock?
No. Not even close. He knew exactly what he was doing when he got dressed this morning.
Matt Vingren typically wears during the World Series of Poker a hat that says just "dickhead," and that's how he likes to be known. So every picture out
Richard
there of him
Cranium.
has that. Yeah.
Richard Cranium.
Well, I don't believe that the chip leader actually won a single pot legitimately yesterday. He just stared at his opponents until they folded.
Right. Until they just handed him his chips.
Mm-hmm.
His chips. They were never theirs.
And if they refused, he just slowly took them from them and put their cards straight into a muck, like without even thinking about it. My God, this is a cast of characters. I like it. So we are starting level 29 today, which is 150,000 small blind, 300k big blind, 300k big blind ante, and wild cock in straight off the bat. The king queen suited.
Great hand.
No hesitation there. He doesn't care. Came back for the day, and he's ready to go.
All in
Ooh.
for a little bit less than 20 bigs.
10 big blinds. Looks like big blinds 300k.
Oh, 300k. I thought it was 150k. Correct.
And I don't know if you caught the 9 seats card protector half a lifeguard. He has a squeaky duck. He's living it up.
He is a duck. That is someone else's thing, too. The squeaky ducks.
I'm trying to think. It's a brewery out in Las Vegas, the Atomic Ducky. Is it someone's card protector? So Maradona Abaz here from Italy, getting it in for about 5 big blinds from the small blind. After a raise and all in, and Mr. Savu is now contemplating from the big blind with the queen 9 offsuit.
Yeah. Interesting.
Ambitious.
Yeah. Just gotta flick it in.
That was a very, very reluctant call.
Yeah, just gotta flick it in.
If he found a fold there, I think he'd have to take his hat off in shame, though. Truth be
Yes, he would. Let's see.
Rainbow 10 deuce 3 board, nothing there. No real draws to speak of, and only a king in play for both Jacob and Banak. They're going to have to bink on the river with the 2 outs remaining. Alrighty, and there we go.
Triple up to start the day. Not a bad feeling.
Yeah, there's always something nice about coming back kind of short stack day 3, you're licking your wounds, and then you come back straight into just a triple up.
Yeah.
So we were talking about before we start today. There's a nice little commercial on repeat with Henry over in the hookah lounge, and
Yeah, he actually gets
I'm just
there.
wondering if
I sent him a screenshot and said, this ad is on repeat for the stream, and he said, "Bite me, Melissa."
I'm just wondering which of these players here do you think would be most likely to join Henry at the hookah lounge?
Wild cock, for sure. It's not even close.
Definitely wild cock. I'm also going with the lifeguard. I mean, with that swagger, they would both be in there in a heartbeat.
I mean, I think he's ready for anything. Got our chip leader opening it up. The queen 10 of diamonds.
It's a sophisticated rubber ducky, too, with a top hat. George Sanford is not messing around. I dig it.
Yeah. I wonder if deuces are his favorite hand.
Quack, quack.
Yep. George all in with the ace jack off.
I'm really hoping that he just takes George's cards, throws them in the muck, takes his hand, and just slowly starts dragging the chips over. He doesn't wait. I'm kind of disappointed in Mott's. Does fold the queen 10 of diamonds appropriately.
The equity of looking like someone you don't really want to go all in against, for fear of what might happen afterwards.
You know, if our UK friend here was American, I would go with a firefighter. That stash just kind of screams like I'm going to come save a child out of a tree. But
right, I would actually go with like a Chippendales firefighter.
Okay. Oh, okay. So yeah, so like a firefighter deluxe.
Right.
I would ask for a peek, but I don't really want it. We'll just have to use our imaginations.
George opening it up off the 22 bigs.
And it does look like we dropped off a player on the outer tables and they did a rebalance. So Johan in the 3 seat was pulled away from us.
Okay.
So 2 seconds ago, we saw Mr. Savu here contemplating with the queen 9 in the big blind after a raise, an all-in, and a call with a queen 9, and we're like, there's no way he's calling, and now, you know, he's finding a 3-bet on the button with the jack-4 clubs.
I am interested in this. I don't think it's very conventional, but perhaps he has a read on our Chippendales firefighter. Nice time to see queens. Although that does look like a strong 3-bet off of 20 bigs.
Yeah, I mean, but you're picking up 50% of your chips risk-free with this. Just a snap fold there.
Yeah. I mean, we're obviously going with the queens. The jack-4, I am interested in that.
I thought we were obviously going with that too. Not so much?
You know, I don't know. Seems like a slam dunk to me. Definitely got a couple live cards in some instances.
So I just heard Raul here say I had queens, and this is something I noted yesterday, is they all seem very friendly at the feature table. They're laughing, they're smiling, they're talking back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
I think George is out there dancing for them on the breaks. They're a very friendly bunch.
Wow. That's always nice to see. I noticed that when I was commentating for the millions. They were a lot friendlier than what you see in some other events. Maybe it's just the party poker vibe. It's a party. They've got, pretty ladies walking around. Who knows? Maybe it loosens you up a little bit.
I did notice yesterday the promo that was being used with our names attached to it had two beautiful models. I was like, sadly,
Yes.
ladies and gentlemen, I do not look like either of those.
I got the pleasure of meeting them in Barcelona. They were very nice and just as beautiful in person.
First actual pickup here for chip leader. Is jamming all in with the ace king off. Yeah, Barcelona looked like an absolutely amazing time. One of my favorite cities in the world. Or is it Madrid, wasn't it?
Barcelona. Definitely one of my favorite cities. It was my first time there.
Yeah, I've never made it to Madrid. Food just as good out there.
Yeah. The one thing that I had trouble finding was actually two things. One, Diet Coke. Two, iced coffee. And those are actually two things that I sort of run on, so I was having a bit of trouble.
I think any person out there who has watched you on the Only Friends podcast knows you more for your drink consumption than anything else. You have a classic lineup of, was it 5 to 7 drinks every morning?
Correct, yes. I like having a little variety. Gotta have the water, gotta have the Diet Coke, gotta have the iced coffee. Those are the three staples. And then you can add in, if you're feeling a little fun, add in some other stuff.
Looks like the knock is going to add his chips in the middle with Jack 6 from the big blind. Didn't have much behind.
So, okay. Yeah. Interesting.
I think he had 300 invested, 475 more. So
was this a limp from the cutoff and then, or no, he opened and then he jammed just a little bit more, not really any.
Right, he opened for about 1.1 million and does bink a 10 on the turn, but Knock's going to need to hit Jack or 6 on the river to stay alive. Not to be for Benak Sanaja from Germany. Good game, sir. Out of here in roughly 27th place. Yeah.
Not sure if that's the one I would have gone with, but it is tough with that big blind ante.
I mean, I gotta be fair. If you're sitting there Jack 6 off with 1.5 big blind behind and the wild cock comes after you, you're going after the wild cock.
Yeah, I guess that's fair. You're probably and he was very live against wild cock. Yeah, 1.5 behind. What are you gonna do?
There's something to be said about the media budget, the representation that comes with putting yourself out there like that. You get a little bit more action,
Yeah, maybe I need one of those hats.
I
will
lived in
say,
Korea
when
for
I went
a
to
while.
Go ahead.
I lived in Korea for a while, and there's a hat that I regret not picking up every single day of my life. It had some bananas splattered all over it, and absolute broken English that was not well translated, and I think it was something along the lines of, your mother said to go fuck yourself, and it's a beautiful hat. I just, I still regret not having that one in my life.
No action for our guy with the aces. Yeah, when I was in Barcelona, I wore a American flag hat whenever I played. Well, I tried to when I played, because I felt that that was, a good way to get more action.
Did they coming after you day after day, just being like, "Oh, the Americans here"?
No, Henry and I did make friends with this one. He was one of the Casino Barcelona regs. He was a good guy. Henry kept telling him he was too nice for poker.
Oh, and Henry's too nice for poker himself. That's saying something.
I know, it takes one to know one.
All right, Mr. Savu out there with Ace Jack off under a gun. We had a gentleman yesterday that was raising or limping any hand under the gun that contained spades in it, is what we kind of noted.
Wow.
It didn't work out for him too well.
Yeah. That's, it's a strategy. So this is interesting.
It's a bold move.
He actually can definitely get the, Oh, he has not many big blinds. I was gonna say, it's one of those things you can just get the, better with the same hand to fold when you 3-bet the ace jack off, but...
I mean, we're privy to some of the shenanigans that Mr. Savu's already unfolded on us, so that's the specialness of being able to watch those hands.
Right.
If he knew he was 3-betting Jack 4, I don't think he'd be letting go here, but does
Exactly.
fold the same hand.
I wonder if anyone will pick up on his antics. Maybe he gets caught with his hand in the cookie jar at some point.
Real fast, we have some people out there in Chatland. Give a shout out to Mike Slayer, Sam Khalid, Todd Packer. Beautiful
Sam
name
Khalid,
there.
he's a bit. I mean, this guy, no one loves it more than Sam Khalid. He is in every chat of any poker content there is.
Well, 044 Playa loves your voice, as it's
Thank you very
honey
much.
to the ears, Melissa.
Honey to your ears. That's what I'm here for.
Honey ears. Yeah, Sam Khalid has definitely been out there on the vast majority of streams that I've been around for. There seems to be some people that is their day job, day after day, to be here with us.
I know. Someone should really hire him to mod. He's always there. Alright, got a little post-flop action.
Yeah, again after with the 5-4 from the big blind.
Opts to call here. His gut shot. Nice natural barrel for under the gun.
Looks like he's going to continue on this Jack of Hearts, picking up the Broadway draw.
That should be enough for Mr. Savu to let it go, but who knows? You really don't know with this one. He's got his Jack 4 suited 3-bet off 20. I mean...
I would say it should be enough for a normal man, but with Mr. Savu here...
We know this is no normal man.
You're looking up, you're staring down, the wild cock is looking back at you. How do you feel, Savu? Mr. Savu.
I feel like he drives a race car every day. really doesn't want to let it go. 5 high, let's gamble. All in, baby.
Oh, come on. There we go. He's just counting out some chips. This is why he's Mr. Sabu. This is why it's not a one-name affair. It's not just Sabu.
Right. He's no John Sabu. He's Mr.
Oh,
Alright, let's go. Painful. Does not like to fold that 5 high.
that was a John Sabu fold, not a Mr. Sabu. We'll give you a one-time, though, sir.
Gregory Sabu.
And the Wildcock doesn't even know how lucky he just got. Finally finding the fold from the 5-4 offsuit.
I know.
Do you have any particular hands that you like to play? Any superstitions that you just can't let it go? Or are you kind of a sane, rational, boring player?
You know, I hate folding any pocket pair pre-flop. That pains me. I am a fan of the 5-4 suited. I think that's a great hand. I love to play 4-bet, 5-bet pots with 5-4 suited. It's just so sneaky.
Okay, 5-4 suited. I mean, as of right now, I think we should be naming that the Mr. Sabu from what we're seeing. The Gregory Sabu is clearly 5-4 off.
Got a 3-bet.
There's a Mr. Sabu and there's a Gregory Sabu.
Yeah. You don't know which one you're getting, though. And the ace queen.
I mean, it is a 3-bet from the small blind coming after you raised under the gun, but...
It is Mr. Sabu.
I wish...
I think in a lot of cases you just want to get it in.
They were as privy to the information as we are right now.
No, if only they were listening to us. He 3-bet Jack 4 suited.
Just put it in. Go for it. You'll love yourself. It's Mr. Sabu. See, Sam Keeley in chat knows. He says himself, it is Mr. Sabu.
He knows.
Exactly.
He picked up on it right away. Oh, well that's a flop for ace 10.
Insta all in. Just flops the nuts, goes with the joint, and Mr. Sabu came for the glory and riches.
Wow. That is... interesting. Was that a 2x pot jam?
Insta jam?
Insta snap jam 2x pot. He actually might get a fold here.
You don't make it to the final 25 of a 2,200 player event without some moves like Mr. Sabu.
Yeah, that is one way to say it. I mean, honestly, the snap 2x pot, if you know Mr. Sabu is capable of doing the weird stuff he does, could be a very genius image play. But I'm not sure that Raul knows exactly the extent that Mr. Sabu can get out of line here. So it may just be getting a fold from the ace-queen.
He definitely looks suspicious. He's trying to figure it out.
Yeah.
I think any snap 2x pot is very polarizing.
Snap 2x pot. Correct.
Well, the almost accidental call there. Well, if you were listening to us, then you would call already, but thankfully you're not.
This is one of those ones where if you think about it for a long time, and then you find some bluffs and call, and then just see his hand, you feel like a total idiot. Yeah, good fold. Folds
Good
it face
man.
up because he's like, come on, man, don't do that.
Oh,
What are you doing, man?
Mr. Sabu shows it
We show
too,
it.
so
His
yeah.
face. Oh, man. You
I
gotta
would
love
be
it.
leaving my opponent in so much misery if I was Mr.
Right.
Sabu.
You
I would
can't
never show
show
that.
it. Can't show it. Imagine he,
How
like,
many
had the
bottles
5-4 off there and showed it.
the Mr. Sabu?
Just be so boss.
Or,
Yeah.
during that hand, we got a really long, healthy look at our chip leader here. I'm just wondering, how many bottles of wine did Mott's P consume last night as he celebrated his day 2 chip lead? Because he looked very done with this tournament right now. Stiggy R in the chat asking why they shove the nuts, why not just check the flop and ladder bet and re-raise 3-bet. You know, there's many ways to play every hand out there. Some are correct, some are not, some are adventurous. We're just gonna say that Mr. Savu plays his own style and goes to the beat of his own drum, shall we say. Would you say that's a fair assessment, Melissa? Sam K out there says it's because he's Mr. Sabu. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Sabu does what Sabu's going to do. Missed clubs for both players here. King high, good for Jacob Kataz, aka the Wildcock.
Alright. I'm back. Had to sort some audio issues out. My smoke alarm is going off. I need to change the battery in it.
Oh.
It just started. It's a good time. Good timing.
Nothing like a 6 a.m. smoke alarm.
I'm glad I'm not sleeping because that would have really annoyed me. A reminder, guys, you can redeem your channel points for tickets on Party Poker. Pretty cool. Little rake back for watching. Just free money. Not a big deal.
Who doesn't like free money? I'm really hoping that we don't lose George Sanford here. We need the lifeguard at the table. We need the firefighter, the pizzazz, the stash
He really
extraordinaire.
does. He brings a certain energy that just can't be replicated here. I think he'll just call.
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm just saying it from my perspective. But if I was a lady, I would be watching for George Sanford and Mr. Sefu right now. Those are only two people that I'd be here for.
Yeah, I mean, those two are handsome men. I will say he jams this. We're seeing a lot of overbet jamming flops here. This Mr. Savu does not like to take it to the streets. I'll say that much. This is actually a tough spot for this exact hand, too.
He takes it to his own streets. It's
He does.
snap all ins.
All in on flop, and he does not want to see a turn or river here. Very interesting strategy, Mr. Sabu.
That's a bold move, Cotton. Let's see how it pays off.
Let's see how it pays off for him. It's funny.
Good full, George.
I wonder if it was 4-4-5, if he would call. I mean, it still just looks just insanely strong, especially after he snap jams and shows the nuts the last hand.
Do you think if Mr. Savu had not shown the nuts previously, then maybe he would have actually garnered the call there?
I think it's at least more likely, but probably not. I don't know. It's just the snap overbet jam is so strong. He should I would love to see him do it with some bluffs. That would be pretty insane.
Maybe the 5-4 offsuit.
Exactly. That's a time to snap jam.
How do you fold the Queen 7 of spades? I mean, Mr. Savu, what are you doing? This is premium
Jack 4 suited, yes. Queen 7 of spades, no. We're learning about his range more and more as time goes on.
I feel like you don't need, your traditional chart that everyone works with, highlighting grays and yellows. You need more of like kind of just a pencil to circle certain hands that seem fun at the time.
Right, exactly. It's a feel thing.
Well, here we go. Mots P hasn't really made any headway. He's still at the same 62 big blinds, 19 million chips. Mr. Savu, however, has been everything that we wanted and more as he's climbed up to 40 big blinds and 12 million in chips. And even after that initial triple up, Maradona is our short stack still with 12 bigs. Yeah, I mean, when we got sent over the sheet this morning, Melissa, I said, Mr. Savu, just for the name alone, was the one player I want to watch, and this is everything I could hope for and more from a name like that.
Absolutely lived up to that. Someone said, all in again? Mr. Savu? Seems good.
Mots P once again getting jammed on here. Not the first time he's opened and been raised.
Yep. Yeah, it's hard to sort of use your chip lead when you have so many short stacks that are gonna 3-bet jam. Gets a little annoying.
Let's see, the jam is for 15 big blinds.
Can you hear my smoke alarm? It is annoying. I might have to wake someone up to come fix it for me.
Actually can't. It doesn't transfer over the headphones.
Great.
You're just living in your own personal misery and hell over there.
Yeah, that's okay. As long as it's not translating to you guys, I'm fine with dealing with it. I know, Mike Slayer. I need to take the battery out, but unfortunately, I am only 5'2", and these ceilings are much higher than that. I must call my Viking roommate. Wake him up. I'm sure he'll be pleased to come and help me at 6 a.m.
If you wait long enough, he should be able to do it himself, right? I mean, how would it not wake you up?
He's downstairs. I'm upstairs. Todd Packer says it's starting to tilt him. Is it really?
Oh, is it the small little chirping once in a while?
Yes. Is that what you can hear it?
Just once in a while, not too often.
Oh no, guys. Alright.
Just
If
go
we
wake
get
up
a break
Mr.
or
Landon's
something,
guys.
I'll grab a broom and I'll just bash it until it stops. You can get bonus footage for Party Poker of me bashing my smoke alarm on the break.
God, I want that one on replay. We have Henry there smoking hookah for 30 seconds, and then you just wandering around the house with a broom, trying to smash the
Yeah.
ceiling as hard as possible.
Yeah.
Oh no, say it isn't so. George Sanford here with the ace queen of spades, jamming it all in after a raise with ace
I
king off
wonder if
under a
Mr.
gun.
Sabu is gonna get in the mix here.
Oh. I mean, if there's a man that would do it, Mr. Savu is our man.
I don't know. If Mr. Savu's in there, it's gonna be an all diamond flop. There's just no other way around it.
Well, let's be honest. It's gonna be ace jack 10 of diamonds, just a royal flush straight off the bat. And he's gonna jam all in for 9x pot.
Yeah, I mean the ace of diamonds is out there.
This is the only thing that could actually save George, is if Mr. Savu either shoves all in or even possibly flats, and then Wildcock is there contemplating his life with all this action underneath.
Right.
There's still a way out for George Sanford, and Mr. Savu is his potential savior. Oh, Mr. Savu does find the call.
Wow, just
from
a
the
flat.
big blind.
Just a flat, and I wonder if
Oh.
he is going to be going with it now. 6 million. I mean, the pot odds are quite good here. And there he goes, flicks it
Insta
in.
call.
Oh, he's
All
not
right,
happy.
ladies
Don't
and
worry.
gentlemen.
Don't worry, man. Your diamonds are so live. We're rooting for you, mister.
Well, we now find ourselves, Melissa, in a three-way all-in confrontation with the ace-king offsuit of Wildcock under gun, the lifeguard needing saving with the ace-queen
This
suited
is
on
a
the button,
massive
and
pot.
Mr. Sabu with the king-queen of diamonds. Yeah, this is a chip-leading pot. Chip leader has 20 million right now.
Oh, no diamonds on the flop, not even a sweat. And he's pretty much drawing dead here.
Sub 1% equity is still 1% equity, Melissa.
Yeah, right. It could come king queen. That is fair. How did they not even put a diamond on the flop to give us a little sweat for our man? That's just unreasonable.
Well,
He's still in though.
George.
The spin's alive. The spin dream is alive.
I hope George gets back to the pool, gets back to saving lives, and good game, sir. Commendable effort.
He is really chewing.
Didn't quite live up to the
GG,
swagger.
George. It's just unfortunate. Mr. Savu. Are we gonna see him? I don't know. We might just see him tilt jam this last 2 million.
I think he's going to wait for a pretty reasonable hand. Maybe Jack 5 off, 7
right.
suited.
Yeah.
Something a little bit reasonable here, not just a pure tilt jam.
Right. Queen 4 off maybe.
And with that, Jacob Cotes is not only the chip leader at the feature table, but I believe chip leader of the tournament overall, as we're down to 5 players at the feature table. We'll most likely be waiting on a couple more to join us before they restart. But we have a healthy range now from 87 big blinds all the way down to Mr. Savu with 6 big blinds at the feature table.
We are rooting for our man, Mr. to spin it up. 6 big blinds is definitely spinnable. Chip at a chair, buddy.
And I had to double check the flags here. I had to see where everyone's from. Specifically Mr. Savu, in all honesty, because now I recommend that we all take a trip to Romania and check out the poker action out there.
Yeah. Sounds good.
Party Poker Romania, the Mr. Savu special.
Clint Eats Food redeeming his $5.50 ticket for 5K channel points. I gotta collect my channel points.
How many have you accrued over time?
I only 990 because I wasn't in the chat the whole time I was commentating in Barcelona. I think Henry has like 25,000 at least.
I don't remember how many streams that I've done now. I've definitely done a handful of them. I'm at 68,000. Or
Wow.
6,800, sorry. 1,000 would be a lot. That'd be absurd.
Wow. Maybe you can negotiate a $66 ticket.
I'm looking forward to traveling overseas, maybe some of these upcoming festivals, just to be able to play on Party Poker, since we're so lonely here in the States and aren't able to partake.
I actually didn't play at all online when I was overseas. On my days off, I really just slept.
Do they have as good a tapas in Madrid as they do in Barcelona? Just kind of all the street
I was
vendors.
in Barcelona.
Okay. Oh, that okay.
Yeah,
So okay. The reason I kept messing the two up was Henry had gone right before to do commentary with Triton in Madrid. That's why I kept thinking.
Right.
Okay, got it. That's why I keep saying Madrid. My apologies.
Yeah, he was. He did a little Spain tour. Not a bad summer.
Yeah, Madrid, Barcelona, maybe head out to UK.
Cyprus. He's all over the place. Thailand. A real traveler of the world.
Hookah bars everywhere.
He is a professional hookah bar spokesman. If you guys didn't know, check him out in that King's commercial.
Rapunzel here did escape the tower long enough to let her hair down, get the cards out.
She does have some nice long hair.
She's not messing around.
No way. I trust her.
Ooh, Raul he's a happy man. I don't know what got him so excited, but
he's thinking about that ace queen fold.
And a new player at the table, Mr. Clement Kira from France, joining us with 6.7 million. And Walter van Camberg from Germany as well. Welcome in,
That
gentlemen.
is a very German name. Oh, I like this jacket. That's a new addition to the table too, isn't he?
No, that's our Italian player. He just threw on a jacket, threw on a little bit of
Oh,
shades.
it's just his jacket
Decided.
and the shade. Yeah, he looks like a whole new man. Didn't even recognize him.
That is our third new player who was our chip leader at the feature table yesterday for quite some time. Let me see if I can remember his name. Not Van Fleet. That's an entirely separate man out there. Do
Taking the phones.
David Lee. There we go. Oh, are they confiscating the phones?
They are.
Apparently, I misspoke. I said Germany and it's Belgium, according to the chat. My
Oh,
apologies if y'all
I
are
also
correct.
misspoke. That's a very Belgian name. Right, Germany
My
is
apologies.
horizontal, right?
Right. I stand corrected. Silly Americans.
I know. We think it's all about us.
Ooh, Mr. Savu, this is your moment.
This is it. This is the steel wheel hand. Flop ace 3-5 of spades now.
Ooh, wow. So I don't know what happened. So this gentleman right here was chip leading all of yesterday. He had 17 million to start, David Vesely, and something transpired on those outer tables, and he's dropped all the way
Wow.
down to 4.6 million. So very
That
rough
never
start of the
feels
day for him. Okay, shout out to Belgian waffles. All right.
For sure, they're good.
What designates a Belgian waffle? Is it the strawberries and whipped cream?
I think it's the batter. I think it's the batter is different. Sure, but they sell Belgian waffle mix. So I'm assuming the batter is different. Oh, let's see.
Sure.
They're lighter batter, larger squares, and deeper pockets than American waffles.
Okay.
So we learned something new.
See, I always just knew, like, to me, when you say Belgian waffle, I think strawberries and whipped cream on top. So, like, I always just assumed as a style versus light, fluffy,
Yeah,
deeper pockets.
right. So I guess American ones are, a little shallower. That's fitting.
Story checks out. I feel like that's a very European insult. You Americans and your shallow waffles.
Shallow waffles.
Bites to the core.
It really does.
Three-way affair here after Walter van Camberg from Belgium, definitely not Germany, whoever would think such a thing, limped in and flops top two pair. And
Top
checks
two
it
and
back.
top pair for Raul. Oh, sneaky. We've got the two-tone board now. Probably want to go with something big if you got top two here. Ooh. That check back gets a bet from the worst queen. Just a one
Pretty
pair.
understandable.
Very understandable. Especially when you have hearts and there's two clubs and two diamonds on the board. I wonder.
Walter continuing to trap.
See a raise, just a call. Can be a little bit of an action killer river.
I gotta be honest, I think Walter just took the absolute minimum he possibly could in this hand.
I think so. Because he's going to get a call on the flop from the queen, and he'll probably get a call on the turn too. Instead, one street, playing the more passive route.
Wry little smile. I think he's looking down at Mr. Sabu. That's the only thing that makes sense to me.
They're exchanging glances.
He brings out the best in people.
Yeah, he sure does.
Can we all agree that's the French flag? Or do people want to correct us again?
I believe. I'm not gonna lie. I did not know the Romanian flag before today. Mr. Sabu in with the A7 offsuit. Extremely reasonable hand. Top of his range for sure.
Let's go, Mr. Sabu. We are all here for you. Who was the, was it Miss Zhang at the World Series main event this year? That was the man to watch for so long?
Yes.
That's kind of what Mr. Sabu reminds me of, just without the talking. He has that same flair for life.
He does. And a nice no showdown chip up here. Plus 750k. Increasing his stack. All right.
Let's go, Mr.
A few
Sabu.
more of those and right back where we want to be.
Yeah, Sam K. The Aaron Zhang Show. Well, I will show you one Mr. Aaron Zhang and raise you one Mr. Sabu.
Ooh, there we go. This is what dreams are made of. I mean, if the base 7 was the top of his range, this is off the charts. This might be the best hand he's ever played.
Oh, we're getting a little Pirates of the Caribbean music on that one.
Yeah. All right, another
Mr. Sabu, you have your own soundtrack.
I mean, what more did you ask for? You guys just chipping up. Next hand we get kings. Easy game.
I feel like I'm in an intense action thriller now.
I feel like I am on a ride at a theme park. And we're about to go down a huge waterfall. Alright, got rooftop lounge vibes now. Cladius FR. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, everybody.
Ooh, come on in. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome on in indeed. You're joining myself, Nathan Gamble, two-time World Series of Poker bracelet winner, commentator extraordinaire Melissa Schubert, as we watch the PartyPoker Championship Czech main event with such fine men as Mr. Sabu leading the action.
How can you join these tournaments? Take a flight on over to the Czech Republic, or if you're already there, just head on to the King's Casino.
Yeah, this particular festival is wrapping up today. We have one last event that's happening right now. It's the closer event, but that's not to say there aren't many more coming up in the future, as we have the Grand Prix UK happening in September, specifically September 4th through the 11th. That's followed up by the Festival Bratislava, which is October 10th through October 16th. And finally this year, the Millions UK, which is going to be November 20th through December 6th. So I know we'll be seeing you at the Millions UK, Melissa.
Yep.
I like
it will
it.
be my first time in the UK. Well, I was there as a baby, but I don't think that counts. So
That doesn't
get
count.
to experience
It's not
lovely
real.
winter. I told Henry I will dress as a roadman, and we'll see how that goes.
What exactly is a roadman? Are we talking like a construction worker, or
you don't know what a
something
roadman
different
is,
here?
mate? Yeah, I think it is that. But I'm not totally sure, but I just know they wear like big puffer coats. So that was more what I was. But yeah, actually, I looked it up, and it is one who works in repairing roads. So I guess it's a fitting name.
A roadman.
But
It's
they're
very different than in Vegas, a street worker, right?
right. Well, because you have to have like the shiny puffer coat with the fur hood as a roadman, and like a lot of swagger. So that was more the look I was going for.
Well, if Henry can't take some time off from the hookah lounge to teach you how to appropriately work as a roadman, then I think Mr. Savu has enough swagger to go around. He could take you under his wing.
It's hard to pull him away from that hookah lounge.
Or maybe we get our recently expired UK friend back here, George Sanford, and if road work doesn't work out for you, you could go with the lifeguard route or the firefighter, depending on what.
I've always wanted to do road work. It's really excited.
So you'll be out there, was that November 10th through or 20th through December 6th. That's a healthy chunk of change. That's just over 2 weeks. What was that? Dusk Till Dawn, if I'm not mistaken, right? Rob Young's place?
Mm-hmm. It'll be cold. I haven't been in the cold in a long time since I moved out here.
How long have you been living in Vegas now?
Geez, about 3 years, a little over 3 years, I think. I don't even know anymore.
Yeah, it doesn't get too cold. Well, Mr. Savu near the middle of his range with the Deuce 4 offsuit, trying to figure out how to proceed.
Oh. Is he all in?
Looks like I think it's just a call.
Okay, just using his smaller chips. Yeah, he's got chips behind. Okay. I was gonna say, geez, man.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
The Mr. Savu show has gotten too intense.
Oh,
there we go. Thank goodness.
He flopped bottom pair. It almost broke the stream.
And we do go with a quarter pot here from the chip leader.
Yeah.
Mr. Savu just instantly folds. I'm pretty shocked to see that.
Very disciplined. Very disciplined.
Sadly, the graphics are wrong. Mr. Savu didn't win that one.
He has... I thought he had 2 million.
All right, here we go. Chip leader is still the same. Wild cock out there with 67 big blinds. Jacob Kotes from the Czech Republic.
Home field advantage, perhaps?
I've never been out there. I definitely am looking forward to making the trip before too much longer, but I've heard amazing things. And real fast, Mr. Savu is putting on a show again here.
Ooh,
Getting it in
here
with
we
pocket
go.
sixes against the shove of Maradona. King 5 off. Let's go, Mr. Savu. We believe in you.
Tanking on the queen 7 here. Don't think it's necessary.
Well, he finally agrees with you.
Don't they know I'm always right? 65% favorite for our man.
And he knows it. Look at the confidence.
Mm-hmm. But you gotta stand up because, you know, it adds that little oomph of run good. Oh. Look, oh, he's gonna sit. Oh, he looks like he was about to sit. It's like, don't do it. Okay. So far, so good, but a couple extra outs for a Boz with the 5.
And on the turn, keeping Mr. Savu rightfully in the lead.
And there he goes. The spin is alive. GG
Good
to
game, Maradona.
our Italian friend.
The Savu show lives on. The stream doesn't, but the Savu show does. We'll get back to it.
Keeps
Don't worry
breaking
about
the stream. His swag is too strong. Oh, there we go.
We were just doing a small dealer change there. They knew what was up. So, oh, it looks like Maradona is potentially still alive with a sub.
Okay, he has
one
big blind. Wow.
Okay, premature good games. I'm sure you have played well, but you're not eliminated. Still alive.
The sub 1 big blind spin is a thing. We'll see if he can get it going. He has a small blind. Blinds are up. 200, 400. 400k, big blind ante.
1 million every round, which for some of these players is not a welcome sight.
No.
Oh, here we go. We're going with the 7-3 of clubs for Maradona.
Oh.
He waited as long as he could, waited the one hand, and he's in there.
Hey, at least it's suited.
David Vesely taking far less time with the Queen Jack than he did with the Queen 7.
Yeah. Here's my favorite hand. Actually, the clubs variety is my favorite 5-4 suited. Oh.
So this is your favorite of your favorite hands? Like this is it? This is the purest it comes?
Yeah. Kind of interesting to... Oh, he is in the big blind, I was going to say, to flat when it's 20 effective. Or 10 effective now. Blinds are up.
Well,
great flop for
he
it,
just
though.
flopped the absolute stone nuts.
Yep. Also having the range advantage for 3 could be definitely a check jam situation.
If I'm not mistaken, the flop is actually deuce 3-6. He just flopped the stone cold joint.
Oh.
We'll take a look here in a second. So Yeah, deuce 3-6. It's a 3 on a turn. Maybe we already knew it was a little premature, but all right, 3 on the turn keeps Maradona alive.
There it is. I mean, when you're Maradona with less than a big blind and you see a second 3 on this turn, you're not too mad about it.
You know, if he doesn't boat up on the river, though, he's going to be extremely sad. You get that last little bit in, the dust is rolling off of your stack in there, and somehow someone
just a
flops
little
an
bit of
absolute
hope.
joint on you. Yeah. Look at him. He's like, I've won this hand. Not a big deal.
I know.
I'm still here. Oh. And he's going to be met with the bad news as Jacob rolls over the 5-4.
Any 7, any deuce, any 6, or the case 3.
Any 3.
And he will take this one down for his tournament life. And no dice. GG to our Italian friend. It was a good final sweat that the deck gave him. A little cruel, but good final sweat.
That looks like it's going to bring the field down to roughly 20 players. We will be doing a redraw at the final 18 to 2 tables of 9. So here shortly we'll be changing up the feature table with another elimination or 2.
Titty-Caca88 has redeemed a ticket.
I don't think that had anything to do with a ticket redemption. Did it, Melissa?
Just letting you guys know. You can redeem your ticket, as you've seen with Mr. Titty-Caca88.
Well, Titty-Caca88, thank you for redeeming your tickets. Thank you for bringing a smile to Melissa's face this early morning.
Yes. 6:43 a.m. here in Vegas.
Field is at 20 players, so yeah, 2 more eliminations. We'll be consolidating and changing up our feature table. Do you think it's like Clement, like the orange, or are we going with like Clement with a little French accent?
I think it's like Clement.
Clement?
Clement. I would be surprised if he pronounces it Clement.
Yeah, it wouldn't suit him.
Titicaca is a lake in Bolivia and Peru. Thank you. Kev's sister is the best. Shout out to Kev's sister.
She's the best.
She is the best, so I've heard.
The word on the street.
Yep.
Oh,
the word around
no,
town
Raul,
is
calm down. It's gotta be okay. Raul, he's getting a little heated here. Looked at the 7 deuce. Just it's too much to bear. Kev's sister says, yes, the name is a prank played on my streamer friend. So you're telling me that Kevin's sister is not the best? Shame.
What? You're lying to us? She's gotta be the best.
You can lie to me, you can lie to Melissa. Please do not lie to Mr. Savu or he will find you.
And do not lie to Kev either. Oh, she is the best. He doesn't like to admit it. Okay. Mr. Savu with the spin. This is what dreams are made of. Crippled by the king-queen suited. Just running into probably the worst two hands that you could with king-queen suited. And, now he's got jacks.
I mean, to be fair, that was an entirely unavoidable situation with the king-queen suited. Nothing he could have done there. So
Nothing you could do, yeah.
heart goes out to Mr. Savu.
Looks like he might get a double here, or be in the running for a double here.
As he definitely should. I mean, our chip leader here has been with him all day, has been watching him play, so I'd kind of be shocked if he doesn't continue with these nines in some capacity.
Yeah. He's got good reshove stack here. Alright, just a little 3-bet. Oh, a little click. Okay.
And look at the lineup of real hands behind him.
Yeah, there is a little bit going on here.
Oh.
So
The Lamaze class, the heavy breathing.
the Lamaze class. Gotta give birth to a double here. I mean, 45% in a multi-way is pretty good. I feel good about this.
Oh, wait, Grinder out there in chat. Welcome in. Appreciate you joining us. Appreciate you. I mean, it's 7, not even 7 in the morning here in Vegas. I know it's early for all of us out here.
Yeah. I know, Todd. I wish we could play Party in here in America. Maybe someday soon.
America.
I mean, I'm sure Europe would be pleased. Mr. Savu has just flatted here?
I believe so. Yeah, that's what it looks like.
All right.
Marches to the beat of his own drummer.
Starting off with a less than 1 SPR for Mr. Savu.
I think he's going to flop quads and I imagine go all in, correct?
Yeah, it would be. Yeah, it would be a snap all in from him for sure.
Raul's not sure what to think with his ace king.
Whatever permission you need from me, go for it. No permission needed. Oh. So this is sort of why the call is not favored. You don't really want to get blown off the best hand at any point here, although with the exact holding of 9s, I don't think he's going to. Okay, alright, now he's all in. Okay. I don't mind that.
We waited for the all red ace high board texture for our pocket jacks to get in there. Understandable, the Mr. Savu moment. And Raul's finding himself in a beautiful situation here. 94% equity going to the river against Mr. Savu. 1 card remaining for the triple up. Queen of clubs.
Yeah, so Mr. Savu probably could have gotten a nice, healthy side pot with an all-in pre there, but he does march to the beat of his own drum. I trust your wife, 08 Grinder. I trust her with my life, even.
7 players at this table, 4 of them clumped at the back between 15 and 10 big blinds, and the top portion here having the majority of the stacks. And you see there, Mats with the German flag, Walter clearly with the Belgian flag. Very hard to ever mess those two up.
Side by side for us, so we can not make that mistake again. There's only so many colors you can have in a flag, you know? A lot look similar.
I googled a lot of flags yesterday when we would get the layout of who people are and where they're from, and we just got their flags. Mr. Savu's getting there with the 5-3 offsuit, medium range here. I like it. And you say a red, white, and yellow flag, and you really are fascinated how many flags there are of that particular color composition.
Yeah. I will say the red, yellow, blue, I feel like, is not that common. The primary color flag?
Mm-hmm.
Strong.
But we now know forever, Mr. Savu, Romania, we got covered.
Yeah, I'll never forget it.
Yeah, I think the majority of players was shoved all in with the jacks, folded the 5-3 offsuit, but here we are.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, it's a bit unconventional. You know, it's a bit unconventional, but this is a really nice flop for Jack 10 of clubs.
I think he was hoping for the patent all-in double X pot jam, but instead isn't that with the check back? You know, if I'm Mats, I think I'm just gonna put out like a very tiny $500,000 and try to induce the Savu show.
Yeah. Just a one big blind or something. A very interesting open there. Hoping to flop the nuts and did not. Of course, if he did flop the nuts, there would be only one way to proceed.
To get all the money in as quickly as humanly possible.
Yes, just snap all in.
So, I mean, clearly you're part of the Solve for Why crew, does a lot of training, does a lot of solving, and I have to ask at a time like this, how much is Berkey just rolling in his grave, if you will, when he sees someone like Mr. Savu show up and just decimate the field like this?
I think he would be a huge fan of Mr. Savu.
Get him in there as a guest commentator, as a
they have similar
guest star. Yeah, Berkey is known for his wide opens.
Yes. Yes, he is. Clement with the 8-6 of clubs. What's going on here? All in and a call. 8-6 of clubs versus Ace-King offsuit. Mr. Savu in great shape versus Clement. Little blind versus blind violence. The BVB all-ins just kind of hurt more, I feel like, for some reason.
I mean, it's happening so quickly that backdoor clubs opening up as a possibility for Clement.
No, he doesn't like that.
Not one bit.
All right.
Oh,
Safe. He's shaking his head.
and
Why do they do that to me? It's never easy.
it's hot out there.
All right. The spin up has been good so far.
I believe at his max, Mr. Savu was sitting on 12 million. Now he's
Yeah.
been all the way down to 1.5 million, and here we find him at the 9.5 million range.
Yeah, pretty good.
It's a little bit of this, a little bit of that for Mr. Savu. Sam K is saying Mr. Savu almost got Savu'd. You can't Savu the Savuer, though.
He's all out, mister. No more Gregory or John.
Pierre. His
Pure
parents
Mr.
named him Mr.
Yeah. Imagine. That really could be his first name.
It's actually a common first name in Romania, from my understanding.
Really. Mister.
Mr.
Yeah, Alley Cat. It is a fire alarm. I'm actually commentating in a fire. No, my smoke alarm decided to run out of battery as a little bit after the stream started, so I will be bashing it with a broom and breaking it on whenever we have a moment.
I'm just imagining a house of absolute flames. What's that little meme with the dog sitting there in the chair,
Yeah,
trapped by fire? This is okay. This is fine.
yeah. There's actually a fire, but I wanted to commentate anyway because that is what I'm here to do. So the fire can wait.
I'm definitely noticing. So Clement is playing a lot faster now that he doesn't have any chips. He just
Doesn't want those blinds to go up.
yeah, wants to really make sure that he sees the next hand as quickly as possible. It's one of those things, ladies and gentlemen. Part of tournaments is sometimes you have the big stack. You have 100 big blinds, 200 big blinds, and sometimes you have 1 or 2 big blinds. But you still have to kind of think a little rationally, think a little bit through what you're going to do, and not get clouded with emotions.
Yep.
Word of advice.
Hardest part.
Don't think Clement will be happy with this one either.
Nope, the Doyle.
Doyle just had his birthday the other day. He's, Lord knows, 80, high 80s.
89 or something? Yeah.
Can you imagine the world he's seen?
I mean, I really can't. He's seen poker for longer than most people in the world.
He is poker.
He pretty much is, yeah. Oh, trust me. If it was on the wall, I would have ripped it out by now. But it is on the ceiling, and I am 5'2", so I don't have a choice.
David Vesely, who came in today second in chips, got some hard news to start the day. Dropped all the way down to just under 10 big blinds. Is now all in from the button with 9-7 off against our chip leader.
It's maybe a little
Wildcock,
wide.
King Queen. It could be considered a little wide, right?
Yeah, could be a little wide. He was very live, but no No 9 or 7. Okay.
Well, the rich get richer as
Yeah. Wild
our
cock.
chip leader.
Swinging it around.
We were commenting yesterday on like the amount of chips that they have, and some people felt that wasn't enough. But I think that's a pretty suitable chip leading stack, right? 2.5,
Yeah.
3
Yeah.
racks worth of chips. It's healthy.
Not bad. Yeah, WSOP this year definitely could have used some more chips. Felt like I was making change. Well, the table was making change every blind.
So, real fast, I was just noticing the graphics appear to be off here, as Clement had a stack of blue alongside a couple pinks. So he has more like 3 million in chips, if I had to take a guess, than the
Okay.
750 represented there.
Alright, bit of a difference.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like 3.25. So now 4 million. No harm, no foul. Yeah, I think, I mean, like, I played the main event, and, you know, you start with 60,000 chips, and one of those chips is a 25K chip. That
Right.
seems a little ridiculous to start off with a chip that large in play.
Yeah, it was a bit, and the people regging on day 2, some of them were just getting 2 25K chips. So,
Yeah.
yeah, bring back the chips. We want the big stacks.
I think Scotty Wynn actually got 4 25K chips, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, yeah, I think he did. That there's something there. A bit of a mishap. I think he
Yeah.
misplaced his original starting stack in his pocket.
Word on the
And
street.
got a second one.
What a legend.
Oops. Classic mistake.
Go
We've all
try
done
that
it.
one at home, boys and girls. Yeah, and there's also a kerfuffle with the ladies event, if I'm not mistaken. A couple
Yes,
ladies
there
were
was.
extra chips here and there.
Yeah, there was somebody who brought in some of the big chips and just was taking them out of her pocket as the level went on.
You know who would never do such a thing? Mr. Savu. He's going to earn every chip for himself
He doesn't need
appropriately.
to.
Yeah. So if you tuned in, let's say you're I don't know, you flip on CBS or maybe like FX, and all you saw was the title, and it was the Mr. Savu show. What do you think you would be watching?
Maybe like a one-man, like silent performance.
I thought you were gonna say silent disco, and I just imagine him going across the floor, roller skates, silent discoing,
Yeah,
back and
similar
forth.
to that. Maybe with a top hat and like a cane. You know.
Okay, I dig it. All right, pocket sixes here for Rel. All in. Mott's jamming over the top with the ace king. Mr. Savu, clear contemplation, but decides to let go of the a7 off. And Raul will need to have his pocket sixes hole to remain alive with 17 players left.
57% favorite.
Favorable flop for Raul. Queen 7-8, 2 diamonds. 3 clubs on the turn. And Mats will need an ace or a king on the river to eliminate Raul. Not to be.
Hasn't really been an easy go for Mods as coming in as the chip leader.
Yeah, I feel like his stare down, his grabbing his opponent's cards and throwing them in the muck and taking their chips, it worked better when he wasn't on the TV table and people didn't know that's what he was doing. But now he has to play a little bit more by the rules.
Can't really do that. Can't really do that on TV. That's bad look.
It's frowned upon.
Yeah, slightly.
You know, it's funny. So Raul had this big sigh, this moment of relief. He looked like he did a yoga pose, and then you look at him now. He just says, "Okay, back to business. I won."
Yep.
Mats looks the same as when he started today. Unhappy.
Yes, disgruntled. Just under 30 bigs for him now.
Clement with the George Savu special.
Someone said, throwing opponent's cards in the muck. WTF?
Don't worry, Amsova. It's just a commentary from 2 American schmucks.
Yep.
Never really happened that we know of. But maybe it did.
Cannot confirm nor deny.
Sir Fred says casinos should allow 1 punch per player. So like every tournament you get to just punch 1 player in the face, or like every player gets punched in the face 1 time. I need more info here.
Every player you get to punch each player 1 time each.
That is
means you'll be getting
really
punched about 8 times on average in a single tape.
That's really adding some context to calling for your 1 time.
Yeah.
Oh, that looked like an all-in from Mr. Savu here with the ace-8 offsuit.
Yeah.
Is it?
Oh, it's a 3-bet.
Where are we working with?
What's going on here? Call.
We're somewhere between a call, a 3-bet for 100,000 more, and all-in. It's Mr. Savu. He does what he wants. It's the Mr. Savu show, Melissa.
All right. Every level it replenishes. 1 punch per level.
Okay.
That's fair. Seems fair. Like time banks, kind of.
All right. So Mats has been here for. Oh, what is Mats going with the all-in option with the pocket sixes? He's learning from Mr. Savu. Just goes with a 5.5 million bet.
Very interesting. Very interesting stuff. Does get the worst handful.
And ladies and gentlemen, with that, we're going to be changing out the feature table, as well as the players are going to be going on break. We have 17 players remaining here at the PartyPoker Championship Czech main event. We're going to be coming back to 250, 500,000, 500,000 with a brand new lineup. So from myself, from Melissa, and Party Poker on the whole, hopefully we will be rejoining the Mr. Savu show shortly. Thank you for being here with us. And we'll be
Thank you.
back in 19 and a half minutes.
I'm going to beat my fire alarm.
Please do. Welcome on back, ladies and gentlemen, to the final day of the PartyPoker Championship Czech main event, located here at Ravigov, the King's Casino. I'm Nathan Gamble, two-time World Series of Poker bracelet winner, joined by Melissa Schubert, Miss
Hello.
Poodog, Miss Saul for Y. How are you doing, Melissa?
I'm doing good. My fire alarm has been stopped. I stood on a pile of laundry and had a broom, and I pressed that button. I actually tried to get the battery out, but that was a failure, and I realized, oh, it actually stopped after I pressed that button. So, no more beeping for you guys. I know you'll miss it.
Well, I mean, we're going to miss the fire alarm, but we're also going to miss the prior feature table with Mr. Savu, as we have a whole new lineup here of players, ranging from
Man.
Aaron Kashi, new to us. I believe all of these players are new to us except for Mats P, who we've had the pleasure of working with all day, and Raul Sav. But we have 3 German players, 1 clearly Belgian player, not to be confused with one other, a French man in Christopher Constanza. I butchered your name, but hopefully you double up soon and forgive me. And
A lot of Germans here.
Yeah. We're down to the final 16, I believe, and we have at least 3 of them representing at this feature table.
First glance, that jacket on the left is looking amazing.
Oh, absolutely.
Got a neck pocket in there, too. Very sharp.
You think that's for like a rain hood or maybe a little bit secret stash of something else?
That is probably what it is. I was thinking it was just a secret stash pocket, but it's probably for a hood.
I hope he's stashing more than just a hood in there.
Snacks, maybe?
Yeah, that's what we'll call it. So we are coming back to the same blind level we left at, 200, 400, 400,000. That's just because we lost enough players to consolidate down to 2 tables and take that short break. So we're down to final 16 players. And I mean, let's be honest, all we're really here for at this point is to make the final table and hopefully get Mr. Savu back, right?
Our fingers are crossed for Mr. Savu. I think
I
someone
spent some
in the
time
chat said earlier, when Savu was born, he named his parents.
Oh, I like it. We had a Maximilian Bauer on stream yesterday, and we're pretty sure he's actually an action hero.
Wow.
With a name such as that.
Yeah, I could see it.
This gentleman right here is new to us. He is Arian Kashi from Denmark. First Danish player we've seen today.
Shuffle up and deal.
And here we go. All in under the gun for Christopher with the 10-8 offsuit, deciding he'd rather get in now than in the big blind next hand when he has to post that big blind ante.
Right. Instead of leaving it up to the big blind gods, we're gonna take our shy of 3 bigs and see what happens. And unfortunately, there is a there's a very good hand on the button here.
Yeah, a little bit of an issue here for the all-in player. Just a little bit.
He will need a straight or 2 pair or something better to get past this.
And let's see, what are we raising up to? 2.7 million. Gonna kind of be interesting here. In Arian Kashi's shoes with the Queen Nine of Spades, you decide to get in there, and now you're only facing another 4 big blinds. So this hand has potential to derail quickly.
And Raul with the 8s too. Thinking about it. This is, yeah, sort of a collision going on here.
Yeah, Raul's facing an all-in for, sub 3 big blinds, a flat, and then a raise on the button. So some people are going to see trouble, but there's also a lot of dead money out there.
Right.
Smartly lets it go.
Yep, discipline fold.
Does continue with the Queen Nine of Spades. Ten-8 offsuit is all in for, as I said, about 3 big blinds. Hits an 8 on the flop, which would have been absolutely amazing for Raul if he decided to be undisciplined. Sadly for him, has to watch.
The case 8. That always feels bad.
Especially when you really considered it, you thought about going with it, and then said, no, maybe not this time.
Right.
Played smart, played disciplined.
So we know there's no more 8s in the deck. He's gonna need a 10 or Jack 9 run out or something.
We do have runner diamonds as well.
Oh, that's true. Oh, there's a 10.
10 on the turn. Motz has had a very rough go of it today.
He really has. Yeah, nothing has seemed to go his way as coming in as the chip lead.
He did have that very small side pot they built pre-flop against the Queen Nine of Spades.
Right.
So
Raul is wincing a little.
You can tell he's over there bemoaning his luck. Kind of gets a glance or two from a few players. And there is our action star, Mr. Maximilian Bauer, mustache extraordinaire.
Stashes are in.
Stashes are in.
He's queen offsuit, hijack, opening it up.
I mean, Motz looks sick to his stomach to start the day. And
I know.
Do you think he just knew? He had the feeling what was happening?
Sort of a chicken or egg kind of thing. Did he manifest it? Or did he know? One of the secrets of the universe. We're seeing a lot of hands collide here.
Yeah.
Dealers are dealing violence. Sometimes you see tables that just sort of take. Oh my goodness!
We didn't even know the queens were out there yet. As your ace queen versus ace king, why not throw a little queens in the mix just for shits and giggles?
Yeah, just to make things messier. Queen's a huge favorite here.
I'm not sure if that's a real Norman Chad in chat. We'll pretend it is for the time being. They say he's been coaching Costanza, and he's actually looking for a new coach right now. So, story would check out if it is a real Norman Chad.
I'm checking out his chat history. It does seem like the real Norman Chad.
And here we go to the flop Ace King versus Queens. Classic coin flip. Nothing to speak of on this 7-high board.
Oh, some more outs for Ace King.
Always a sweat.
Never easy. And Brick River.
So, Mr. Costanza has gone from being the short stack with sub 3 big blinds, shoving all in under the gun, to now in 2 hands being at 23 big blinds. Nice little spin up.
Yeah, I mean, you just never know in tournaments. All it takes is 2 hands.
Still doesn't look too happy with his fate here.
He knows all it takes is 2 hands to be in or out.
Do you hear that music in the background? Because
yes,
I believe
some sort of angry carnival.
I believe that's a Mr. Savu show going on in the background right now.
I believe he may have hired a carnival ride. This is why we play cash, Melissa. I agree, Sam. That is why we play cash. Wow. Mr. Savu is really putting on a show at that other table.
I think he hired
That is actually
7, maybe 8 band members for this performance.
That's what his one-man show sounds like when you turn it on TV.
Yeah. And I'm just going to go out on a limb here and say Mr. Savu just quadrupled up with that performance.
At least, if not quintupled up. He may have just taken out the whole table.
We may be at the final table right now and not even know it.
Yep. Thanks to Mr. Savu.
There's that smile. There's the glee. The European flair that we're accustomed to.
Got some big arms.
He eats his spinach.
Respect. Respect, Popeye.
He's such a happy man.
You love to see the smiles.
Sam K says, Mr. Savu gets all the ladies. I'm not one to disagree with you here.
Yep. It just has that certain vibe. It is. It's still the Mr. Savu show, even with him not at the table. We just can't stop talking about him. He's stolen our hearts. It was that Snap 2x pot jam with the nuts.
Which one? There were so many of them.
Which one? Yeah. There were a couple, yeah.
Mott's here, raising it up with the Ace King. And Raul here with the Pocket Jack. So Mott's once again probably contemplating his life once he sees this hand, as it's going to, the money's going to get in there.
Yeah, and you know, the way things have been going, I can't see the Ace King winning here.
Oh, man, I almost feel for the man, but...
Queen Jack suited. Always a painful one to lay down pre.
Okay, Maximilian. Obviously, Mats is going to unhappily call here with the
He's
ace
like,
king.
really? Again. He's so over it. He's so over doubling everyone up. Comes in as the chip leader
Well, with that,
and just everyone up.
with the Jack of Hearts being folded, puts us in an absolute pure coin flip 50-50 shot, which I believe puts Raoul as a clear 4-1 favorite against Mats.
I'd say that sounds about right, yeah. He's even looking away from the table. He's like, alright, time to go to roulette.
Queen of clubs on the turn, leaving Mats high and dry once more, needing help, which does not arrive.
Was it ever a slot, though? I mean, it's just sort of... He can't seem to win a flip.
I mean, a flip, a best hand, a pot.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mats is...
There, with the aces, he didn't win either. He's
Raoul
just
knew.
sort of
He
being
knew
held
before.
out of the tournament. I mean, if if you're gonna flip, you want to flip against the guy who's not won a single all in. That's you feel pretty good about that.
Yeah. I mean, Raoul hasn't had the best go at today either, if memory serves correct, but he was all but guaranteed to double up there going up against Mats with the ace-king.
Yeah. Let's get the zoom in on Mott's pain cam.
Max pain cam. You didn't know we were going to come in and watch the Pain Olympics today, did you?
Yeah. Yeah, it is sort of very similar to the Pain Olympics.
I think we're both roughly the same age, so grew up within that time zone, and there's probably people out there in chat wondering what the Pain Olympics is, and all I'm going to say is don't go and Google it. Do yourself a favor and just...
Yeah,
it lives up to its name, ladies and gentlemen.
Skip that Google search.
Yeah. If you don't know, you don't want to know. Popeye here with the dominating hand over our action hunter, Maximilian Bauer. See, they look so happy together. Like they're literally just they're going to a flop, and one of them is absolutely decimated. But they both look so happy and calm.
Running diamonds, running straight.
There's one of them.
Diamond. Also has some chop outs now. Well,
the chop opportunities are real. Ooh.
Oh.
How about win out?
Yeah, that works too.
Arian, I mean, he shrugs, he calls, he rolls his eyes, and shows the bad beat.
Luigi is happy.
Oh, those eyebrows, those tell a story.
Yep.
Me oh my, Popeye.
Mamma mia.
Maximilian definitely looks a lot happier now than he did a second ago. He's ready to party. average in the top right there, 14 million chips. Going to be just over 35 big blinds right now. Pretty healthy average as we're getting to this stage of the tournament.
I wonder how Mr. Savu is doing.
I'm wondering how Norman Chad is doing as he's keeping us entertained in chat, wondering aloud on how long Maximilian Bauer's mustache could date Kim Kardashian for, laying the line at 6 weeks.
I don't understand. Does that mean it has a life of its own?
Oh, it does.
Or is she partial to mustaches?
I mean, it really depends on how long before Kim Kardashian saw Mr. Savu that she would still be dating anyone.
Right. Fair point.
Trips here for both players, but
Yeah.
Luigi will need love on the
One
river
of
and does not
those.
find it.
One of those boards you could take a stab at, try and fold out some no pairs.
Amit is going for just very thin value here with the ace high. Thinks he maybe will get a call from kind of specifically Max's very specific holding, being king high, and does find it.
Nice value
done.
there.
Nicely done. Oh. Celebration is real there from Amit. Thumbs up. And here's your well-dressed German that you were eyeing earlier, Sebastian Linz, with the
Love that
polo.
functional collar. Has some trail mix in there, I heard.
Sweet and salty, or a little bit of spice to it?
It's the kind with the M&Ms.
The classic.
Yep.
Do you think Euros have trail mix in the same way that we do here in the States? Or do they have their own version that's clearly probably 5 to 10 times better?
I think it's, if I recall correctly from the airport, it is the same, but just by nature of not being in the US, it is 5 to 10 times better.
Kind of like everyone's mustache here.
Correct, yes. In Europe, the mustache is a classy thing, and here it is something you may want to keep away, 500 feet away from schools.
Yeah, I mean, it comes with its own van, though.
That's true. There are some mustache lovers out there. Can't resist it.
There's 3 to 5 of them in the world.
3 to 5 mustaches in the world.
Mustache lovers.
Oh.
So it's kind of interesting to watch this table versus one that's heavily made up of Americans, because even though they're
Right.
all still in like hoodies and t-shirts, there seems to be a little bit more, 9 million all in here from our Frenchman, our lone
Yeah.
Cosenza with the pocket sevens. There
pretty
seems to
good-
be a
pretty
little bit
big all in.
more dapperness going on. Everything seems put together. The hair is done. Everyone clearly
Right.
showered today. It's refreshing.
Right, yeah. Yeah, I would agree. American tables tend to look a bit stinkier.
You can just feel
It's
it.
all the
You can feel
burgers.
the smell. Yeah.
Yeah,
But I
a
look at
lot of
everyone's hair. It's all
saturated
clean
blends.
and put together,
I
and they
know.
had a haircut
Yeah,
last
showered
night.
for sure.
Mustaches are well groomed. Oh. Walter putting some chips in play here with the 7-8 suited. With the
Yeah,
blinds are up,
about
by the way, I believe,
bigs.
last
Kind
hand.
of not a great hand off this stack size. Don't really want to be raise folding too much. Can't really realize equity as well as you can more deep stacked when you're in an early position, especially. But let's see what happens.
Sebastian Lintz here. The man peddling the trail mix underneath the table with the queen jack suited in the small blind.
Oh,
Goes ahead and lets it go.
interesting.
Raoul Sav with the George Savu.
Mm-hmm. Just
Lets it go.
folds. He's like, this guy's too tight. Little does he know. He made it pretty
Yeah, that
wide
queen
open
jack
here.
of diamonds would traditionally be a spot you can either call or raise, but I think he
Right.
is just seeing what Walter maybe should be opening, and
Yeah.
didn't account for the 8-7 in there.
Right.
It's the benefits of getting spicy once in a while.
That is true. Collisions have slowed down for the time being. There was a lot of violence going on.
Well, I mean, we did hear earlier Mr. Savu's band playing as he knocked out 3 players at once, so
Right.
the violence is there, it's
I
just
believe
not,
he might
sadly, at
actually
our
be
feature
the
table.
only... He's actually playing heads up against himself at the other table.
Mr.
Waiting for
Savu
his spot.
versus George Savu.
Yep.
Raoul getting it done with the Jack Deuce offsuit.
Seeing some
So for those
channel
of you,
points getting reduced here.
yeah,
I
for
am
those
up
of
to
you out there that
1,000.
are just joining us, we're here for the Party Poker Championship Czech main event. We're playing down to a winner today. Right now we have 16 players left. So quite a long way to go, but we will get there, no doubt.
Mm-hmm.
So you have 1,000 channel points, is that what I'm hearing?
I do. Really, really moving up.
I just hit my 7,000 channel point mark. Takes a little bit of time.
Yeah.
Arian Kashi here with a pretty loose undergun +1 open with the a6 offsuit.
And then opting to check back the flop, call a lead on the turn.
Oh no.
That is not good river for him. Big blind Walter, or Belgian, not German, and now has the nuts. And Arian Kashi, unfortunately, also has a straight. Not as good.
Yeah, the only saving grace there for Arian was the 3 spades on board, yeah.
Yeah.
Sam K out there saying Mr. Sabu approves of the 7-6 offsuit.
Top of range.
You know you've made a mark when you're not even at the table anymore and you're the talk of the town.
Literally. We haven't stopped talking about him. Love that guy.
Here we are with the chip counts. Top stack here is Sebastian Linz with 42 big blinds. So they're starting to get shallow as the blinds increase. And we're sure to see some bloodshed before too much longer, because there's not much room to wait.
The dealer seems to be missing an acrylic on her pointer finger. Happens. In there.
Same. Tuesday nights are rough in the Czech Republic.
Yeah. Yep.
All right, this one is a hand that has potential to get spicy. We have the ace-8 under the gun, king-queen calling, and then the pocket sevens going ahead with it on the button.
Yep. Gonna jam for 18 bigs.
King Jack of clubs going in the muck here from Maximilian Bauer in the big blind. And Raul Sav does not look too happy, but does have real consideration.
Yeah, this one's pretty marginal. You are flipping a lot. He's going to be jamming a lot of pairs.
So there's 7.9 million to call, 12 million in the pot right now. So he's getting about 1.5 to 1 on his money.
Yeah,
decides to lay it down.
It is very sort of marginal, and then when you add the fact that he jammed over 2 people, I can understand folding.
Yeah, and one of those was a undergun opener, so it's definitely reasonable to give him a strong range there.
Yeah.
We see in chat the payouts. We have 16 players left right now, and they're all guaranteed 3,900 euros. And that ranges all the way up to first place, which is 89,650 euros, which is really, really healthy for a €330 buy-in. I mean,
Definitely. Yeah.
doesn't get much larger than that. Well, I apologize. They're now guaranteed a little bit more. We have 15 players remaining.
Oh,
One is knocked
40.
out on outer table.
So yeah, these page ups are not huge. They are incentivized to. It's a very top-heavy tournament. They're incentivized to gamble a little bit.
Ace
Ace
Queen
Queen
versus
versus
Ace
Ace
Queen.
Queen. Classic flip.
Classic. Slightly more advantageous here for Arian with the diamond redraw.
Yeah. And before you play that crap, they say that in Europe. I love saying that. Makes me feel like a real old man.
What I mean, there's two of them. It's you play that crap, and then they kind of look at each other and says, "Well, that's not going to win." You get all disheartened and really feel sorry for
Little old
yourself, and
man
then they
on the
flip it
wall.
over, and they're like, "Aha!" You're like, "Oh,
Haha,
all right
got
then."
you. Relief. Just like, alright. Yeah. Okay, whatever.
Interesting one here, Arian. He calls on the flop and then leads a three of spades on the turn. Taking a
Yeah,
rather
that is.
unorthodox line.
It definitely is unorthodox. Sort of not repping a whole lot. Possibly some diamond draws that want to see a cheap river.
The instant lead out here on the King of Spades river.
Yeah. The leads are puzzling. You play that crap?
Oh,
Say
nice
it.
hand. Nice. Well, there we go.
Yeah.
You too? The smiles. See a couple of y'all out there in chat. I know Brazilian Donk was here with us yesterday. Appreciate you coming back in. Kiss Casey. Recognize you. Appreciate it.
Oh,
Alley Cat Blues
448
asking
of you.
you, is
Don't
that
I
how many
already
we're
hang out
up
with
to?
40
Not too bad.
I hang out with one 40
Don't you hang out with 40-year-olds all day?
Let us know where you guys are tuning in from. Any West Coast early birds out there? Although it is 8 a.m. now, it's kind of a normal time, I guess.
Not for poker players. We're
No,
still in the middle of the night.
Yeah. Had plenty of those come home at 8 a.m. nights. Play a long session.
The cash game player,
stuff.
right?
Yeah. Although, I may do a little switch over to studying MTTs again with all this online series stuff coming up. And plenty of live stuff going on too, although I'm not a huge fan of live tournaments. Not my style, really.
Well, but what if I told you you have the opportunity to play with such fine specimens such as Mr. Savu?
If Mr. Savu is in, I am in. I will follow him around the globe. I'll be like a groupie.
I will go and find out from production team where his next stop is going to be, if he's going to be at Nottingham, if he's going to be at the Party Poker Millions, and we will let you know. We will get you connected with Mr.
Thank
Savu.
you. Stream Daddy Gaming, first time chatter, tuning in from Oklahoma. Thank you, Stream Daddy.
Those are words I never thought I would be hearing in the commentary booth. Thank you, Stream Daddy.
That's what I'm here for.
For those of you who are only listening on audio and not watching a video, we're not, in fact, currently sitting in hot tubs as we thank our Stream Daddies.
Wow. Tom Costa, also from Oklahoma. In fact, all 437 viewers are from Oklahoma. We're only broadcasting.
Well, Mott's P here jamming all in the big blind after raise from, let's see, where did it even begin with? It began with Walter, and it takes us all the way around to...
A 3-bet jam. Button open, or cutoff opens, button calls, 3-bet jam from the big blind, and an easy call from the jacks. Oh.
That's what one would think.
Maybe not so easy. Actually, I take that back. It is an agonizing call. But a call nonetheless, and he will see the good news. Mats is over it. He's ready to hit the bar. Look at him. He's like, yep. It's just been
after
all
that
downhill.
Agonization.
I know.
I don't think he's expecting jacks.
No.
Oh, alright. I mean...
He's just been dealt out. Sometimes you're just dealt out of the tournament, and that's what has happened to him today. Coming in as the chip leader, and yeah, just dead.
I think in all fairness, he literally won one hand today.
Yeah, he pretty much just doubled everyone up. He came in as chip lead in order to be dealt out of the tournament. Sometimes tournaments are that way.
So Mott's P, today's chip leader coming in, is going to be rather disappointed to leave us in 14th place, taking home 4,450 euros. And really feel for that man right there, as he never had any opportunity to get it going today.
Someone asking, is ace-10 really a shove from the big blind there? It is. 13 bigs. Running Grim Reaper style. Yeah, he really just ran terrible. Couldn't even hold with aces versus 10-8 offsuit.
Not even 10-8 offsuit. 10-8 offsuit with 2 8s dead.
Yeah, true.
And I mean, people are wondering if ace-10 offsuit is a jam there. I mean, the jacks was absolutely pained, didn't want to put the chips in. So if you're ever getting a fold from pocket nines or king jack, I mean, yeah, you can absolutely be jamming there.
Yeah.
Top pair here versus second pair. No kicker for Sebastian Linz.
Ooh. No help there.
It's funny. So Sebastian's the one here that we believe has a secret pocket and is dealing out the trail mix on break, right?
Right.
Kashi is a brand of cereal sold at Target here stateside. So maybe if they teamed up together, I don't know. I see a future for these two individuals.
It looked like he was debating on bluffing with the club, with the queen of clubs there, but wisely decides to check. Very small value bet in position. I guess not that small. It's like half pot. Half pot on the flush complete. Relatively normal. Excuse the dogs. We are a house full of dogs.
Same. I'm sure you'll hear mine speak up at some point, not to be left out. Stiggy saying thanks for info. That's what we're here for. Glad to help. Club 5-star rating with a party of 11. Appreciate you, Club. Appreciate you, 11, joining us. And Geo Jail out there wondering why they look so serious. You know, half the time it's a serious affair, and half the time they're rather joyous, enjoying the laugh, and having fun with one another. So some of this, some of
Nice
that.
fold there.
Really hoping with the remaining 13 players that Mr. Savu is still out there. I think he provides the lifeblood that we need.
I mean, that guy's the best.
Stiggy wondering about the blinds here. Located in the lower right of your screen, 250 of 500,000 with a 500,000 big blind ante. So every round costs the players 1.25 million in chips.
Yep. Kind of just emphasizes how effective it is to even just take down the blinds without seeing a flop.
Yeah, and I always like when you make it this deep in a tournament. Say you start with 50,000 chips, every big blind you're putting in there represents 10 players' life.
Yeah, it is pretty crazy. King Queen versus Queen Jack. Both have backdoor flushes, one better than the other.
Check back from Amit. Picks up
Here,
a gut shot on the turn. You're wondering about Raul leading here?
Yeah. It's a nice board for his range. To call with the gut shot. No help there. I think we could see a block here sometimes, but maybe just a check. In which case, button definitely has a bluff opportunity with the jack and the diamond.
Doesn't look like Raul is going to give him that opportunity, though.
I like a bet there. We put 4, so about half pot. Ooh, he's gonna raise. Bluff raise. Yeah. Spicy bluff raise. I mean, this is a big pot for him to be able to take down.
He only has 7.2 million total, so for him to bluff raise here, he has to essentially shove all in.
Yeah. I think that might be what he's gonna do. Oh, can he pull the trigger?
This is a pretty large trigger to pull.
It is. It definitely is.
It's like he got all his ducks in a row, he's going to send them into battle, and then he takes a second and says, well, hold on now. I don't know about this.
Really just targeting like single pair type hands. Possibly a 2-pair. The flush comes in, he's got the jack of diamonds. Potentially card match to rep jack 10. And I think he's not. I mean, now at this point, yeah. After you debate the fold with your hand visually, kind of hard to.
Yeah. I'm Sova saying not the best line for a bluff, in my opinion. I mean, he can still have some 10 jacks in range. He can have some diamonds in range. Actually, it looks a little bit more suspect for Raul to have taken a stab on that river as he did.
Yeah, I like Raul's line there.
Walter here, King 10 off under the gun. Does decide to go with it. With the limp. Walter plays a little bit unconventionally.
He does. He definitely does.
Alright. Amit decides to save his chips from last time, go all in here with the Queen Jack offsuit in the cutoff against the two limps.
Queen Jack offsuit's like not the hand that I'm thrilled to go all in with versus an under the gun limp. But
tend to agree.
But here we are.
As one Nicholas Schulman would say, onwards.
Onwards.
I defer. Some very good classic lines there. But does get the job done with that Queen Jack off, picking up the pot.
Picking up a decent sized pot with those two limps, plus the blinds and antes.
See Nightbot out there promoting the next thing coming up, the Grand Prix Summer Edition. Festival runs from August 11th through 29th. That's happening right now, online on Party Poker. It has buy-ins ranging from $3.30 all the way up to $320. So if you're wanting to get in on the action, make sure you jump on Party Poker, check it out. Maybe use some of your channel points to get a ticket or two into it. So maybe we'll see you at this festival next go around.
Could be a Grand Prix champion. Not too bad. Queen 10 versus Queen 10. I'm seeing a lot of these same hand matchups. Oh, top two for both. They're both. Raul keeps getting the same hand as people when they flop top. Sometimes it's like that.
He's getting beautiful flops on it too. Top two pair. It's Queen on Queen 5-5 board.
Right. You're like, yeah, I'm getting calls from King Queen. I've just totally outflopped him. Nope. Same hand.
You're thinking Vegas and the Mirage?
Yeah. No, they're just gonna get it in on this flop.
They're both, hiya! Slap it down.
Yes, you both have it. He's so annoyed. He gets the fist bump, but he's like, come on. I'm wasting my good flops on chops.
There's not even chop opportunities anymore. It's just a guaranteed absolute 100% chop.
Yep. One is very happy about it, the other is not.
I mean, on that board run out, you're kind of happy to be up against the same hand. The straights
Yeah.
all made it there. The ace comes in.
Definitely true.
Walter here looks ecstatic with that outcome. What do you think has happened in that man's life when, like,
that one would make me feel like an old timer. Same with all that drama for nothing.
What's happened in your life when you flop top 2 pair on a dry board and you're just overjoyed to chop it? Like, how many
That's some
kittens
live
got run
poker
over by a car?
PTSD. Kashi opening it up under the gun with the A6 of diamonds.
Yeah, Kashi is one of the larger stacks here. Still working with around 50 big blinds, so gets to be a little bit more aggressive than the majority of our feature table.
Walter, bit unorthodox, see what he does. Folds the king 10 off. I was thinking about doing something. I'm gonna fold. Nice. No variance pickup there for Kashi. Ace Queen, we see her again.
I half expected Raul to pick up Ace Queen as well. Get it all in here,
I know.
fist pump,
I know.
chop it.
How many more chops will we see with Raul involved? And how many more until he loses it? By it, I mean his mind.
I mean, to be fair, he's still here, and the Saturday chip leader is not.
That is very true. Those are the runs
Rip,
of nightmares.
Mott's P. Is this your second favorite hand? We got the 5-4 suited, however, it's not clubs.
Hearts. I would say hearts is third, spades second.
Okay.
I think spades make the most flushes, but clubs is just sort of a nice hand for 5-4 aesthetically.
So pure aesthetic value. So black cards before red cards.
Yeah, I do tend to favor, although with queen 10, I like hearts. So, you know,
Okay.
it just depends.
Well, with
Queen
Queen
10 of
10,
hearts,
you would be
amazing.
chopping with Raul.
Right. Queen 10, hearts and diamonds, actually, I prefer. So some hands red, some hands black.
You're a mercurial lady.
Yeah.
And what flavor of trail mix is a real question as we look at Sebastian Lin's.
I'm not a trail mix fan, actually. There's too much variance. There's
So hold on, let me get this straight. Poker, we don't worry about the variance, but when it comes to trail mix, way too much variance.
just it's way too much for me to handle. I can't stomach it.
Good to know. Good to know.
It's just you never know when you reach your hand in and you pull it out. You could get an M&M or you could get a pretzel, and I don't really like either of those things, but they're in there. And you might get them. So I'm not a fan of that.
So there's about 10 different items. Oh, real fast, Raul's running into the King 8 suited here of Christoph.
Classic flip.
Classic. Kings versus, well, not kings. King 8. After a while, it looks like
King
kings.
versus-
You
I
understand.
know. Suited kings.
Suited kings versus suited threes here.
Oh, folds 3. Yeah. Well, that makes sense. He is +1.
So we're down to 13 players left, so all these players are guaranteed 5,000 euros right now, and they're still playing for just shy of 90,000 euros up top.
Wildcard 1974 NL says there's no such thing as too much variance. There is in trail mix. It's just way
Not in
too much of
poker.
a gamble. Like, if you put your hand in that bag with your eyes closed, there's too many options that could happen. And I don't really like that.
Well, I mean, what about, was it Gardettos? Those little brown discs that everyone craved?
Oh, yeah. What are those? Pumpernickel breads?
Oh, don't ruin it for me. Are you serious? That sounds disgusting.
I think
Oh.
it is pumpernickel. Maximilian all in with the king 10 of clubs in the cutoff. Gonna get that one through. Nice little chip ups here. 1.3 million just for taking the blinds down. Yeah, I think they're pumpernickel discs.
Okay. I'll go
I
with
don't
it.
mind pumpernickel
real
though. You ever had the pumpernickel from Outback Steakhouse?
Matt, now it has been years since I've been to Outback.
Missing out.
Is that their bread?
Pumpernickel.
All right, now I have to like contemplate my entire life's existence on if I like pumpernickel or not. I hate the name.
It's a good bread. I like it personally. Outback is incredible though. I'm a huge fan.
Are you out there just downing the blooming onions on a regular basis?
I really like their mashed potatoes and prime rib.
So not the blooming onions. So that's how you stay fit.
No. Yeah,
Pumpernickel, mashed potatoes, prime rib. Leave the
Yeah,
blooming
that's all you
onions
need.
on butt dial.
Maybe
I
some
gotcha.
mac and cheese. See, Sam
Pocket
K. Lee
nines
knows
here,
prime rib is
picking it
good.
up.
Good at Outback. We love Outback. Sam K. Lee likes rye bread. I do not like whatever that spice is. That is like the long little seed that tastes like licorice. Not a huge fan.
Yeah, not so much. What would that be? I'm trying to think what that particular seed is. Is there an Outback here in Vegas?
There is. I
There's
actually
so many-
order from it.
On the regular?
Whenever I'm feeling like splurging, I'll order like $50 worth of Outback Steakhouse.
Oh no!
And
Say this
DoorDash.
is so Melissa.
Yeah.
You live in the land of possibly some of the best steakhouses all over the city that you could possibly imagine. And your splurge go-to meal is a $50 order from Outback Steakhouse.
Rat. Yeah.
Oh,
Maybe once a month or so, I splurge on that. It's always a good time. King Queen off on
do you
the
see
button
Sebastian Lind's
here.
face here right now? That's the same
Yeah,
face I'm
it's
giving you
interesting.
about your Outback.
The King Queen off is actually a nice three bet bluff on the button, but he decides to just fold it.
I think it kind of stems to the fact that it's Walter under the gun raising,
Right.
and from what we've seen so far, Walter's been pretty tight today.
He has been, and the one time he limped under the gun, he folded to a jam.
The pocket sevens find their way back into Christos' hands. A 3-3-5 board.
Very nice flop for the big blind. Check, check.
Is there a little bit of you that hopes every time now when we see this, it's just going to be an all-in jam for
Yes.
2-3 times the pot?
Yes. Snap.
Snap.
I've seen more of that here than I did at all during the WSOP, surprisingly.
Story checks out.
But seeing how strong a fold it gets, it might not be a bad bluff to start doing it as a bluff. Just snap jam 3x pot on the sort of connected blob. Sure, you'll run into
yeah.
it sometimes, but but you're gonna confuse a lot of people. That's for sure.
So do we take it out of our range as having the nuts, and we just solely remove it to having the deuce 3 offsuit, the dirty diaper?
Yeah, I think so. But like very low frequency use it, because all the other times they're gonna see it, it's gonna be nutted. So you can be that like small percentage of bluff for the entire field, you know?
Yeah. I mean, if I'm going to incorporate this into my game, I think I need to get Mr. Savu on like a TED Talk,
Coaching call?
a training channel. Like, I need to know more about this move.
Right. Well, you need to know exactly how to execute it, you know, like what to look like and how to psych yourself up for it. Sort of how to even move as fast as you can. You probably need to do some stamina training.
It's almost an Olympian act. It's like Phelps in the water with how smooth and quick Mr. Savu was able to execute it.
Yeah.
Another classic race here, ace-6 of clubs up against the pocket threes. Kashi with the betting lead. If he'll continue with that aggression, most likely to take it on down.
Nice flop for his range. Oh. So, yeah, if I'm seeing that, I'm betting every time with the threes. He just looked so upset and checked.
You've never run into the old man that just looks like that and then says, I guess I'm all in, I gotta go home anyway. I mean, that's kind of what...
I absolutely have, and I've gotten tricked by it every time. There's no one that wrecks me more than old men.
I'm gonna leave that comment alone.
On the table. There's no one that wrecks me
better,
more on the felt. Yeah, you're right. In poker.
This is getting worse and worse.
As a game.
There we go. There's that caveat. The game of Old Men Wrecking Me on the table.
Old Men and Elio Fox. They're the two who have wrecked me the most.
Well then, congratulations, Elio Fox. Congratulations, Melissa.
Yep, definitely.
So, we're gonna find a way to recover from that one, as Kashi managed to give the shrug, the I don't know, the I don't have anything, with absolute garbage, and then still found a way to win it anyway.
Right. Yeah, we're not seeing a whole lot of c-betting or bluffing at this table. Seems that people really are very conscious of holding on to their chips at this point. Understandable, they are pretty deep in the tournament, but it also is a very top-heavy structure. So you kind of want to accumulate before you get down to the FT.
It's ironic that just as you say that, we develop a four-way pot with the 7-6 offsuit and King 5 being
and
in
King
there.
5.
And
yeah. And
oh no, Maximilian Bauer's about to get wrecked by an old man himself as he flops trips.
What a flop.
Oh no.
This is not
one out
end
will
well.
save Max.
Yeah.
Oh, this. You know, sometimes you just see the train wreck. You watch it coming. You know. What?
We were due for a little violence.
Of course.
It was getting a little bit too passive.
And why not raise it on up here with the nut full house if you're on the button in Christoph's spot?
Yeah.
The shrug from the mustache. I guess I have to go home too.
Luigi is having thoughts though. He's like, this is very concerning. I don't think he feels incredible.
Oh, that could have been bad. Christoph thought that
he almost folded.
No, yeah, he thought he had won the hand and he almost folded his cards.
He almost fucked his cards. Yikes, that would have been bad.
Oh. I'm sorry, Luigi. One out. Or running
one
kings
out for
is
Luigi.
all you have left.
Mamma mia.
Action star Maximilian Bauer. Needing a lot of love here.
What about that? Yeah.
Oh.
You'll have to flop a boat there versus trips. I mean...
Good game, Maximilian Bauer. Good game. Nothing you could do on that board texture. And with that, I believe Christoph here is the chip leader. He came in as a short stack today, is that correct?
Yeah, he was down to like
Nubbins.
1.5 bigs.
Yeah. I mean, he tripled up right away, and they double up another time, and I think the hand after it, and a little steal here, steal there, and he's up to 28 million. Up here, raising it up with the ace jack of diamonds. I mean, Christoph, he can't even be bothered to play right now. You know, he's got to sort out the drinks behind him. He's got to get settled in. Maybe get around to counting his chips. There's more to life right now than playing again.
Someone said bad defend got punished. Yeah, it's a bit of a wide defend. I will agree with that when it's multi-way, especially the king 5 off has pretty bad implied odds, or reverse implied odds. But when you flop trips, you feel great. But then when you're up against a boat, you don't feel so good.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of just raising it up on the flop with the absolute pure immortal nuts that are a little bit unconventional play it that way. Snap shove all in for twice the pot, raise there with the tens full.
Yeah, you're pretty much only getting called by trips, which happen to be there.
Yeah. Oh. Potential confrontation here with Amit in the big blind having ace queen offsuit going all in. And Raul. Oh. He has a good attitude about it, you know? I dig it. He's here, 12 people left, coming down from 2,200 players. I think he just is appreciative of being in this situation, making a deep run at it, and really wants to obviously win it, but no matter what.
Big blinds when he's a +1 open. You have to be thinking you can be up against some better pairs. It's like not the most fun call. Of course, we can see the cards and see that it's flipping, but the +1 open and then being jammed on over that isn't like the most fun spot here.
Yeah, it does make the fold.
He's probably more likely to call something like 8s plus.
I mean, it really kind of comes down to what it would do to his stack if he calls and wins versus calls and loses. Because he has 32 big blinds if he folds versus, you know, he calls and he loses, he's down into 15 big blind territory and, you know, not a spot he wants to be in. Chip leader now is Christoph here, raising up with the king 8 suited. Blinds are still at that 2.5, $500,000 spot, so go with a pretty large sizing there.
Oh, pocket queens. Just gonna take it down pre. Nice 2.6 million uptick there.
So what's that, back-to-back hands, about 4 million in chips pick up for me?
Yeah, not bad.
Giving us real updates as we get down to it, letting him know exactly where he stands. You know, I do hope that if by chance Mr. Savu busts out, that he's going to come back here and, you know, at least let them know that they can shuffle up and deal for the final table at bare minimum.
Yep. Maybe put on a bit of a show. Walter with the aces. Hijack. Looking very chill about it. Doesn't want to give anything off. Looking away. I see you, Walter.
So real fast, the blind up to 300, 600, 600,000, and Walter decides on a nice little 2.6 million raise. Those pocket aces.
Interesting. So that's a bit over 4x open. He gets ace jack to fold. And he's gonna show these.
There we go, Walter. That's how you play it.
Classic.
4.2x open from Walter. Lets him know he's got it.
So Walter is playing a limp min raise 4.2x mixed opening size strategy.
A little bit unconventional, however, I'm happy he chose the 4.2.
Blaze it.
But that's what happens when you make it this deep into an event. You gotta play slightly off kilter, shall we say? Really mix up your play. Mm-hmm. He did get the fold from the ace jack offsuit, so fair play to him.
Very effective open.
All right, we're playing. We do have the ace 7 off for Christoph versus the ace 5 for Kashi.
40 effective. See a little post flop. Ace of clubs. 2 clubs on the flop. And a little gut shot for Kashi.
All right, Christoph does make the call with the ace high, ace of clubs. Does check it on back. And they're both left here with the ace playing on this 10s and 4s board.
Yeah.
So unless one of them gets adventurous, then we're going to see a chop pot. They will chop it up, and they're both kind of cohabitating in that leader spot right now. 26 million in chips, 25 million in chips for the both of them, while everyone else sits kind of comfortably between the 12 to 16 million mark. Short stack is about 20 big blinds, which is plenty to work with.
Yeah, we see that just chip discrepancy kind of closing in, stacks evening out a little.
They definitely look like they're in for the long haul. Walter there is just kind of chilling, kicking back. They know that this is a long battle down to the final table.
Mm-hmm.
But thankfully for anyone that is at least at the feature table, maybe not on the outer table, but Sebastian Lintz did bring some snacks for them, making sure everyone stays hydrated. It's important as you play down to that final table to maintain your energy.
Plenty of trail mix in that zipper for sure.
I'm trying to read his shirt and understand what's happening, but I think it's a little bit too European for me.
20 goal silver cup. HV Society. 20 goal silver cup. Sounds like
What?
a football thing.
I mean, is Silver Cup
Yeah.
good? Is Silver Cup
It
bad?
sounds like
is
it's
that
not as good as gold.
yeah?
Would be
Did you
bad
need
though.
21 goal? Like 21 goal gold cup?
I think it's probably 40 gold cup. Double it.
Double up?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can go with that. That makes sense.
Don't want to be too showy, just wear the 20 goal silver cup jacket, not the 40 gold cup. That would be a little too much.
60 goal platinum cup? It's way too much.
Yeah. That's like,
Yeah.
you can't wear that out. You gotta relax. That's for special events only.
Do you think he changes attire? Little outfit change at the final table?
Maybe. I like that lead from the big blind. That was something that we saw a lot of in Barcelona from the Dutch high roller crew. They were implementing pretty high frequency leads from the big blind on boards like that.
Yeah, I remember watching a little bit of your work with Henry on that, and y'all discussing the leads coming out of that particular crew. It seemed to be definitely different than the norm, but definitely something that they had spent time working on.
Right. I mean, when you're playing those high rollers, it really makes sense. You have to find such thin edges that they probably have just been studying spots that a lot of people don't focus on.
Yeah, that kind of becomes a game of the chicken, and well, the 18-wheeler, as to what you should study to get your edge. Three-way affair. A lot of cards being shared here. King Jack dominating both the King 7 and the Jack 9, but relatively dry board for these three holdings.
A board that is favoring the blinds a bit here. Kashi taking the initiative with this one, with the gut shot. Makes sense.
Correct me if I'm wrong, typically it's going to be favoring primarily the big blind here, as the small blind is going to have a propensity of like those kind of 10 Jack plus type of hand, King Jack, in this case King 7.
Yeah, some like 9-8 suited, stuff like that, but yeah.
But does go ahead, take a stab on the flop with his gutter, or on the turn with his gutter, and Kashi takes down a pretty healthy sized pot there.
Yep, I like it. Seeing some nice semi-bluffs from him out of position. Haven't really been seeing that too much at this table.
So I just caught this in the lower right of our screen, and it's a little creepy. We have some sign that just says, "They watch every move you make."
That is a little creepy. Are they referring to Henry in the Shisha Lounge?
I mean, if someone could go over there right now and make sure that he's not hiding behind the curtain, watching all the patrons smoke, that would be delightful, but I may have to give him a call real fast on break and just verify this.
Yeah. I sent him another screenshot of him with a cloud of shisha coming out of his mouth and just said, "Vape is life."
I mean,
That one he has chosen to ignore. He's over it.
It's all gone up in a cloud of smoke for him.
Yep. Some things are just never going to be erased from the internet.
We're playing some very interesting pots here. We have the Queen 7 suited limp, followed by the Queen 9 offsuit limp, and then we're playing different avenues of the game tree than are traditionally seen at this stage of the tournament.
Yes. We have a big raise to 3.6 million. I mean, this is gonna get it done. Facing the limps, just sort of like, alright, let's pump this sucker up. Enough limping, you guys. And it works for Mr. Trail Mix.
Over cup in the trail mix. But you remember when chili cook-offs were a thing?
At least stateside. Those aren't a thing anymore?
I don't know. I mean, it's one of those things you haven't heard about it in a long time. But I feel like a trail mix-off is in the making
My nightmare.
here.
Sounds like a very high variance event.
But you get to remove all of the M&Ms. You get to remove all of the pretzels. So
sure, that's
you control
true.
the variance.
That's true. I don't even think there's many things I would enjoy in a trail mix. Maybe prime rib.
A prime rib mashed potato trail mix?
Yeah, that would be one that I could get behind.
Ladies and gentlemen in the chat, if that is a trail mix that you would support, the prime rib mashed potato trail mix, let us know. It's a little out there. It's a little original. The Melissa Brewdog special.
And we see a 3-bet jam from the big blind with the ace queen off. Gonna get it done. Versus the button open, most likely. Won't speak
I mean, Amit's always looks like he wants to call, but we've seen before that he finds the fold more often than not.
String. Just counting.
Mm-hmm. There it goes.
I don't want to make it too comfortable for them.
So real fast, Diggy R in the chat is asking about buying some chipsets for home games. I know y'all over at Solve for Why have some pretty high quality chips. I mean, maybe you could offer some insight on it. You do.
No idea. Really? Well, that's news to me. Hey, if you want to buy some for me on the low, I won't tell Berkey.
Well, I haven't messed with chipsets in probably 15 years. So when we were over there with Espen's podcast, we were messing with y'all's chips a little bit. And
yeah.
It seemed high quality. Maybe I'm mistaken.
Light for me. I like a heavier chip. Or are they heavy? They were a bit too something for me. They were either too light or too heavy. I like the ones that actually have
samples, Tiggy.
I have some chips in front of me right now, and so I've got a few Resorts World chips. I got a few Aria chips and a few Win chips, and I will say they feel very similar. I think that maybe I'm not gonna lie, I cannot tell a difference at all. The Aria ones feel a bit heavier, I guess. I don't know. They feel the same to me.
I really thought you were going to go with, like, which one's the best one? This one feels sticky. This one's a little hard. This one's a little... And then you're just like... And honestly, they're just the same. They're just poker chips.
They are indistinguishable from each other.
I know... I mean, Resorts Worlds is the newest chip, so they are definitely... We'll get
they are the cleanest.
New chips in once in a while, and they're a little sharp. on the edges, which sounds
Mm,
weird, but they're
yeah,
really
they are
truly
actually.
sharp.
I kind of like that though. I kind of like that. It's a little more grip.
I don't mind them. They don't fit in the racks the best, but
Yeah, that's true. See a C
Stiggy's
bet
asking if
from
you
the
buy the official
P5s.
EPT ones or WSOP ones. I'm not sure. Don't think we're.
Backdoor flush straight for the big blind. Oh, he goes for the check
Raises
raise.
it up.
Walter's got some tricks up his sleeve.
Yeah, he does.
I think the graphics may have messed up a bit. Oh, okay, there we go. There it is. Yeah, he does I really like that. Bottom pair, backdoor flush, backdoor straight. Goes for the check raise. I mean, he really does. He's sort of keeping me guessing here, because he has this mixed strategy and with his open sizes, but then he's doing some stuff that's very reasonable. He's sort of he's taking me for a loop, and I'm here for it.
Well, I mean, it starts off with the under the gun limps, and then the 4.2x with the aces, and then we go with the check raise with the 10 deuce. He has a little bit of this, a
Right.
little bit of that. He's one of those old men that would definitely wreck you on the table.
Absolutely, 100%. This is exactly my kryptonite.
Stiggy, get back to you real fast. You say, which one would you recommend? I don't think we're the two that are here able to make a recommendation for you. I apologize. We're
I couldn't even feel the difference
not.
between the chips in front of me.
Yeah, we're not chip aficionados. It's my
If anyone
apologies,
in
good
chat
sir.
knows, there are 600 of you in here. And by the way, for those of you just chilling, you can exchange your channel points for Party Poker tournament tickets. Just free money, not a big deal. Don't freak out or anything, but it's free money.
I mean, if you're walking along and you see money laying in the road, what's the smallest amount of money that you would bend over to pick up? Are you gonna pick up the penny? Are you a quarter picker upper? Or are you waiting? You've been in casino so long, you're kind of jaded, and you're gonna wait for like the $25 chip. Like, what's your minimum bend over and pick up free money?
Probably $5 chip.
5?
Yeah. Get a nice Starbucks with that.
Not if you're spending inside the casino, you aren't.
That's true. In the casino, maybe you can get a piece of toast. Maybe a water.
Bread pre-toast. Toasting costs extra.
Yeah.
Ten seven
It's a fun
offsuit
flop
here for
for
Kashi.
cards.
Yeah. If I remember correctly, back in the day, the 10-7 offsuit was the Negreanu hand. It was his favorite hand in the whole wide world.
If he goes for an overbet after check flop. Kind of weird. 2 pairing. Okay, 3/4 pot.
Mitt here with the second nut low.
Honestly,
Let's
wouldn't
go.
hate like a little raise action there. But he does have a lot of like weaker.
Kashi's a player. Like,
yeah,
he does a lot of fake outs, a lot of verbal. Oh, how could you fold here? When he has absolute, complete dust balls.
Yeah, he's kind of. I feel like this is a good table for him. They're not really putting up much of a fight in anything, so he's kind of taking the initiative.
Average by aggregation, asking, is it legal to pick up random chips on the ground? So yes and no. If you're within the confines of a casino, technically they can ban you for it. If you're outside the casino, you'd be okay. So, I mean, typically they don't actually ban people for it. Real fast here, Melissa. Little action transpiring. Ace Jack of
Ooh.
Hearts limped in.
20 bigs. So Ace Jack limped in, 20 bigs jam from the cutoff over the limp.
I mean,
and half his stack, this would be.
He knows that 4.2x means aces. He doesn't know what 20 big blinds means.
I mean, his open strategy is really keeping everyone guessing. The hijack limp here is interesting. I'm not sure.
It looks like it's going to get through.
Wow. Old man equity. Shows the aces. Yeah. Gets it through.
Doesn't show this one, so, I mean, you know for a fact. I think you can just remove, like, Jack's bluffs from his range there, because I feel like he'd show it.
Right. Now he's asking him when he's shrugging.
Yeah, I'll go on record here and say if you're going to be limping in and then folding ace jack suited, do yourself a favor. Don't show your opponent that's what you're folding.
Correct. Yeah. Especially after you like limp, it's just sort of an unorthodox way to play it to begin with, and then you're showing. And then showing that you'll fold it. It's just all sort of not the best concoction of events.
Yeah, I think if at any point I could have chosen to do something different, I would have at every point.
That's very fair, yeah.
Yeah. Just gonna call that one as I see it. Do you think we could get word to the players? Kashi's at 30 million now?
Yeah.
He's just slowly picking up those chips.
Those pots have added up.
So, do you think we could get word to the players right now that we're willing to put on the 7 deuce bounty for them? And anytime like one of them wins a pot with it, we'll chunk in €100 because I mean, I've seen it folded so many times here. And every time I'm wanting someone to get after it. I'm wanting someone to get in there and just mix around with it.
I know. If anyone's going to do it, it's Kashi. Once he gets comfortable enough with running over the table, he might throw it in there.
Yeah, if he can pick up just a little bit more chips, I think he's going to be probably opening about 50% of the hands. Alley Cat Blues. We are in Prague. We are at Rozvadov, Czech Republic, King's Casino for the Party Poker Championship Czech main event. It's a €330 buy-in. There's a $500,000 guarantee, and it far exceeded that into the neighborhood, about €645,000. As you see in the upper right, there's 2,261 players that entered this field. So for €330, they're able to win just shy of 90,000 for first place today. Raul with the dead man's hand, aces and eights from the button up against the mysterious Walter with the
no one knows
off.
what he's doing.
I mean, sometimes I wonder if Walter knows what he's doing.
I don't think so. Sometimes he does, for sure. Uh-oh. He knew. He's gonna lead. Gonna lead the 10. I mean... It's definitely a confusing line.
Raul's run into it today with just a lot of confusion going on.
Yeah. Yeah, he's not getting the easiest spots today.
Do you want to break the bad news, or should I, Melissa?
You can do it.
Ladies and
Breaks my
gentlemen,
heart.
I hate to report this, but we just got word that Mr. Savu bowed out of this tournament in 15th place, and he's no longer with us. He's going to be starting his own variety show later this month on channel 37. So if you'd like to tune in and show him your support, we encourage this. But
I mean,
for now,
it's just an unbelievable tragedy.
rest in peace, sir.
Raul went with the raise on the turn, saying, "You really shouldn't have leads here, sir. I'm going to raise you," and gets called. King Queen now gets there on the river, so I guess that's a somewhat of a consideration if Raul was considering bluffing this river.
Yeah, Raul, I mean, for this particular river, if Raul wanted to continue bluffing, he has one of the best hands possible to do it with. The queen blocks queen 9, it blocks king queen, which shouldn't be out there, but you never know. Obviously blocks some jack
spades
queens.
too, which could maybe be a leading candidate if there was going to be one on the turn.
Yeah, I
has
mean,
a
Raul
pot-sized
just kind of
bet
seems
behind.
like he
Well, I
wants
guess
to
it's
do it.
a little more like half. Oh, checks back. Yeah, I mean, I guess he just has like showdown value against Miss Spades, stuff like that.
Just doesn't really think he's ever going to get through. Do you think Walter's there saying, "Good check back, I'm snap calling. Good check, good check."
Yeah. Is he snap calling though?
I mean, let's just go out on a limb and say he shouldn't be snap calling, but that's not to say he would not.
That's very fair.
So we're maintaining about a 30 big blind average at this stage of the tournament right now. Look like it's about 31 bigs right now. 18 million is the average. So going to have still quite a bit of play left in this tournament as we wind our way down to a winner today. Ooh. Kashi loves to see it. Sits forward. Kind of stares at the flop a little bit. Do you have a particular eye that starts itching for you when you flop a set? Left eye, right eye?
You know what? I'm not sure, but I hope I don't. Just goes for the call. All right. Sebastian picks up a pair.
Beautiful card for him.
Definitely. Yeah, he's gonna get a lot of checkbacks. And the river's not great for getting value. Like, you can't bet too big and get called. But nice little 40-ish% block bet.
Yeah, it's probably the worst river card he could really pull there, as the 10-8 completes, the hearts complete. Obviously, the ace still beats Seb. It's yeah, there's not a lot that he can beat on this river.
He also bet pretty quickly, like, wasn't really thinking much about it. But we'll get the call anyway. Click it in, see the bad news.
I think he's saying if you go all in on the turn, I'd call you. Yeah, that's a fair assessment with
That is
a set there.
that is
I
fair.
approve that play.
Yes.
If someone shoves all in on the turn and you have a set, I recommend calling.
Yeah.
All right, let's see how Mr. Christoph likes to play his aces here.
Right, no 4.2x open.
Just a 3, almost 4x open.
Oh,
2.3
okay.
million.
All right, seems to be the standard with aces.
Yeah, somewhere between 3.8 and 4.2.
Yeah.
Big blinds is the open with aces here.
Our buddy to his left is thinking, I know that move. You had aces, didn't you?
I'm really looking forward to one of them having aces open to 4.2x, and then someone behind with kings just looking at them, shaking their head, Riley, and snap folding.
Yep. Face up.
Now we're going with the limp here, Queen 7 suited.
Right.
For
oh, right. These
Christoph.
two have very similar playstyle, actually, when it comes to opens. Wonder if
which
they
one
are,
do you think is the coach and which
stable.
one's the student?
I was thinking they're both in a stable. Some sort of, boutique stable.
Yeah, I'm gonna say the stable in particular has more Taco Bell, less frog poison.
Yeah. I see a lead from the small blind here with middle pair and a backdoor flush draw. I like this call from Sebastian with the top and bottom, kind of leaving his hand up.
How do you feel about the raise here with the backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw over card from Christoph that looks like is incoming?
I don't feel amazing about it.
Well, neither does he.
He heard me. All right. It looks like this could get a little interesting. We've got a... I wonder if... No. Would he check jam here? He's playing this very oddly.
It's a pretty reasonable check jam here.
Yeah.
I mean...
So after leading this small blind, then checking turn when you pick up more equity...
Okay. Cutting out calling chips.
Yeah. Might see a little counting out of the stack again, as he tends to do. Yeah.
This one looks a little bit more like, yeah, there it is.
There it is.
Snap call.
And call. He's like, I don't really want to show this until the river.
And we know the Queen 7 of Diamonds is dead, so leaves him drawing
Yeah.
a couple less outs. And that will do it for Mr. Amit Chazan from Israel. Good game, sir. Out in 12th place as Sebastian Lintz picks up a very healthy 8 million chips.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't necessarily mind a check jam there. I don't mind a lead on the turn. I think there's a lot of different ways you could do that one.
Yeah, I'm
You're
not
not
a
really
huge
going to get it
fan of
wrong.
the flop lead, but definitely agree with the turn.
Well, as you point out, Kashi is up over 30 million. Clear chip leader at this table with 57 big blinds and 34 million. And kind of been the one player that's running everyone over and picking up more free chips than any other player. Kev's sister is
Any
the best.
info on the
Saying a
outer
reminder.
table?
Oh, sorry about that.
I was just reading Cookie's Craft. We did announce, I don't know if you heard the bad news, that Mr. Sabu is out. That's what we have on the outer table.
What was it, 15th place?
Yep. Well, we see a non-4x open with aces.
That definitely
1.3.
seems a little suspect.
Definitely. Stick to the status quo here, buddy.
How are other players supposed to know you're holding? Oh. Popeye's so proud of himself. Cookie's asking about the chip stacks. Not entirely sure at the minute. We will be consolidating down to table shortly. So we'll have all the players right here in front of us in due order.
Do we know how long are these levels? 30-minute levels?
40-minute levels.
40-minute levels. Okay, it's not too turbo-y. A little bit though.
Yeah, it goes up at a nice clip here. So we're on hand 87 right now after 4 hours of play.
I am going to be back in 1 second. I'm just going to close my door because they are cleaning the furniture downstairs. It is loud.
Fair enough. We'll hold down the fort. Yeah. I see Kev's sister out there saying a reminder that's a 3:30 buy-in. Players aren't going to be so GTO oriented, more recreational players. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're going to get more recreational play. You're going to get a little bit different than people are used to seeing in the high roller scenes. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. Come here for there's learning opportunities, no matter if you're watching some of the best players in the world or some recreational players. You can have some nice takeaways, no matter what side of the house people fall on.
Definitely. It helps to see people's hold cards, and humans are not so unique. You will see sort of similar player types at your own games. I know I definitely run into the confusing older man and tends to wreck me.
On and off the table.
On and off the table.
To be fair, I find it truly interesting that you do have these two players right next to each other, Christoph and Walter. who are really employing this similar, as it's referred to in most places, old man coffee strategy of limping or 4.2xing, or I mean, they
Right.
really are very, very similar in their strategies.
Yeah, they are. It's almost like they are in the same stable.
I'm curious on this dealer's tattoo on her right hand. It looks real, but also looks like it could be like a hentai. Curious on
It's a
which way
hentai.
that leans. Isn't that how it's said? Hentai?
I think it's henna. I think the hentai is a type of
Okay, a little bit different. All right, I follow what you're saying. I hear what you're putting down. Well, go ask your roommate.
I think he knows a fair amount about that.
The hentai, not the hentai, right?
Correct.
Dealer change yet again here. Kashi just picking up chips slowly but surely. Up to 36 million. While Raul's at the other end of the spectrum with 8.2 million. We are
Just
playing down to a winner
five-handed
today.
now.
Yeah. So this table has 5 players. The other table would have 6 players currently.
Getting to that FT bubbly area.
Yeah, and 11th and 10th place are both taking home 6,650 euros, but then, or I apologize, 5,590 euros. 9th place takes home the 6,650. So they aren't on another pay jump yet,
Right.
but I mean, at this stage of the game, pretty much every player that gets knocked out is getting you one step closer to the real money. Four-way affair here. Definitely an action flop. Jack high, diamonds. So Raul Sav with top pair and Walter sitting there at the end of it with the king high flush draw.
Interesting to see with this 4-way how close the equities are between the flush draw and the top pair.
Oh, Walter just goes ahead and shoves
That's
it all in
Walter.
with the king queen suited.
You know what? I kind of like it. We want to see 5.
Raul wants to see his hand.
I think Walter's got this one.
You think Walter's going to bink off on turn and or river?
He's got an energy. Oh, he's picked up a few more outs. Nope. This is why I'm not a fortune teller.
His energy actually was not right for this hand.
It actually was not. Maybe I was confusing it with a future hand.
Is it because he's a Pisces, or?
Yeah. I think it is.
Well, Raul, who's been sitting patiently all day and kind of not being able to find too many spots, finally found a very good one to essentially triple up with all that extra money in their four-way affair, 2.5, 3 times his stack as we narrow down to the final table. Nice little pickup for him. Walter's still left with plenty of chips to work with, though. Doesn't look too happy about it.
Yeah. Can't blame him. $626 of you in the chat. Let us know who you're rooting for, whose outfit you like the best, where you're tuning in from. What kind of trail mix do you like? What would you put in your trail mix? Why is it
How
prime
many
rib?
of you like mustaches?
Are you a fan of mustaches? Are you sexually attracted to them? These are the
Do
questions
you get wrecked
that
by
we want
old
to
men
know.
on the table?
Do old men wreck you?
Was that Kashi saying that or Walter? I couldn't quite tell who was piping up and saying they had an okay hand.
I'm not sure.
I mean, with what we see now of Kashi with his drugs, his I don't know what to do. I could see him literally calling from a small blind and just telling Seb, I have an okay hand.
Yeah, he's definitely got some tricks up his sleeve. He seems to be one of the more confident players at the table. Been around the block, perhaps.
He's been around the
He's got
gym
his
once or twice.
WSW circuit t-shirt on.
Is there a name brand spinach company that we could get him a sponsorship from?
Gotta be. Canned
Put that one
spinach.
in your
I mean, between him and
Prime
Berkey,
rib.
we've got a running for best Popeye of the year.
Best Popeye of the year. Do y'all do like a Halloween party?
Best Popeye of the year is actually a national, an international award granted by the UN.
So you have your international Popeye, which is clearly our man here, Kashi, and then your stateside local Popeye, which is Berkey.
B-Boy. B-Boy is the best Popeye of the year award. Very prestigious.
Kind of regretting ever discussing trail mix now as I'm thinking about spinach, prime rib, peanuts, M&Ms all in the same little packet.
Get the M&M out of there.
Oh, yeah, it's a work in progress.
M&Ms are like the beans of candy.
And what exactly are the beans? Oh no! Oh no! I like the reference. I like it here. I'm
No,
just
it sort of has that
slightly disturbed.
harder outer thing going with the soft inside. It's like just like a bean. Terrible.
Melissa, do you know that you can actually boil the beans before you eat them, and you don't have to just eat the crunchy exterior shell?
Really?
I would not
did not
recommend
know
boiling your M&Ms though.
See, I was always boiling the M&Ms and eating the beans raw. So
Doing it
maybe
wrong
that's
for
why I don't
years.
like bitter.
Just sipping on M&M soup.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
how I was taught. Top 2 here for Mr. Lens. And nothing really for Big Blind. Cosenza, who we've seen spin in an incredible way.
I wouldn't let that dissuade you from the fact that Christoph in the big blind can get after it.
He sure can.
He is one unbaked bean and a lot of boiled M&Ms, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah. Oh, he is reaching for chips. Doing something here. He's got a little mix of different chips there. Yeah, just folded.
Really had to contemplate that one, though. Did not want to let it
Yeah,
go.
it's tough to lay down the 7 high. I get it. Been there.
Real fast, I just noticed in the upper right that we have 10 players remaining, so one has been eliminated from the outer table. And I believe we are playing to a final table of 8 is all we have spaces for. So we'll be
Alright, so
consulting
not
at
quite
8
an
if I'm
empty
not
bubble,
mistaken.
but we still are in that
Maybe
bubbly
not.
area. And we are on a pay jump now. So the next pay jump from 10 to 9 is a little more than 1,000 euros. Just under 3 buy-ins. Getting chunkier. Definitely still one that you want to play for the win, though. That first place is massive compared to the buy-in. 89,000 euros.
Yeah, Sebastian's picking up some hands here. Have that ace 10 last hand, flop top 2 pair. Now it's pocket kings against the ace 7 suited of Walter. So up against his bottom pair, queen high board texture.
Should be able to get a little bit from that bottom pair.
So if
Clean
Walter was to
turn.
hit the 7, it would be absolutely devastating for Sebastian, as I don't think he'd really see that one coming.
Mm-mm.
The ace would be an avoidable card. Not pretty,
Right.
not ideal, but avoidable.
Just gonna let it go. Gotta show one. Why not?
Sebastian just says, all right, you are the silver cup recipient right now, and I'm still playing for platinum. We do have in
We got the
chat
trail
just
already.
Willow saying the redraw's at 9. I was just going around counting how many spaces we have left. Looks like I may have missed one, so 9 works for me. One more player to go for a redraw, according to just Willow. Do you think they go to the same barber shop here at Razvedov? Like, they all have a clean, smooth haircut. Like, they just
Very
got it done
possible.
yesterday.
Ooh. This is an action flop. Quick checks on the flop.
Which
Got
leads to a
the...
lockup for Kashi on the turn.
Yeah. pretty much only chop outs here. Well, definitely only chop outs.
Oh, the pursed lips, the fear on Kashi's face with a straight flush redraw. I feel you. I feel you. Looks like a small little 3 million chips. All right.
Oh, pot size bet. Gonna fold it face up. $37 I mean, he's really chipped. Like, he sort of just ran over this table and just chipped up every hand, pretty much.
I think when he just pounded the table, I literally saw it shake. I think there's a little bit of an earthquake from Popeye there.
Yeah, understandable. I think those are some arms. Definitely flip that table if he wanted to.
Been around like a European person when they start talking about how much they weigh or how much weight they've lost? They say, "Oh, I gained 2 stone." Have you ever been a part of one of those conversations?
Yeah, I don't hear many weight loss conversations from Europeans because they just tend to not be as overweight in general as Americans.
Fair. That's definitely fair.
I have heard the stone thing and I don't understand what that means. Oh, I weigh 6 stones. I don't know what that is.
I had a Irish man tell me once that he had lost, I forget how many stones for his wedding, and you're like, oh, that's nice. I think he said he lost 7 stones for his wedding, and as American, you're like, oh, that's nice. That's cool. Good job. And you really have no idea what it is. And then we say, so do you know how much that is in pounds? And he says, well, each stone is 14 pounds, and we're like, wait, what? So he lost like 85 pounds in the last 6 months, and you're just like, oh shit, like he lost some serious weight there.
Yeah.
Chat's not a fan. They say only the UK uses stones. The rest of it is kilos. My bad. I apologize, chat. Stones is a lot of weight. That's all I know.
More than expected.
Far more.
Raul with the Doyle and the big blind, flopping absolutely nothing. Pretty much everyone flops nothing.
I mean, just assumption here that Christoph limped under the gun only makes sense with the ace-5.
Right.
No, Raul's wondering what to do with his money. So, with it being knocked down to 10 players, average is now 22 million, so just shy of that 30 big blind mark, around 28 big blinds. And by the looks of things, one more elimination will bring us down to our unofficial final table. So, still waiting to see who also remains at the exterior table, so we haven't had a glance at them. today.
Raul with the jacks. Lines are now at 400, 800k with 800k big blind ante.
Does pick up with the jacks. Yeah, I mean, they're putting in 2 million every orbit right now. And so playing with 5 players at the table, that comes around very quickly.
Definitely. Yeah, that big blind ante. It definitely gets hefty when the table is shorthanded.
Yeah, there's been some places that have lowered it to a small blind, depending on how many players there are, or reduced it for various amounts. But I think the general consensus has just been leave it as a big blind and kind of go from there.
Yeah, just makes things easier.
Raoul's turn to pick up a couple hands here. Jack's last hand, ace king off on the button now. Nine, 5. Fold it from the small blind. Walter here with an ace deuce. Looks like he's contemplating what to do and going with an all in. Raul is going to snap call and love the shape he's in.
Yep.
Ducell saying to turn down my mic, I'm super loud. I'm going to say you're the only person of 600 people to have said that, so I may make a recommendation that you turn down your speakers a little bit. No one else mentioned anything along those lines. Ace king here up against the ace deuce. Walter with some opportunities on this paired board. Needs a 6 deuce or running cards. Oh, Melissa, say it isn't so.
Ooh. Walter.
Oh.
Wow.
Raul now saved by the river.
Yeah.
I mean, you get in behind. That's about as big a roller coaster as you can go on. I mean, you're behind your head, and then just a chop on the river. Saved by the bell for Raul.
See our chip counts here. Getting down to the wire.
Yeah, Raul's really, I mean, he's run into, I think, 3 or 4 different chops along the way today. And has kind of only had that top pair hand versus the flush draw of Walter hold up.
Right.
Otherwise, he'd be drastically lower in chips.
He has been chopping an inordinate amount.
Still in good spirits. Still kind of sitting back, smiling. Just waiting on the final table to get here. Cookie Craft asking if we can use channel points to gamble on who wins it. I don't think you can do that. However, you can transform your channel points into tickets for Party Poker. Basically, every 1,000 points is equal to $1 of Party Poker tickets, so use them sparingly. Kashi getting in from the small blind here with his ace-6 suited.
I like it. Playing involved a little. Has a bit of a chip advantage here. Can maybe put some pressure on if he sees the opportunity.
Looks like Kashi's going to go ahead and lead here with his ace-6 on this 5, 6, 7 texture.
Not afraid to lead, Kashi. Seen it from him.
Oh, this is a fun one. So we talked about this a little bit earlier, how the small blind should primarily have a composition that's more in the 10 jack, jack queen type of range when he flats, and the big blind should have more of this kind of low to medium texture. And this lets me know Sebastian really knows what he's doing and knows his ranges well when he's flatting here to set up a takedown on future streets.
Right.
Definitely digging this action here from Sebastian. Raoul lets it go.
Yeah. Bottom end of the straight draw. After facing the lead in the call from the blinds, could just be up against... Yeah, he could be just drawing dead, essentially.
Yeah, I definitely don't hate the fold. I think he had a lot of reverse implied odds with his pocket fours.
Yeah. Even turning a 4 is, like, pretty bad.
So, I mean, clearly Sebastian was floating on the flop not because he had gut shot with the 3, but he had more nefarious intentions. But then he picks up this queen on the turn and really doesn't have to follow through anymore.
Right. Shrug.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sebastian has been playing well. I have noticed that.
Yeah, I mean, that a hand, while it looks kind of weird and unorthodox to a lot of people, I'm a really big fan of what I just saw, and that lets me know that Sebastian is definitely one to watch as we whittle our way down to a winner today.
Right. I agree.
Doesn't sound like Kashi is overly happy with that play. See which sizing Walter decides to go with. Chooses something right in between the limp and the 4X. Goes with fairly traditional 2.7. And will be met with resistance by Raoul in the big blind with pocket 10s, who's shoving all in.
A little over 20
there
bigs.
We go.
Pretty standard.
A fairly classic flip here on the final table bubble. Walter is going to need to hit and hold to stay alive and make the unofficial final table. Not the flop he was looking for. Raoul holding strong with 10s and 6s. 9 of clubs on the turn provides no additional equity for Walter as he needs an ace or jack on the river and is not to be. Melissa,
Oh,
Walter
I
Van
liked
Camberg
Walter.
leaves us in 10th place.
GG. Well played.
Good game indeed. And ladies and gentlemen, we have 4 players here. We have 9 players overall, and they're going to be consolidating to the unofficial final table as we return from break in 20 minutes. Stay tuned for all the action at the Party Poker Championship Czech main event as myself and Melissa bring you all the action here shortly in 20 minutes. Cheers, everyone. Thank you so much. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the final table of the PartyPoker Championship Czech main event. My name's Nathan Gamble, joined by Melissa Schubert. We're here to bring you all of the action of this exciting tournament as we play down to a winner today. How you doing, Melissa?
Doing well. And we have just learned that the top 6 will receive 10,000 euro WSOPE main event seats. So that is a pretty huge difference in bubbles.
Yeah, 7th place is going to be taking home 11,250 euros. And then 6th place is 14,650 plus an additional 10,000. So it's a pretty massive jump between those two positions.
Right. Huge pay jump. So I'm interested to see what happens when there are 7 left.
I mean, it should tighten up quite a bit. And a couple hometown heroes here, sadly for them, at the back of the pack with 2 Czech Republic fellow mates, being Jakob Kotas and Pavel Stribany, bringing up the rear. And also have a couple of German players here in Sebastian Linz, as well as chip leader Vitaly Reinbold. So will be fun to watch this play out.
And here we've got
looks like they're just taking a picture for the final table.
I like that Adidas jacket. Very nice. Always got to check out the outfits.
No, absolutely. Credit. Got a little bit of affliction there in the middle. Our chip leader at the featured table there on the right-hand side, all smiles, as Kashi is just happy to be in this position.
He did some good work leading up to this final table, and honestly, all the credit to him for pumping up that aggression, taking over some lead spots where other players might not, and it worked out for him pretty well, chipping up and accumulating before this final table, where it's extremely top heavy, and you definitely want to have some chips.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you talked about, that bubble going from 7th to 6th is probably the biggest bubble at this final table at this stage of the game. I mean, everyone wants to win the tournament, but first you want to clear that hurdle of getting an additional $10,000 seed.
Yeah, so these middling stacks are definitely going to be incentivized to play snug, as usual, but especially so with that huge pay jump.
You can tell some of these players are a little bit more relaxed than others. There's a little bit more smiles or genuine going on. Some of them are just kind of look like they're ready to get down to business. Yeah, Kashi there seems to be the one enjoying this moment the most.
Yeah, look at that smile.
Along with that gentleman second up in the affliction shirt, he seems to have some genuine happiness about him, about this affair. Not sure of his name yet, but looking forward to meeting him and making his acquaintance before too much longer.
Some sneaker game.
Who was I didn't catch that. I see him on the bottom left side of the screen. Oh, it looks like you're right. Little sneaker head there.
Yep.
And here we have Pavel Stribany, who is one of our short stacks coming into this final table in seat number 1 with 12 million chips. the man that we have all come to know in these past few hours, Popeye Kashi, in the seat number 2 with 32 million. I think we know where his money's going. It's going straight to the sneakers, Melissa.
That's right. As it should.
Now, this gentleman right here is our chip leader from Germany, Vitali, with well over 50 million chips. Raul Sav actually brought us to this final table with the elimination of Walter in 10th place when his 10s held up against the Ace-Jack offsuit. Sebastian Linz, one of the players that has impressed both of us very recently with his play, sitting a healthy 25 million chips. One we do not know too much about, Rolf Stam, sitting in seat number 6, 17 million. For a long time, this gentleman was the chip leader after coming in with just 1.5 big blinds. Christophe Cousin from France, still sitting very healthy. Jakub Kostes, aka the Wildcock, hailing from the Czech Republic, one of the short stacks today. And Antonio Carmen, all we know is he seemed very eager and excited to be taking that picture, and he looks happy to be at this final table alongside the dealer who's ready to finish this out.
It's like a happy guy.
Yeah. Those are people you can root for. The ones that are just happy, they're appreciative of the moment, and yeah, I can appreciate that from him. And we'll be kicking things off with the button in the 9 seat on Antonio. Everyone's kind of getting settled in. Most of these players haven't been under the bright lights until this moment.
Yeah, it's a nerve-wracking thing, especially being on stream. It's definitely a whole new experience. If you've never experienced it before, it can be kind of jarring, especially if you're in one of the bigger spots of your lifetime. That plus the lights and the cameras. A little bit of a pressure cooker.
I mean, so you're primarily a cash game player. Do you have much experience in tournaments? Have you made it to a point of like being on a sort of final table like this with a live stream going on?
No, the only experience I have under the lights is for cash games.
On a live stream?
It was for Poker After Dark, and I was incredibly out of my element. Not only was it my first time playing 50, 100, 200, which was way more than 10x the highest stakes I had ever played, but it was also my first time under the lights and with cameras on, and I was very nervous. It was almost an out-of-body experience. So I definitely understand.
So you have a little bit of experience on this one.
Yeah, being out of your element, it is definitely nerve-wracking. I misclick min 3-bet the button, thinking that the under the gun open was a straddle, so that wasn't great. Not ideal.
The lights change. The table itself actually changes. The rail is extremely deep there. It's a little bit different from both an emotional and mental, but also just like a physical discomfort. So it'll be interesting to see how some of these players react to that.
Yeah, usually it's a little bit warm, bright. Antonino with the aces. The cutoff, gonna open it up.
Makes it just over 2 big blinds. This man has been practicing his stare. Vitaly here is the chip leader, and you see that stare down.
Yeah, he looks like he
He's
could
going
be
to
in
be
the
one that's
UFC.
intimidating. He looks like he could be a Viking. He looks like he could be in the UFC. He's kind of got it all going for him.
Yeah. Head chef at a gourmet restaurant. I mean, could be a lot of things. You see the chips here. 62 big blinds with the chip leader. And down to 16 is the shortest. So we're not, not insanely shallow here. It's got some playability in these stacks. And it should get interesting with that huge jump.
And I mean, sometimes you'll come into a final table and there's someone that's way outside of the average. They're sitting there with 150 big blinds, and then you have a couple of 10 big blind stacks. So yeah, this one's not quite so disproportionate.
Right. Yeah, the final two tables, I mean, the bust outs happened relatively quickly. There was a lot of action going on, a lot of collisions. So they do arrive here somewhat deep for a final table, especially with the smaller buy-ins, usually the 30 or 40-minute levels. Sometimes you see really small average stacks towards the end, but it looks like we're gonna get some interesting hands with some post-flop action.
Yeah, and we keep alluding to it, but I think it is such a massive deal of that pay jump between 7th and 6th. And it'll be interesting to see which of the chip leaders steps on the gas and really applies the pressure to those short and medium stacks when that time arises.
Yeah, it's always fun to watch a chip leader who really takes the lead and applies maximum pressure.
I have noticed that we do have new chips in play as well. So the blue chips are 100,000, pink chips are 500,000, and those yellow chips are going to be 1 million each. So it did do a color up to get us to this final table.
Little limp pot here. I'm not mistaken. And
yeah, looks like a blind on blind limp pot. Pretty surprised to see Raul check back that turn.
Yeah, it's a bit interesting.
Yeah, 2 overcards to the board, flush draw, gut shot straight draw, but decides to take his equity, see the river, and whiffs it, which leads to Vitaly taking a lead here with his 3s and 6s.
Yeah, maybe trying to value from ace high.
Looks like Raul's going to give it up. Probably contemplating for a while a raise there on the river to try to pick up from Vitaly. And the rich get richer. Yeah, the position I actually would hate to be in the most here is in Kashi's spot, simply because having the massive chip leader directly on your left really puts him in a tight spot where he can't get away
Yeah.
with too many raises like he was before. So kind of handicapped.
Very true. The top two stacks aren't super incentivized to get into big pots together. Kind of have a unspoken ICM agreement to be sort of agreeable with each other as the short stacks bust out.
Yeah, no real reason for them to tangle with one another unless the cards dictate otherwise. Ralph Stom here, under the gun with the A6 of diamonds, going to pick up the pot. Every pot, as we said, is worth 2 million in chips just by picking up the blinds alone.
Yeah, very significant.
Seems like while everyone came here to play, they're a little stoic right now, just waiting for someone else to bust out.
Let's see, an open here from our chip leader. With the pocket fives and the cutoff.
Yeah, for some players, this may be a fold based off their stack size, but yeah, you really have that opportunity as the large stack to open a much wider array of hands.
Mm.
Feeling that Ralph is a pretty active player, and he definitely likes to see some flops. I mean, you could see it on his face there. He wanted to call. He wanted to play a pot.
Yeah, big blind defends get a lot tighter in these ICM situations.
Chiplier here has a very curated look. I mean, he's got the beard going on, the tight mohawk pulled back into a man bun. He has spent some time thinking about that appearance, and he knows exactly the look he's going for.
He really is reminding me of a UFC fighter. It's a very clean and intimidating look.
Anyone in particular, or just like a general, if you were to handcraft a UFC fighter, he fits that mold?
Yeah, maybe like some Conor McGregor vibes, if I were to pick one.
All right.
But he does have his own unique sort of thing going on.
He wears the champion shirt well. I mean, it makes sense on him.
Antonino opening the king-9 of spades. +1.
Yeah, Kashi getting after it with the ace-9 offsuit. Just a couple spaces
Yeah.
over. Looks like we'll have a three-way affair as Christoph calls from the big blind with the queen-10 of diamonds. Respectable holding here.
Antonino flopping the best of it. Decides to check.
Kashi going to do what he does best, take a stab, try to get some players off their equity. I think we can see it's clearly going to get through Christoph unless he has some nefarious ideas in mind, but it does get through.
Just a call.
Not so fast from Antonito.
And SPR is getting a little short here going to the turn. 8 pairs. Not changing much.
Yeah,
Just
that card doesn't really rate to change anything.
Yeah, the only thing would be that Antonino's flop call range would contain some 8x. But not a worry for Kashi. He's gonna keep applying the pressure, because there are definitely other hands in his range that he can hold out.
Yeah, Antonino is really selling this one. Interesting to see what side he's on. If he's trying to get max value from the top pair, or if he's wondering if he's beaten.
Yeah. He might.
Looks like he's going ahead,
be
proceeding
aware
with
of
a call.
Be aware that he's often in good shape. I mean, there are definitely some draws out there that he's unblocking. Although, that brings some of them in. But, yeah, I mean, SPR now is... He basically has an all-in here a lot of the time. We'll see if Kashi decides to continue on this river. After making that face, it seems like probably not.
Yeah, it does look like he's going to give it up. And a very nice pickup for Antonino. 12 million.
Sort of seemed like he knew his customer there. Big stack, likely to apply pressure. Just played the check call. Got a nice pot from it.
If somehow Kashi had been able to find an all-in there on the river, it would have been interesting to see if he would be able to find the call after that third bullet was fired. But thankfully for him, he didn't have to face that proposition.
Yeah, not a fun spot that would have been. $7:45 p.m. over in the Czech Republic. Dinner time.
Still 9 players left. Be interesting to see if any of these players start fading due to hunger or just exhaustion from playing all day. Well, something to keep an eye out on.
Yeah, definitely see that sometimes. I know I see it in myself. Get a little hangry.
Do you notice it actually affecting your play?
Yes, it's interesting because I find that if I haven't eaten yet and I kind of like play, I sometimes feel a bit sharper. I know there's a little science behind that. But if I have eaten and I'm just sort of like my blood sugar's low and I'm hungry, I can get a little punty. It's, I've been known to punt a stack or two.
That's fair. That's fair. I think I know some people that they swear by not eating anything the entirety of the tournament, simply
Mm.
because they feel that it takes too much blood to digest the food, and they're not able to think appropriately.
Right. Yeah, I prefer to just sort of snack throughout the day, like if I'm playing online, just little snacks throughout the day kind of are my favorite method of dealing with that because I do find that if I eat a big meal, I'll get a little lethargic.
Right. There's so much hand wavings and I don't knows from Kashi. I really do love watching him play.
Yeah, he's fun.
Vitali here. Nice as a chip leader to be flopping top pair in a multi-way pot.
Yeah, it's interesting to see sort of violence from the dealer here. Got 4 very playable hands in a pretty ICM pressurey situation.
So Vitali checked that back, and now it allows Ralph to pick up aces and tens here on the turn, putting him in pole position to take this pot down.
Yeah, sizable pot too.
Imagine we'll see. Did he? No, the graphic said for a second that he checked back. I didn't think that to be the case. Imagine he'll find a bet here on the turn. And the only position really in a spot to do something about it is Vitali there with King Queen. Kashi with a very expressive fold, shall we say.
Yeah. He does get a little, like, he's sort of tricky, but then once he knows he's folding, you can definitely see his emotion in his face.
So Vitali does make the call, and a 7 of diamonds rolls off on the river. This is an interesting one for Ralph here. I think without any ICM to consider, it's a clear all-in. But when we're starting to look at being a 9-handed table, you're starting to get down into the deeper money, and there's short stacks at the table. Maybe it's worth just going ahead and checking it back and preserving just on the off chance that Vitali is
Right.
trapping. Not saying that's the proper play, but there's definitely some consideration there.
Yeah, going all in for your tournament life is never fun. He does leave himself 5.5 million behind, which I like.
So there's no flush draw that came in on the turn. There's not a lot which Vitaly can bet with this line as of right now, as the ace is very well represented in Ralph. I could see him making a hero call on the end if potentially there was a flush, but it's just going to be very difficult.
Yeah. When it's this small, it's just hard to just not just flick it in with the pot odds.
Beautiful hand there for Ralph Stamm as he picks up a very, very healthy pot, moving up to 35 million chips. And you just see the yin and yang on their face, the sourness and the happiness.
Yeah, for sure. Still pretty even stacks. I mean, aside from the chip lead and the shortest stack, those middling stacks are really quite close.
I mean, we've taken some chips away from Kashi, who is one of the chip leaders, and we've taken some chips away from Vitaly, who was the chip leader, and redistributed them amongst the table. So, if anything, since starting this final table, the chips have just bunched up more and more. Sebastian Lintz here, pocket fours, raising it up in the hijack. Getting around to our big blind, who's Antonino. Based off of how he played that King-9 suited earlier, I expect to see a flat call from the Ace-Jack off.
Yeah, especially in the big blind, doesn't really have to worry about getting squeezed.
Very beautiful flop for Sebastian Lintz with the bottom set. Not too much working for Antonino, but there's always hope that he'll continue.
Absolutely stoic.
I see Sam K out in chat asking, is the Mr. Savu show still going? I apologize, you must have missed the announcement earlier. He was knocked out in 15th place, and we are now at our final table of 9 as we speak. Sebastian Lintz did go with a small bet and got called for Antonino, and is now rocking 100% underneath his set. Yeah, and Sebastian there is going to size up considerably as he doesn't block the queen, he doesn't block a 9, he doesn't block any sort of straight draws. So he's allowed to bet really big there with his bottom set, and just unfortunate for him that there's nothing to play back against him. Lintz going to open once again with the ace-queen off. Always nice when you're playing well. Start running well, picking up some chips, picking up some cards.
Definitely.
I mean, picks up the blinds, which is still another 2 million into his stack. See it right there in the middle of the screen, ladies and gentlemen. You like that table?
Yeah, I do like it. Nice pattern there.
I mean, it reads so smooth. We were talking about it just yesterday. I mean, everything reads smoothly. They have a nice slow play like a king at King's Casino. I mean, the color of the chips, the dealers, it just seems like a really nice, smooth operation here. Rosvadov. So we see a couple players, limp in and make some raises, get a little bit out of line. But on the whole, it seems that with us making the final table and with those pay jumps looming, the short to medium stacks have kind of done what they're supposed to and tightened up considerably. But Kashi is not one to shy away.
Ooh. Got an interesting flop. Some backdoors for the button. Ooh. Just the nuts.
Yeah, and Kashi doesn't know it, but he's not really going to get any action out of Carmen unless he didn't want it on the river.
Nice little pickup there for Kashi. That looming 7 to 6 jump, everyone knows it. You can feel it in the air.
Yeah, we're playing right now. 9th place is against 6,650 euros. And you have some mild, nice payouts for a while. And then it goes all the way up when you hit 6th place to the equivalent of 24,000 euros. So quite a huge difference between the two. Last through 3 more people and quadruple the money you're making right now. It's not a bad proposition.
Not too bad.
Our start of the day chip leader was knocked out in fairly short order when his ace-king wasn't able to hold up, his aces weren't able to hold up, and just had a variety of other mishaps befall him.
Yeah.
And Vitaly has that same kind of like, oh, I can't win a hand right now
Right.
expression on his face. Seems a little premature to me. Here's a possible confrontation with the ace-queen offsuit versus the pocket jacks of Vitaly in the small blind. They haven't played a hand together previously as they're both located on different tables. So don't have a lot of information other than stack sizes. And Vitaly's choosing the conservative route here with the jacks and just calling from the small blind.
Yeah. Makes some sense, I guess. Ooh. Especially when you flop a set.
Flopping top set's not too shabby. Looks like he's eyeing up and down the stack of Christoph here, trying to figure out if it makes more sense to raise now or wait for a later street. I would imagine he feels pretty comfortable with his holdings as he currently has nuts.
Yes, especially on this rainbow, very disconnected type flop.
Goes ahead and makes the call. Sets the trap. Gives a little peek back at his cards. Make sure he still has. Oh, and what a beautiful card for Vitaly. A disaster card for Christoph. Now Christoph's thinking he has the best hand. Looks like he's betting about 3.9, 4.9 million of his remaining 13 million. An instant all-in here from Vitaly. That will do it for Christoph as he makes the call, and good game, sir. As there is no card on the river that can save him.
I mean, when you have jacks here, that all-in is music to your ears.
And just to rub salt in the wound, Queen of Diamonds on the river makes Christoph a irrelevant top two pair. And he'll find himself taking home 6,650 euros as he leaves us in 9th place. Good game, sir. And, well, that gives us our chip leader once again, being Vitaly from Germany with 63 million chips, which is a very nice separation between him and second place now. Ralph Strom saying there are 43 big blinds, so almost double is the separation between the first and second place. Then we have a nice clumping all the way down until we hit our 2 players from the Czech Republic who are bringing us up in the rear in 18 big blinds and 14 big blinds, respectively.
And that big jump gets closer.
Does indeed. The next two players will not be getting a 10,000 World Series of Poker Europe main event seat. So I think we're going to see the play tighten up. How would you spell ratchet in this
Here, your mic is sounding a little underwater.
Is it?
You're back.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I was just wondering about your spelling of ratchet.
Yeah, I spell it the correct way, of course, which is with an R and not a W. The fact that Berkey tripled down that he was right and it was spelled with a W is just jarring.
He's a intellectual man. The possibility of not finding ratchet with a W in the dictionary just it didn't make sense to him.
Yeah. Gotta give him credit for the conviction.
Raul here calling for the small blind after Vitaly raised up on the button. Kind of a nice card and kind of a curse on the turn as it brings in 4 spades on board. So Vitaly with the best hand and Raul drawing slim, but always has the opportunity now to find a bluff candidate on this board texture.
Right, especially, yeah, that 4 flush board.
This is a hand that Vitaly could put into the call on turn and then give up on river if Raul decides to take another stab at it. Be interesting to see if that's what he does. Or looks like he's getting out calling chips. Eight of spades on river brings a flush on board, and it's only through aggression that one of these players stands to win this pot outright. Which is what it looks like Raul is doing. He is firing half pot 4.5 million in there, and it gets the job done. Very nice stuff there from Raul Sav. You see it here, ladies and gentlemen. Party Poker Live playing at King's Casino. Play like a king as we play down with the Party Poker Championship Czech main event. We're down to the final 8 players. And at 6 players, they're all going to receive an additional 10,000 euro World Series of Poker main event seat. So there's quite a lot of money on the line. Every player right now is guaranteed about 8,350 euros, all the way up to 89,650 euros for first place. So for a $330 tournament, there is a very nice prize pool left to play for. So obviously here in tournament world, Ace-5 suited is kind of the holy grail of bluff candidate hands. Does it play the same way in cash games these days, where it's just that number one, do not let it go and just fire all shells available, Melissa?
It really depends. Well, really not seeing many conflicts from the big blind except for that one Jack 10.
Yeah, I think that's the only defend we've really seen is the Jack 10 for Kashi up against the King Queen of Antonino. Ended up making a Jack Eye straight, taking it down on the river uncontested. There we go in the upper right. The average stack right now is 28 million, which is going to put us back into that 35 big blind average range. Very healthy spot for these players to be. Lots of play at the final table.
For sure, yeah, that's definitely a nice, healthy average.
Kashi hoping for some action here with his two black queens. He's going to rely solely on the big blind, who does have a playable ace-3 of hearts. Looks like he's going to proceed with a call, which you saw Kashi kind of nod at. He approves of this call. He wants it.
He definitely approves of the call.
And an action flop is what we receive. 7-9-9, 2 hearts.
This one could get dicey. Quick check on the flop, though.
Yeah, quick check. Or double pairs on the turn. So now Jacob here has 2 pair with an ace kicker. Going to be good majority of the time. It makes the nut flush on the river.
Here's that nut flush. Check.
Nice check back there from Kashi. You played it well, sir. You bet when you were ahead, checked when you were behind. That's all you can do sometimes in these situations. He doesn't seem overly thrilled by the results, but he definitely played it to maximize value and minimize his losses. So, still a well done job on Kashi's part. Mm-hmm. Lines are up. 500,000, 1 million, 1 million. All in under a gun for our short stack, Havel. So far, so good. Gets around to Ralph Strom on the button. Ace-10 suited. Definitely a hand that he could call with for 11 big blinds if he chooses to. Just kind of depends on what he thinks of Pavel's under a gun all-in range. Pavel doesn't realize it, but he really is rooting for a call here. So he'd be in great shape to get a double up and get right back into this final table. Good fold there by Ralph Strom. Now another decision. Very fast decision there from the small blind. Plays down king queen offsuit. Doesn't make a meal about it.
Yep. A sweater action going on there.
It's always interesting to see what the weather difference is between outside casino and inside the casino. I mean, especially here in Vegas, 112 degrees outside and then 62 degrees inside. Not sure what we're currently working with in the climate of Rosvedov. And Raul's going to provide one of the first 3-bets of this final table with ace-queen dominating the queen-10 of Vitali.
Yep, and I like his 3-bet sizing. I have not been seeing much 3-betting. And queen 10 off. It's an enticing size, but not gonna make the cut.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing as a chip leader. You can raise a lot of pots, but you also have to know when to give it up, when to, kind of protect your stack and preserve it. Antonino, again on the button with a very playable ace-king off. Going to be raising it up. Last time it didn't work out with the king-queen off, but don't think he's going to be dissuaded. It's like 2.2 million. Kashi here, pocket fives in the big blind, comes along for the ride.
Nice flop for ace king. Just a casual top 2.
I like the sizing here, 1.5 million. That's a quarter of the pot, and Kashi kind of makes what I read as a pretty frustrated call there. I just winged it in there. Looks like Antonino's going to continue firing here on the Jack of Diamonds turn. Doesn't want to let a flush draw or straight draw potentially sneak in. He's content to pick up a nice healthy stack. It's really easy to calculate blinds at this stage of a tournament when it's 500,000, 1 million. And everyone's stacks are nice, clean millions.
Yeah, definitely makes it a little easier, especially if you are counting it out in your head.
Antonio back at once again, Queen Jack offsuit and cut off. The tally definitely seems very comfortable from the blinds, taking some hands off. Same bet sizing here from Antonino as he did last hand. Sounds like Antonino's trying to bait him into folding here. Telling him it's a really bad flop for him. He should make a good fold.
Yeah.
Obviously, Jack would be disastrous for Antonino.
Yeah. 10. There's a little more, but not a great spot.
Ooh. River brings another 10.
That'll make it a bit better.
I think he feels a little bit better about his holdings now.
Yeah, maybe slightly.
And the 10 is definitely not a irrelevant backdoor card, as Vitali's going to have some king 10s, 10 jacks, 10 8s in there. So it's not like Antonio can just discount the fact that he does realistically have a 10 here, a decent portion of the time.
Very nice.
It's a nice laydown. Well done, sir. If you had to pick one player at this stage to be the champion, who's your vote?
Maybe our German friend with the trail mix.
Sebastian Linz?
Yes.
Trail mix extraordinaire? The mix master? Yeah, I think that was going to be my pick too, but now it feels like cheating a little bit to duplicate you. If you're going on that side of the house, I think I got to switch it up and just take the chip leader in that case.
That's fair.
I
That's
tend to agree that Sebastian Linz is playing extremely well right now. I'll say, yeah, for the hours of coverage that we've watched today and yesterday, that I think I've only seen one card flipped over from a dealer, and it wasn't the dealer's fault either. It was, a player that reached out a little prematurely and hit the card. I mean, I haven't seen a single
Yeah,
dealer error. They seem to be, at the absolute tip top of their game here in Ravadov.
great.
Very noticeable and palpable.
Yep. Quick dealing, too. Much different from the experience at WSOP.
Yeah, there's a couple more dealers required for some of those tournaments than others.
Very true. And for a longer stretch.
Your pick to win it all here, King 8 suited going up against the 9-7 offsuit. Particularly favorable flop for Sebastian Linz. Vitaly does bet when check too. Seb makes the understandable smooth call. Vitaly kind of gives up here on the turn, checks it back. Very much doubts
Mm-hmm.
find a way to win this one after a clean run out for Sebastian Linz. I like how he continues to set the trap though, just giving Vitaly any opportunity to fire, and it looks like he's going to bite. Sometimes that trap pays off.
Ooh. Very nice. Stone cold lens.
Through the looking glass. Vitaly does not look like a man that I would want to offend, however. So
Very
hopefully he takes
true.
it with a grain of salt.
Wouldn't want to see him in the octagon.
Or the alleyway.
True.
I think I'd rather see him in the octagon than in the alleyway. Because at least
Yeah,
you know
that's
what
a
you're
fair
getting yourself
point.
into in the octagon. There's rules, what you can do. You can fight back a little bit. But in the alleyway, if he's coming with malice in his heart, he wins. Pavel here all in once again with the Queen 10 of hearts. 14 big blinds in the middle. Rel Sav with pocket sixes for just about half his stack on the button. Typically, this is going to be a fold. We have seen Raul on the tighter side in these type of situations.
Hmm. This is interesting. I guess a jam does make some sense here from +2. I mean, you don't want to raise fold. You don't want to raise call. And you don't want to fold. The 14 bigs. Lots of fold equity and
Roughly, no.
pretty decent equity if you get called. Makes sense.
I mean, if he can just sit here and do this time after time, going to get rightfully back into the race. Here we see the chip counts. Vitaly's still up top with 51 million. Gap has closed, however, with Sebastian Linz coming in second, 36 big blinds, 37 million. And you go all the way down to our remaining Danish player who has just over 10 big blinds. Antonito once again, big hand, ace king of clubs. I mean, he got the bulk of his chips with a very adventurous king nine suited and maybe a slightly too early position, but everything else that we've seen out of him has been just premium hands time after time.
Couple of collision hands here.
Looks like Vitaly is going to 3-bet this one. And it'll be interesting to see if he can find a fold if Antonito does come back with the all-in.
25 effective. Antonino has to be shoving pretty tight given the circumstances. I think he probably can find a fold.
Yeah, I definitely tend to agree here. It's going to be additional 22 big blinds on top. And there are some very real ICM considerations that Antonino is under. So I think he's going to have to be shoving only the tippy top of his range right now. Or instead, we're going to go and see to it flop. Maybe that lets you know exactly.
I was gonna say an ace would be a disaster.
I don't think Vitaly is going to be getting too far away from this one now.
I don't think so either, especially with that flat. The ace king is so disguised.
Bets 4 million from Vitaly. From what we saw earlier from Antonino, I kind of suspect he's going to flat call, see a turn card, let it go that way, but he's kind of putting together some chips as well. Not quite sure if that's an all-in or not, or if he's just raising to 10 million. Hard to tell right now.
10 million. Ugh. I mean, it looks so strong.
Pocket eights are still retained.
Not many draws, like, it's sets or better. I mean, it's just often going to be better than ace queen here. But
yeah,
it's so confusing because he flatted.
I mean, ace king makes some sense. Pocket eights make some sense. I'd say that's about the only value that makes sense. But on the flip side, what bluffs does he possess, if any, here?
Yeah. Hard to find any.
Vitaly just pulled a nice little chance corner, slid one stack out, maybe look for a reaction, put it slowly back in.
Oh,
The money's all in. And Antonino is in amazing shape here against the ace queen of Vitaly. And you see at the
yeah.
top right of your screen, 2 queens were folded as well, Melissa.
Oh, wow. I mean, he couldn't have planned it better. Oh, some chop outs here.
I mean, if the money wasn't going all in on the pre-flop or on the flop,
Wow.
oh, there we
Wow.
go.
Phew. I mean, whoa.
Opportunities do exist. That is what a 5% looks like. Oh my. That, ladies and gentlemen, is how you get a tie pot with ace king and ace queen, with all the money going in on a very innocuous ace high board.
What a turn of events there. Just to end in a chop. But really, I mean, well set up by the ace king.
Oh, Kashi is starting to get frustrated. Did you see how I just picked up his cards? And I mean, he looked at them in a way of just kind of disgusted at the situation now. He's gone from happy and jubilant, and he is just ready to get the chips in at any given point. Pocket eights here from Vitaly, raising it up, running into the pocket queens of Ralph Stamm. Man, he's already doubled up once. And even though Vitaly has retained the top spot throughout this entire final table, you get the sense that he's going to be a little bit frustrated. He's doubled up a player. I mean, he just ran ace queen into ace king, but maybe he's going to get saved here by the small blind who has pocket tens. Oh, what a great fold that one is.
Wow.
Bravo, sir.
Yeah, that 3-bet is very strong looking.
Vitaly can't get away for just another 3.5 big blinds. Let the stare down commence. As safe as you can get with pocket queens.
Yeah, just a little top set.
Scratching the table.
What
What
does
was
the table
question?
scratch mean?
It means top set, obviously.
Noted.
Right? I'm going to be on the lookout for that one coming up in the future. That's a quarter pot. I mean, this is a reasonable one for Vitaly to continue with. He has
Yeah.
the eights, has backdoor flush potential. I don't know if he should just be giving it up now, so. Looks like he's eyeing those chips. Looks like he's going to go ahead and make a call. Press his call. 5% equity. He did it just one hand to go from 5% to a tie, but is not going to be able to do the same thing again in this hand as
Kind
the
of funny to
turn
think
closes all
that
avenues.
the 8 would be the worst turn. Little does he know.
So, I mean, Ralph's gone from the table scratch to the head scratch now.
Scratch
This
is
is stuff to look
strong.
out for. And he is just going to go all in.
Yeah. Pot size bet.
That I mean, that has a couple different things. It protects him from the flushes coming in, but also potentially can look like you're shoving all in with, say, a flush draw of your own or two
Right.
overcards, something along those lines. Twofold.
Polarizing.
We watched it earlier from Mr. Savu with the Broadway, the snap all in. And this is the moment Takashi has been waiting for since the start of this final table. All in, pocket jacks, let's go. 11 big blinds, then into the middle. So far, clean for him.
Little hesitation there.
Yeah, I get the feeling that maybe the positions were a little bit different than Pavel would be willing to make the call there, but Kashi's just jamming all in under a gun first to act. It's not quite as easy to make a call with ace four clubs in the big. Vitaly going with the limp under a gun, king queen offsuit. Still in first place, but tied with Ralph Stamm here. They're very much neck and neck, 42 million each. Stack sizes are starting to whittle down.
Yep. And those blinds will be going up.
Pavel coming along in the small blind, ace deuce off. Not entirely sure what Kashi has this go around, but it's going to have to be at least top pair from Pavel. Did he just get 2 calls or 1? No, just 1 call as Kashi had deuces in the big blind and decided to lay it down.
Running a gut shot here. Check, check. 5 of diamonds, river. Queen of diamonds in Watali's hand.
Yeah, we've seen Vitali win check 2 on the river, fire some bluffs before. So this is a spot I would not hate Pavel checking with the intention of pretty much snap calling any bet.
Agreed.
It looks like he's just staring down at his chips and commanding them to grow.
Doing a little ritual prayer.
Antonino Carmen. So we got a little bit of info on him recently. He is from Hungary and is actually the 24th all-time money list over there. He has 479,000 in total earnings for the live realm, and the biggest of which came back in 2009 at the Spring Poker Festival in Vienna, where he won first place in a 3,150 euro main event for 117,000 euros, and also has earnings of over 620,000 online. So really knows what he's doing, has been around this felt for a long time.
Yeah.
Tally bemoaning his luck. Can't get any more action out of his full house. Yeah, there's definitely a an effect when you have so many stacks clumped around each other with no clear delineated chip leader and or small stack. So unless someone really decides to step out and become the table captain, I think we're going to be seeing some long hours ahead of us as they play down to. I don't even know if it's play down to winner or play down to the top 6. Wonder when their bubble bursts.
Yeah, we will see. It is looking like a bit of a game of chicken until then. at least until that big bubble.
Yeah, I mean, a situation right there. Pavel, he wants to go all in. He probably knows he's supposed to go all in, but at the same time, ICM dictates maybe it's not the best life decision to do that right now.
Yeah.
Looks like Raoul is coming along from the big blind with a call, if I'm not mistaken, and going to dominate Antonino coming into the flop, but doesn't really get to realize that lead as the flop doesn't favor him. Chunky 3 million here from Antonino, half pot.
I like it. It's a pretty wet texture.
Yeah, it definitely makes sense on, a straight draw, flush draw type of board. As miserable as it is, as much as you don't want to, this is not a board to really continue on in Raoul's spot with the ace jack of diamonds.
Yeah, it's just sort of, you're going to be kind of in a no man's land scenario on the turn, just sort of hoping to bank an ace, and even then, like, you may not be good. It's sort of one of those just very dicey, let's get out of this situation type hands.
Yeah, because if you're ahead, it's going to be really hard to realize that equity, and if you're behind, then you're really far behind, and there's not much you can do to catch up.
Right.
Ace king here for Kashi. The all-in flare once again. Oh, Vitaly is running into it.
Oh,
His
yeah.
ace queens are. Oh,
he is suited, so he's got that going for him.
I mean, he still has a third of the equity if they're to go heads up right now without anyone else walking in the door.
Imagine it runs out of chop again. Just the deck making him sweat.
There's the eye roll.
It's a very relatable eye roll.
We've all been there. It doesn't matter if you play, 1-2 or 100-200. It's going to be a little bit more difficult to pull out chop here, but it's still within the deck. Oh my.
Oh,
There's a queen. Only a king or jack now will save Kashi on the river, and a king on the river.
Jack is being pretty cruel to Vitaly, just taking him on a roller coaster.
I mean, you saw it on both of their faces. Kashi pre-flop, are you kidding me? The eye roll, the flop comes out, he's just exasperated, he's done. And then all that energy shifted over to Kashi on the turn where he just, rolls his eyes, walks away, starts prepping the bag, and then it shifts right back over to our chip leader. I mean, that is a brutal run out.
Yeah, I mean, they just had to give him that queen, that false hope on the turn.
I mean, he's doing so much better without that queen. Just don't give him the psychological oomph and then snatch it from him. I feel like it's when you go trick or treating as a kid, you finally hit that one house that just has loads and loads of like, full size candy bars, and you take it home and you're all proud and happy, and then your parent just yanks it from your hand and takes it.
Yeah,
It's
it's
mean.
very similar to that.
Or if you're Henry Kilbane, you're at the hookah lounge here at King's, and you're sitting there having a nice smoke up of shisha, and then you get that hit of coal straight into the lungs. It's the same
If
experience.
it just falls over, I mean, Henry would have a
Yeah.
meltdown.
Oh, poor Henry.
You know, he's not even here to defend himself. Just
Oh, that's
has
the
to
best
be
time.
has to be stuck as the hookah guy. What you get for doing a hookah ad.
I'm never gonna let him live that down. I'm just gonna make sure he knows forever.
I love that they're just playing it on repeat.
I mean, it's a pretty fitting, like, good name, right? Hookah Henry Kilbane. Or Henry
Yeah,
Hookah Kilbane.
Hookah Henry
Yeah.
could be a new YouTube channel or something. Hookah with Henry.
Get some affiliate deals going. Drop hookah in the
Hey,
chat.
Henry, you're here.
22.
Need some. We could try and find you some sponsors. Hookah with Henry.
Maybe we can start up his own brand, HK Hookahs.
Wow, possibilities are endless.
Ace Queen once again for Vitali. We did see an Ace 5 folded. And surprisingly, shockingly, Vitali is actually going to win one time with the Ace Queen. 3 attempts, 1 win.
He's like, not this hand again.
I mean, 1 tie, 1 win, 1 loss. And yeah, let's just say he's not on the plus side of that ledger right now. Pavel here is coming off with some, just strong vibes. He seems to know what he's doing. He seems to know his ranges. Has a little bit of Martin Jacobson. Every time he shoves all in, it gets through.
Mm-hmm.
So while he's short stacking it, I definitely see potential. Kashi going into Adventureland here, flatting the undergun open with the A6 of diamonds. It's a pretty reasonable board texture for Pavel. I mean, we got the gut shot, we got the backdoor flush draw, the overcard,
Mm-hmm.
and why Kashi may have a jack in hand. He doesn't rate to have too much that connected with this board.
I wonder if we ever see a little check raise action here. Maybe just a click? Probably just gonna call.
Does go with the call. think if they were deeper, we could definitely see a check raise.
Yeah, agreed.
Three of hearts on the turn, completing a flush, which neither of them have.
Wow. Just gonna take that one down.
Gets it through.
Aggression paying off.
Another dealer change here for our final 8 players. Yeah, Kashi has put himself back up into contention. I mean, he was pretty short there for a while. Now he has 30 million to work with, so built himself back up into this.
Yeah, he is good at accumulating those pots that sort of seem like the other player might not have a huge hold on them. He kind of takes over and attacks and does get the job done, especially in these types of situations when the table is playing so snug due to the ICM circumstances. The massive jump from 7th to 6th.
Yeah. And, you know, Sebastian here, ace queen offsuit, takes it down. Lets Vitaly know exactly how you play that hand. I mean, you know, it's like ICM does dictate tighter play, but there hasn't been anything too special folded from any of these players so far. Some, you know, offsuit ace 5, some 9-10s. It's all a very reasonable play at this stage of the game.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, here we go for Antonino. Once again, massive hand on the button. Ace-king suited after raise from Jacob with the ace-5 off. Looks like he's prying off raising chips, makes it 6 million. That's going to get it done. Picks up another 4.5 million, adds it to his stack. And as you can see here, the players are going on break. Your top stack there is Rolf Stom, 39 big blinds. It's a very large clumping effect all the way down.
Yeah, really anyone's game.
Absolutely. Even the short stacks have 12, 13 big blinds. One double up and we'll be right back in it. But we'll be right back in 13 minutes as we go on break. So for myself and Melissa, for Kings Resorts Poker Stars Championship Czech main event, we will see you shortly, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome on back, ladies and gentlemen, to the final table of the PartyPoker Championship Czech main event. We're down to the final 8 players, with all of them vying for a top place of 89,650 euros. I'm Nathan Gamble, 2-time World Series of Poker bracelet winner, joined by Melissa Schubert. How are you doing today, Melissa?
Doing good. We may have a long day ahead of us here.
We may indeed. There's a lot of clumping happening here between these 8 players. A single double up for even the bottom 2 stacks would see them right back in contention. So we've been going for about 6.5, 7 hours already today. And I think we got a few more hours left in this stream.
We've got 8 remaining, and if you guys did not know, the final 6 get a 10,300 euro seat to the WSOPE main event. So there is going to be a lot of ICM pressure right around 7, and I think that we sort of see the effects of that at this final table where tensions are high, people are playing snug, not too much out-of-line behavior happening.
Yeah, absolutely. And while we were on break, it appears that we quadrupled our viewer count. So for those of you that are new to this stream, this is the PartyPoker Championship Czech main event. It's a 330 euro buy-in, and 500,000 was guaranteed, but they blew that well out of the water and hit 645,000 in the prize pool, with more than 2,200 players hitting the felt for this event. It's hosted by PartyPoker and King's Casino here in Rozvadov, Czech Republic. So welcome on in. Appreciate y'all for joining us today. As you're saying, Melissa, we have 8 people left, and 8th place takes home 83.50, and 7th place, healthy 11,000 euros. But 6th place takes home 14,650 euros plus that 10K seat. So there's a very, very large discrepancy between the 2 spots of 7th and 6th place.
Mm-hmm.
Arian Kashi here, hailing from Denmark, has been one of the more assertive players at the table. Really been mixing it up as much as possible. Has second pair versus chip leader start today, Vitaly Reinbold from Germany. Makes a nice laydown. Brazilian Donk out there asking what the buy-in is of this tournament. It was a 330 euro buy-in and a €500,000 guarantee. But again, they blew that well out of the water and hit about 645,000 in the total prize pool for just 330 euros. So you managed to make it out to Barcelona for the PartyPoker Millions out there, Melissa. I know we have a few events coming up here with PartyPoker in the next 3 months. And you said you're going to be heading out to PartyPoker Millions in the UK come November, December timeframe?
Yes, indeed I will. Be my first time in the UK. I had a lot of fun at the last Millions, so I'm looking forward to it. Although, it's not going to be, the same weather situation. We're going to be dealing with a little more blistery winter type stuff. But that's okay.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever been out there during winter time. I know it gets rainy, it gets a little cold. So should be an enjoyable event though. It's going to be held at dusk till dawn from November 20th to December 6th. Are you going to be there for the entire fair, or do you know the schedule yet of when you're going to be out there?
I think it's for the entire thing. I'm not totally sure.
Oh, there's plenty more festivals, both online and live, between now and then to figure out the scheduling. I know we have one happening online right now on Party Poker, ranging from $3.20 buy-in all the way up to $320 buy-in. And we have the Grand Prix UK coming up here September. Let's see, it was September 4th through the 11th. Festival of Bratislava coming in October, and then again that Millions UK coming up November, December timeframe. So plenty of time to get schedules figured out.
Yep, and if you guys have been watching, you can exchange your channel points for tickets and participate in the Grand Prix on Party Poker.
So we just saw it in the upper right hand side. The average chip stack right now is 28 big blinds. So amongst these 8 players, there's still definitely some room to work with, but they're not overly deep. They're just have just enough room to work with. Antonino, Mr. Nino online, opening it up with the Ace-10 offsuit. You can call from the start of the day, chip leader Vitaly, Queen-Jack off. And Raul Sav is going to give it some consideration on the button, but find the fold. So it looks like we're going to be going to a flop with just these 2 players. Around about 30 big blinds each. Enough maneuverability to make it interesting.
Definitely. Imagine we'll see a check. And we'll see that. Gonna need a little protection here.
Does let it go. And a much necessary, maybe not even chip pickup here from our start of day chip leader, but just psychological. He's been running into it time after time after time, so kind of need that mental pick-me-up of winning a hand.
Yeah, that does help. Momentum is definitely a real factor.
Pavel has been one of our short stacks throughout the day, but he's kind of just maintained his stack, shoving all in once in a while, and has really just been able to pick up the blinds and antes in just the last hour orbit. Just keep going. Raul with a real hand, pocket queens in the cutoff.
Mamacitas, as Pads would say.
Mamacitas.
Come on,
We
the
got
boys.
Patrick Leonard. Great man.
Great.
Won his
Yeah,
first
and
bracelet this
it's been
year
fun.
alongside the WSOP main event champion, Espen
Yeah.
Norstad, in the tag team event. We're going to go to a flop here with the Jack 5 suited, calling from the big blind.
11 big blinds effective here on this flop. Little under 2-1 SPR.
A continuation bet's just going to take it down. Yeah, Patrick Leonard, he won his first bracelet in the tag team event alongside Espen Jorstad. And he's also, team Party Poker. He's been on this team for quite some time. We've been going at it for a minute. Let's be honest. We're 7 hours in, so slurring of the word starts happening at this stage.
Queen Jack offsuit. Or Watali. Getting involved in a lot of pots here.
We're all here with pocket fives. Kind of an awkward stack sizing to do really anything other than fold. I mean, he can't really make the call too profitably.
Right.
And then at the same time, doesn't make a lot of sense with his stack size to 3-bet it. So I
Yeah.
assume we're going to see some posturing and then a fold. But does let go. I mean, as you alluded to, the pay jump between 7th and 6th is absolutely massive. So it really keeps a lot of these players in check right now from getting too out of line.
Yeah, I'm interested to see if this dynamic changes after that sort of big bubble burst, and if people will start kind of pumping up the aggression and trying to get that first place, because it is still a very top-heavy tournament, even considering that big bubble.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if we're going to see some fist pumps. And let's take a look.
Sort
I
of
mean,
like
the top
when they
6
cash
here. Wow, they're tightly clumped together at this point in time.
No one is really pulling ahead too far with the lead here. I think they are really trying to just wait out the short stack, and it might just be an even playing field if unless there are some big hands colliding.
Let's be honest. If we were sitting here and this was a daily $330 event, and they made the final table, they would have chopped it 9 players. But a little bit more on the line here.
Yeah.
It's always the one old guy at the table that tries to convince everyone to fold or to chop, and then one person refuses. Inevitably, they get knocked out next, and the old man kind of looks at them and says, "Oh, this is what you deserve. It's karma." And, we've all been there.
Yep.
Antonino here, ace-king in the small blind, with the big blind only having about 14 million. Antonino's got to set the trap. Go fishing. Pavel doesn't fall for it right away. We'll see what the flop brings.
Got some clubs. Clubs for Pavel. Also, a bit of it's a tricky flop, blind versus blind. The ranges are just so wide, and there's a lot going on here.
Checks it back.
Oh. Antonino
Top
with the
pair.
king. 1.5 small bet. Think we'll see a call. I mean, he's getting such good odds.
Yeah, I don't find any way for fold here. Needs a club on the river.
And he binks it.
So Antonino went out hunting today, tried to get Pavel in his trap, and instead he finds himself on the receiving end of
He goes
very
with
gnarly
the
river.
2/3 river bet. I mean, the king of clubs in his hand has to give him a little bit more confidence in betting a bigger size. Unfortunately, he is going to run into a flush here. And I imagine we will see a raise, although he doesn't have much behind. So it's possible we could see a little bit more of a conservative call here. Nope, gonna go all in. I like it.
And you see the exasperation on Antonino's face. I see in chat they're wondering if he's Hungarian. He is Hungarian. That's why the Hungarian flag is next to him. He's actually 24th on Hungary's all-time money list. So, knows what he's doing.
5.7 win, 25.7 in a line that's rarely a bluff, but the odds are so good. You have the king of clubs in your hand. It's a really tough fold to make because if you are facing any sort of bluffs, you have to call. But it's not often that people are bluffing all in this spot at the same time. I'm sure that's a consideration as well. This is not fun. I do not envy him.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of people will kind of not really think this spot through. They're just going to snap call it and find the disappointment when they're met with the flush on the river. But it kind of shows you exactly where he's at in his game when he knows to spend some time in consideration.
Definitely. I mean, it's such an underbluff spot, but you're getting such good odds to call. He's parsing through potential combos, I'm sure. Blind versus blind as well. It's such wide ranges. There's a lot to consider.
And the other thing is, it's only 5 big blinds, but 5 big blinds at this point in the tournament is pretty massive.
Yeah, worth a ton. Every chip matters a lot at this point.
Yeah, you really don't beat any value hand that's shoving all in, because even if we gave Pavel the absolute best king he could have, that you beat king queen, he's not going to be shoving all in here. So you lose to the king eights, you lose to the naked fives, you lose to a flush. So pretty much the only thing that you're going to be at this point is a bluff. And as you said, Melissa, there's not many of those left in his range at this tight ICM configuration.
Yeah. Yeah, just gonna flick it in. I imagine if he didn't have the king of clubs, it would be leaning towards more of a fold, perhaps. But the king of clubs is just like such a key card to have in your hand.
With that double up, Pavel is no longer the short stack. He's right in the middle. And I mean, it's really been a very nice story for him today. All of his all-ins have gotten through. He's picked up the blinds a few times. And now he finds himself right in contention at this final table.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So this is interesting because it sort of seemed like the table dynamic was waiting out the shorty. Now things are a bit even more even, if you can imagine that. So I'm not really sure what's going to happen here, but 2 people to go until there is like a 24k pay jump.
Yeah, we have one short stack hailing from the Czech Republic in Jacob over in the 7 seat. I believe he has about 10 to 12 big blinds, but other than that, there's no short stack to speak of left at this final table.
I feel like we're just bound to see an ugly collision. Everyone's trying to avoid it so much.
I feel like Pavel is one of the people that once he gets chips, he can start getting aggressive. He seemed to make a couple right moves at the right time that let me know where his head is at. So I wouldn't be too surprised to see him really ramp up aggression now he has a stack to work with.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's a good point. Haven't really seen him work his magic, so to speak. Hasn't really been in a position to, so I'm interested to see.
So he does go ahead and lead this flop. Ace 5 6. He's going to have the majority of the aces in his range, as Kashi would probably be raising them from the big blind. So he does get to lead this flop a little bit more often than most people would assume.
Mm-hmm.
Check, check. 10 of hearts on the river. Pavel now with Jack of hearts. Fairly relevant on that.
Yep, definitely. Kind of a weird one because you don't really have any option but to check with the Jack high. Usually if you're going to block bet with Jack high, you're trying to make, Queen high or King high fold. But in this instance, those are very connected to the board. So it's sort of a yucky spot where you do leave yourself vulnerable to being bluffed because you can't really do much in terms of betting.
Yeah. And Kashi there when check 2 fired and was met with immediate fold by Pavel. So well played by both parties.
Kashi, as he does when check 2, he will fire. Which seems to be a very useful thing in this type table dynamic. When you're facing a lot of snug opponents, your propensity to use aggression will be rewarded.
Definitely seems to be the case here. It's always interesting when you watch streams like this. You get the opportunity to see the whole table face up and see what players are doing and just how that aggression is rewarded. It really brings home the point that aggression is the key to winning this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And it also acts to protect your hand from taking on further variance in later streets when you're aggressive early, and it also is just these small pots that he's able to take down from aggression. They just accumulate, as we saw in the final 2 tables. He chipped up to like 38 million just from non-showdown pots.
Well, we're going 3-way to a flop here. 9-7-4 rainbow. And Kashi's just going to lead with his mid pair into the field. We're all here
Kashi
with the...
showing once again, he's not afraid to lead. And he is doing it on
Absolutely.
boards that definitely make sense boards that favor his range. Flopping top pair here. I mean, it's easy protection against overcards. Of course, the ace-king a little too good to let go of with the backdoor flush and the two best overs, but...
And then Pavel's waiting behind with top pair, decent kicker, backdoor flush draws, backdoor straight draws.
Kashi just shaking his head. It's funny because I can't really tell if he's posturing or like if he's like, it sort of seems like a bit of a merge between posturing and being disgruntled by the calls. But yeah, he doesn't seem too happy about this.
He seems to wear his heart on his sleeve, but as you said, he did that earlier and keeps betting with bluffs. Yeah.
He is balanced because sometimes he looks upset when he has it. And sometimes he genuinely looks upset and is. It's really, you know, for anyone who is like trying to read him, like they could definitely be thrown off at some point because he is so emotive, but it's not always, you know, matching what's going on.
I don't know how I feel about this one from Raul. After Kashi leads from the small blind, Raul calls, and then Pavel calls behind. I mean, this is a very, very ambitious bet here from Raul on the turn.
Really bad for his range, this entire board. Facing button and small blind, you're going to be against sets. Straights are around, you know, there's quite a bit. Did the Jack-9 fold? Oh wow.
The Jack-9 folded, and then the 7-5 is in there.
What an interesting hand. So, Kashi didn't have to bluff. Raul actually did it for him. I don't know that this is going to get to showdown though. Okay, it is. And Pavel's not going to be too pleased to see these cards.
There's some genuine emotion right there.
A little bit. Yeah, it was interesting. He kind of didn't have to bluff because it was done for him.
Well, with that one, Kashi is back up into a lead with 55 million chips. And we have one clear short stack, and then three more are in a kind of medium short range in that 15 to 14 big blind. So there's starting to be some delineation here between the stack sizes once again.
Yeah, it was sort of, they were all waiting around for Pavel to kind of like bust, and then when he doubled, everything kind of started to scatter a bit.
You gotta feel bad for Pavel there. If he's able to stick in on the turn, he would be picking up a very, very healthy pot.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty tight fold there, but I mean, he was in the middle of the two to act. You have to be a bit tighter, but yeah. It's not fun to see hands at showdown that you would have beat.
Ace 10 here for Sebastian Lin's under a gun going up against the Ace Queen suited of Antonino. And definitely from what we've seen, if the Ace Queen is to go with it, I think it'll be a pretty easy fold for Sebastian with the Ace 10 off.
15 bigs here with Ace Queen, gonna get it in.
Does a jam all in. Yeah, I don't imagine Sebastian is going to be able to call.
No.
Very quick fold.
Maybe if it were something like button versus big blind. be more of a consideration, but I like Antonino, actually. I've liked what I've seen so far from his play.
He's pretty solid. I mean, he came in
Yeah.
today to me as a wild card, standing in the back, looking happy, like he'd never been at final table before. And
Right.
then you check his results and
Sure.
say, "Oh, yeah,
He's a reg.
this guy knows what's up."
Nope. Yeah, he's definitely solid. I mean, we're seeing a lot of solid play at this final table. Although I would have loved to see Savu in here, just, you know, throwing a wrench in things.
Mr. Savu? The man, the myth, the legend?
The one, the only Mr. Savu.
I hope he
he's
makes more
watching.
streams that we get to commentate on.
I know.
First pot in a very long time for Jacob. Wildcock.
Wild cock.
Do you think he has one of those wristwatch that also doubles as a calculator?
You know, maybe. I actually think I would like one of those for live poker. Because sometimes those blinds are a little hard to calculate.
You're on the button and you just stop. Just start punching
I'm
it straight in.
After every hand, I'm like calculating on my phone, like with my privacy screen on, so no one knows that I can't do mental math. People think I'm thinking about a decision. No, I'm just trying to count. But it made me feel a little better. After Steve O'Dwyer won an event in Barcelona, Henry interviewed him and asked him what he's thinking about when he's doing. He sort of stares and looks like he's so deep in thought, and he said, "Honestly, I'm trying to count the pot." That made me feel a little better.
You're not alone. You're amongst good company if Steve O'Dwyer's doing the same thing. Raoul here, all in from the button. This one may get called if it's coming from the button.
For sure, yeah. And under 15 bigs, I mean, button's gonna be jamming some worse hands than ace 9, some ace 8, ace 7, probably down to ace 5 in some cases.
Looks like Ralph wants to make the call.
So Mr. Sabu ended up at 15th.
Yeah, God bless him.
I think he's gonna call this. I mean, it's flipping against a bunch of his range. Nope. Soul read.
Nice fold.
Saw the little eye contact and look away, and he said, "No, that's strong."
Mm-hmm. He knows what he's doing. He's not a player.
I hate that when I like all in or something and I make eye contact and like I just feel like I freeze up, and at that moment they've read me and I'm fucked. That's when I have to just stare at the table. I can't make eye contact. It ruins it. I need like Greg Raymer glasses.
You should go in now with the approach, like, if you make eye contact, it's now your job, like, to just maintain it. And then while they're, like, eyeing you up, just lick your lips. Just make it as weird and as comfortable for them as possible. Doesn't matter if you have it or not, just, I mean, you really got to own it.
Yeah.
See, big ass Goobus out there. Wonderful name, by the way. Asking if this is an Eastern European poker tour. It is not. You are joining us live for the Party Poker Champions Czech main event. It is a 330 euro buy-in, and it had a 500,000 guarantee, which was blown out of the water with over 2,200 entries, bringing us to a total prize pool of 645,000 euros. So for 330 buy-in, they're right now playing for over 89,000 euros for first place.
That is pretty insane.
Ace Queen of Clubs going up against Vitaly's Ace Jack offsuit. And Vitaly once again finds himself absolutely decimated on ace high flop.
Ugh, it's always a pip away, isn't it? You catch a break. Just about a 2-to-1 SPR.
That flop for Pavel is a dream flop. You got top pair, you got a second nut kicker, you got the nut flush draw. It's everything.
It's one of those
you
flops
could dream
you
for.
just see and you say, "Yep, this pot is mine." Small bet. Does not need much protection here. Trying to eke out some value.
Yeah, I will say, I think Vitaly smells something a little bit off because Pavel just kind of mid-raised to start with, and now he's betting small on this flop texture.
Yeah,
It's like, hey,
and he's
what's
starting
going on?
off
Why are we
short.
going so small? Yeah.
You're pretty much at this point only going to be raising hands that can call a jam. You don't really want to be raise folding off that stack size that early. So definitely seems like I was gonna say it seems like his spidey senses are tingling, but then he raised. So this is very interesting. If he calls here, it will be about a 0.6 SPR on the turn, so it's kind of like, do we just get it in?
I mean, if you flat here, let's say Vitaly is bluffing.
Right.
I don't know if he's going to continue bluffing anything after you flat. So it's more like if you get it in now, let's say he has King Jack of clubs, he's obligated to continue. But Pavel is just going to flat. See how he plays this one out.
So, as Pavel, you have to think, what could he possibly be raising in position? Two pair is definitely a candidate. Top and bottom is a very common candidate to raise. I wonder if that is a little concerning to him. Nonetheless, his hand is just too good. I don't see how this ends with him folding ever.
Now, deuce of spades on the river. The whole thing is very suspect, I think, for Vitaly. And honestly, if given the opportunity, I wonder if he would check back on this particular river.
I think so. I mean, he's sort of has to be targeting some flush draws on that with that flop raise. So then once everything bricks, you usually feel a little bit better about checking behind. But yeah, now it's just sort of gross. Ugh. Good size.
Right? I mean, that's 20% pot on the river. It kind of forces Vitaly to call, even though you don't want to.
Yeah, it sucks. He keeps being one pip behind. Like, such a strong hand, but also, you can tell he's not happy.
Does make the call, has to pay it off. And
Yeah.
Pavel now. Oh, look at the glee on his face.
What a spin up. Well played. Good hand. Really nice river size there.
Yeah, I think the only way maybe he could have eked out just a little bit more profit was if he had actually jammed on the flop, but
Yeah,
that's
I
only
agree,
his one
because
particular
it's
holding.
his flush
So.
draws in. Kind of blocking your own flush draws works out in your benefit there. It makes it less likely that they have a flush draw and more likely they have a pair that's going to call you. So, yeah, definitely could see that.
Yeah. I mean, we're also looking at it from the position of what he actually had versus his entire
Right.
range, so.
Yeah, I know if I'm in that position and there's like a huge ICM scenario going on, of course I'm gonna go worst case, and I'm thinking, oh, he raised me with 2 pair and just turned a boat. My doomer brain take me down that spiral.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting to see how fast you can kind of spiral in that sense.
I know. It's sort of like if you unconsciously want to do something and then you kind of will find reasons that even might be very statistically unlikely and just sort of stick on to them like, no, I'm sure it's what they have. Queen 8 off, shoving the small blind there. Very standard.
Gets that one through.
$3,000 of you joining us. Hope you all are having a lovely day or night, depending on where you are in the world. Under the gun, ace-9 off. From... Is Kashi our chip leader, or do we have another one?
What was that?
Is Kashi the chip leader at the moment with the 53 mil?
He should be. Yeah.
Yeah, so opening it wide is pretty normal.
It's going to be pretty hard here to call, though, against the all-in
Yeah.
of Jacob.
I mean, you're already opening... Oh, I'm actually a little surprised to see that call. Already opening quite wide, so... Alright. It is a race, and the equities, even though ace-jack is dominating ace-9 by so much... Oh. I was gonna say the equities are actually not that far, but now, clearly,
They're about
Kotas
far as
has the
possible.
lead and turns him dead. Evening out the stacks once again. Shorties keep doubling.
Yeah, I mean, this was the biggest stack in Kashi and the shortest stack in Kotas, and now they kind of bring us completely back into equilibrium.
Right.
With
Only 10 big blinds separating them now.
Yeah, I think all of the stacks are now between 25 and 30 big blinds.
Wondering who is our chip leader now? Perhaps Lens? 29 up 34.
It's essentially anyone's game at this stage of the tournament.
Yeah,
Such clunky
it's
on.
it's a game of chicken as these ICM scenarios become, especially with the added 10k for the first 6. It really sort of makes the dynamic tricky to navigate, especially if you've never really navigated something like that before. It is sort of an unconventional extra bubble.
Yeah, it's almost like, I mean, it's its own thing that you're playing for here. It's you're at the final table. There's pay jumps to consider, and now there's pay jumps within the pay jumps, and it's pretty massive.
Yeah. Hotus gonna fire a bet out here. Got the pair plus gut shot, and take it down easily against the 5-4 of diamonds. I would say 5-4 of diamonds is my 4th favorite of the suits of 5-4. So it would go club, spades, hearts, then diamonds.
Hearts, diamonds.
Just aesthetically, that's what speaks to me as a Libra.
But if it's different hands, like Queen 10 is the hearts and the diamonds.
Queen,
yeah.
hearts, then diamonds, then spades, then clubs. It's very weird. They are reversed.
As a Libra, of course.
As a Libra, I stay balanced.
Rel here, raise it up under the gun. Yeah, this could be a long affair. I mean, it's already quite long. We start this morning at 5:30 a.m. Las Vegas time for those of you who are stateside, and we are 7 hours deep right now. How long would you say we've been playing 8-handed? Go on to say
maybe 2 hours, 3. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, because we've had a break. Could be. Wow, that really has been a while. Well, the short stacks have doubled twice. It's always frustrating when you're one of the other stacks and you're kind of waiting for the short stack, and then they double, and then the next short stack doubles, and then you're like, oh well, I looks like I'm the short stack now.
And then you get it all in after 15 consecutive all ins. You just say it's my chance to double up, and lo and behold,
Right.
it's your turn to
double.
bust. Yeah. I have a handful of unofficial final tables where that's happened. We play for 3 or 4 hours, and there's double up here, double up there, 15 times in a row, and you're just like, man, this is gonna last forever. And you get all in, and you're like, all right, it's my turn. No, oh, I'm the bubble. All right,
Right.
Well, this is
Sort of everyone takes their turn on the chopping block, and then you just hope to not get decapitated, and there it is.
Looks like you have many fans out there in chat asking who is the owner of that female voice. Who does the lovely
Thank
female
you.
voice belong to? You do have a very smooth and sultry voice for
Yeah.
this.
Thank you very much. I did get, that was the most common feedback I got in Barcelona. That was actually my first time doing commentary. And everyone was saying, maybe I should take up ASMR. Be the next Amaranth. It's an option.
Yeah. If only Friends doesn't work out for you, there's other options. You don't have to turn
Yeah.
to the dark side.
Right, exactly. Don't have to start selling pictures of my feet. You know, I could sell my voice.
I mean, in all fairness, if I was able to sell pictures of my feet and make a healthy living, my feet would be all over
Honestly,
the
yeah.
internet.
It's not much cost to the owner of the foot.
Not at all. Yeah, you have to get
Got
pedicures,
my feet at the
probably once a
pool.
week.
That's
Make sure they
that's a
stay
lot.
clean.
I go maybe once a month. But yeah, I guess if you're selling pictures, you should be going a bit more.
Yeah, I mean, I would be a regular client. They would know me by name, for sure.
You could try. I mean, I bet there's a market for you.
Not. I'm looking at my feet right now. Let me tell you, there should be no market for these feet.
We went with Berkey and Landon. They got their first pedicures a couple weeks ago.
Okay.
And when I
How'd they go?
say there was years and years of calluses coming off, I mean, I couldn't believe my eyes. She said, "Oh, you smashed your toenail." They could tell the toenails all bent out of shape.
I mean, Landon is still young enough. He's what, early 20s. So,
Ah, somehow
it's
he had
about
more
perfect
skin than
timing.
Berkey did. It was unbelievable. The ladies were in awe.
I mean, I know Berkey has a rough backstory. He grew up in not the best areas and very rough upbringing. But I feel like now that he is who he is, he lives a pampered life.
Yeah, he enjoys the comforts, the sauna, the gym, the hot tub. You love to see it. Self-care, very important.
Sebastian here. I feel like Ace 9 off has been kind of the hand of the hour, if you will.
Yeah, we kind of saw that with Ace Queen. Now we're seeing a lot of Ace 9.
Ace 9 does not seem to be holding up too well,
No.
especially now on this Queen High board texture.
Definitely one that you can get away from. Pablo will have some checkbacks, but mostly wants to see bet here. Just favors his range a lot.
Sebastian does not look happy about that outcome.
Yeah, he hasn't really won a hand in a while. Might be getting a little frustrated. Let's see what time it is there. 10:13 p.m. So they've been going for a while here.
Yeah, we're sitting here just doing the commentary on it, and we've been going for 7 hours where you start slurring your words a little bit, but when you're actually in there playing, it's even more challenging to stay cognizant after
Yeah,
such long hours at the table.
definitely. Henry and I did a 12-hour stream, and by the end, I was calling out the wrong hand. I was just like, you know what? I'm sorry, guys. My eyes are deceiving me.
You start going cross-eyed at that point.
Yes. Straights translate to flushes in your brain and somehow come out of your mouth as, it's just you're calling out different words, it's just a mess.
Ralph, for a long time, was a chip leader as he took down a couple of healthy pots, and we haven't really seen much from him in quite some time now.
Yeah.
Feel like, I mean, to be fair, every single player at this final table has had the turn as a chip lead. I believe it's been fairly equal amongst them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, kind of passing it back and forth. Little hot potato action. Hot potatoing the short stack. I
Vitaly
feel
now
like the
jacks
way
once
this is
again.
going, we're going to have to see some collisions and some violence in order to see bust outs, because they are definitely, playing it close to the chest.
Vitaly's just going ahead and jamming it all in with the jacks, about 14 big blinds. And here we go. Is this potentially one of those confrontations at this stage of the game?
Definitely potentially is. I mean, as Lens, you have to be thinking all of his strongest hands, he's probably going to want to raise call. I mean, Jax is obviously up there, but I would tend to think something like aces or kings is going to want to raise call.
Yeah,
Probably
I tend to
queens,
agree.
too.
Definitely some serious consideration here from Sebastian. I think it just speaks to the ICM pressure that they're under, the stack size dynamics that they're under. As to, I mean, normally this would be a snap call, but here we are in a very different situation.
Two Germans, maybe, a little German. Okay, I was gonna say maybe a little German sensing, but lays it down. Declines the flip. Although he doesn't know it's a flip, of course, but calling all ins is tough. So we see Ralph here debating it for a moment with the sevens, does let it go, and gets actually through a bunch of hands that could definitely consider calling, but opt not to. I wonder how that would have gone differently if he had just opened. If we would see a 3-bet jam, if we would see some post swap, it's hard to say. I did get the fire alarm battery fixed. Well, I didn't replace the battery, but like, don't tell the fire marshal I didn't replace it, but I did press the button to make it stop beeping. So in my mind it is fixed. I hope I don't like start a fire and then not have it go off, but so far so good. Thanks, Todd. I feel good about it. Real handyman of sorts. Ace Queen, we see her again. In the small blind this time. Decides to jam. Queen 9 offsuit in the big blind. Just over, slightly over 10 bigs, and does let it go. Easy fold for him, considering ICM. I think it's good. It's not going to be jamming quite as wide, because those chips really matter right now. Pocket sixes for Kotas on the button, also known as wild cock. A bit over 20 bigs, likely to just see an open here. Oh, nope, he jams. Shorter stacks behind. Sort of, yeah, you see Pavel's got a bit of a, like, confused look, because it is kind of a big jam. But I can see the logic there with the sixes. It's sort of like an uncomfortable hand. You don't really love a raised call there. Got Ralph here, gonna flip it back in. And 10 bigs button. What are we thinking about here, Antonino? Want to try and steal some blinds, maybe? Does have fold equity, but he's gonna be disciplined and let it go. Small blind, king six of diamonds for Pavel. Just about 17 and a half big blinds effective. See a call and a check. Let's see a flop here, blind versus blind. King 8-4, all hearts. Kashi with the jack of hearts. A little tricky here. Pavel deciding to check. I'm assuming he will be check calling here. Feeling a little uncomfortable. But he has been playing next to Kashi all day, who does tend to bet frequently. So maybe that will help a little. And there's the ace of hearts. Pretty bad turn. One of the worst for Pavel. I mean, yeah, this is gonna probably go... Yeah, 5 mil into 10, so he goes half pot on here. Yeah, probably just check fold. I don't know. Blind versus blind gets tough. There's a lot of hands. Super wide ranges. Top pair is now middle pair with the 4 flush coming in. Let's talk. Kashi not afraid to do a little talking. Not afraid to bet, not afraid to talk. A little frustrating. As these blinds go up, just every chip becomes more and more important. Pocket nines for Kotas in the hijack. Nice 26 blind stack here. And ace-8 offsuit for Pavel. Gonna let that one go. And takes it down uncontested. Really not a bad result, considering the circumstances. Taking down those pots pre really adds up, and you don't have to deal with the variance of seeing a board. Ten eight suited +1. Ooh, little pocket aces action. And the cutoff. Hello, thank you, Matt Staples. Welcome, viewers. Rating with a party of 176. Thank you for joining. We're here at the final table. The PartyPoker Championship Czech Republic. And we are currently in a very interesting ICM scenario with an added 10K seat for the first 6 finishers. See a defend from the big blind here. 6-4 of spades, not really a flop that we will see much continuation on. Very short big blind. SPR is less than 1. Just gonna take that one down. No playable hands so far. Pocket 4s in the hijack. I pass on this.
All right, I'm back with you, Melissa. Sorry about that. A little technical difficulties.
It happens. Long stream.
Yeah. Batteries dying on headphones, trying to reconnect other ones. They just don't want to work with it. But looks like Raul got very short here and is now at least in a favorable position to get back into the battle.
This stinks for pocket fours.
Well, that's good to know, Zergster, that you're okay with just Melissa, but sadly you'll have to hear my voice as well for the duration of this as we play down to a winner today.
We saw him hesitate there to open the pocket fours, and I think this is probably why he is priced in pretty much to call.
Some backdoor wheel outs. Shut down on the turn, and now it's only going to be a 4 to send Brow out here in 8th place.
And the short stack doubles again. This is the third
We already
time.
knew that was going to happen.
Yes.
Naponia asking, is today a final table? Today is a final table. We're watching it right now live in front of your eyes. We have 8 players left, and they're playing down to a winner, and that winner is going to take home roundabouts of 89,650 euros. And Melissa, those stacks keep getting shorter and shorter as everyone's clinging on for dear life.
Remember when the chip leader had 60-something big blinds? I mean, it's turning into yes, a bit of a flip fest for whenever this ICM hell ends.
Well, I don't know if you caught who's chip leading right now, but it's the man who is perennially the short stack for today, Jacob Cotel, and now he is chip leading with 28 big blinds.
Yep, just like that. Really kind of goes to show how it can really be just anyone's game, especially when the stacks come in so close to even.
PGD Poker saying average is normally about 40 big blinds. It was today for a long time, but they've been playing 8-handed now for about 3 hours, I want to say. So
Yeah,
when you play for that long without eliminating someone, it definitely lowers your average.
Yeah, the short stacks have just been doubling, and they're already playing snug due to the big jump from 7th to 6th.
I think we're going on about 3 to 4 hours now of 8-handed play, so without anyone getting eliminated, we're going to just keep seeing the stacks getting shorter and shorter as no one wants to be the bubble boy on this 10K seat. And for those of you that are new in chat that are wondering what we're talking about, you can see the payouts there from Nightbot. They're currently guaranteed 8,350 euros all the way up to 89,650. But those payouts don't account for the fact that there's an additional 10,000 euro WSOP main event seat that's given to 8th through 6th place. So there's a nice healthy extra bubble there that you're kind of not able to see. Antonino all in under a gun with the Jack 7 suited. He's ready to get after it.
Yep.
Sebastian Linz here obviously took his turn as chip leader at one point today. Ace Jack of clubs sitting on 15 big blinds, going to shove it all in. Queen 9 folding, King 6 folding. Yeah, this is definitely just a war of attrition right now as no one wants to bust.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's gonna get real gambly at the end at this rate. Sort of like a satellite? I mean, it is. It's kind of a satellite blend.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense. But I mean, it's an interesting thing because it's a 10K seat. However, you're still playing for almost 90,000 up top as well. So,
Right.
yeah, you want that seat, but what do you want more, the 90,000 or 10,000?
Yeah. I mean, the way this dynamic is, I feel like if anyone at some point decides to just sort of go super aggressive, it would probably work out for them because just by nature of how tight the table is playing.
I think from what we've
Said than
witnessed,
done, though.
that would probably be Kashi that just gets after and tries to acquire every chip
Yeah.
on the table.
And we're seeing a lot of jamming from the button here with Kotas putting max pressure on the blinds. Unfortunately, he is going to run into it. But very normal jam by him.
Yeah, very normal. And I mean, Kotas is the large stack. I believe Antonita is the low stack. So if he is able to hold on and double up, we're going to see once more the smallest stack doubling through the largest stack.
Yeah, that does seem to keep happening.
Jack of spades on the turn.
No chop.
Once again, here we are. The short stack doubles, I believe, into the chip lead nonetheless.
The fourth time this has happened, I think. Very frustrating for everyone, I'm sure. They just want the bust outs to go on without them being involved.
And that puts him at 37 million, which is roundabouts of 20 big blinds. And I'm fairly certain that's near the chip lead, if not. Yeah, he's now in second place with 23 big blinds.
Yeah.
How do you feel if you are Christoph, who busted in ninth place 4 or 5 hours ago, just watching this transpire? I'm sure he's still out there in a casino, probably playing some cash games, and he's sitting there saying, "Man, I could still be there," and beating my head against the wall. But instead, I'm sitting here having a nice drink, having a cocktail, playing some 2-5 PLO. It's bittersweet for him.
Kind of lucked out, kind of didn't. But it is a long, long road ahead for the rest.
I mean, even their postures. Look at Vitali. He's starting to settle in. He just kicks back now and says, "All right, we're here for the long haul. Get comfy." Kotis once again with a very playable ace-10. Don't think he's going to be jamming it all in just because of the stack size differential now.
Yeah.
Oh, Antonino's crossing the invisible barrier, touching the chips. He's ready to make them his. Cutting out some raising chips. Looks like about 10 to 12 million.
Yeah, I mean he's seen a lot of activity from Kotas on his right, and he's had enough of it. He says, now I have chips, so you gotta respect that.
And here's one of our short stacks once again, and Pavel with pocket jacks from the small blind. I don't think that he's going to be letting this one slide by.
No. I would be pretty surprised.
Even with the ICM considerations, this would be just a touch too snug to be getting away from pocket jack. But you saw that eye roll. Oh,
Yeah, I
don't
mean,
do
we
it.
haven't seen much 3-betting in general. I'm sure that's sort of what he has in mind. Just like, oh, I'm gonna run into queens here. Gonna run into kings. Not knowing that this is sort of... Oh, there we go.
There it goes.
Pulls the trigger.
All in. Absolute best position for impossible with two aces, but thankfully not in the same hand together.
And there's a little bit of dead money in the pot.
And this is going to be a spot where Antonino is not going to be able to fold off
Yeah,
for only 8.8 million more.
just a math call. 8.8 to win 45-ish. I would be thinking, great. Now I have to show my ace-3 suited 3-bet.
The embarrassment call where you don't want to, but you have to.
Now Kotas is gonna know I 3-bet him with ace-3 suited. How embarrassing. Alright.
Oh,
Lays it down.
me oh my.
Yeah. And Pavel's gonna chip up very significantly without even seeing a flop, which is a very nice feeling, I'm sure.
And here we are, the absolute most pure war of attrition I think I've ever witnessed. Lagtong asking what was that fold. I think what we just saw, because I noticed right when the graphics, when the fold was being made, there's actually more like 12 to 13 million more for Antonino to call. I think it was just slightly too much, as more than the original 8.8 million that was projected. Do you see how Kashi is just eyeing up Pavel? He's ready.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, very similar stacks now. I mean, if Kashi were to get into a collision with Pavel, he would have the very commanding chip lead, given that it went his way.
here is an all-in with a dominant ace-9 by today's chip leader to start in Vitaly Reinbold from Germany. And Pavel makes the call. We have
Wow.
potential for actually an 8th place
Big one.
finish here.
This
Unless
is a big
Vitaly
one.
is able to catch up.
I mean, this is a
It
very
is-
standard all-in and call. Just sort of has taken us a while to see. And yeah. Looks like we are going to be down to 7 players. Turning
There we go.
Vitaly dead. Played very well. Unfortunate to run into it, but you know, I guess someone had to. GG.
And not only does that eliminate him in 8th place, but that also puts Pavel into the largest chip lead separation that we've seen in a very long time for any of these players.
Mhm. Was short for a while, and that patience paid off.
Yeah, now we're on that absolute stone cold 10K extra bubble.
Yep.
Where first through 6th place gets a 10,000 euro seat into the World Series of Poker main event Europe, and 7th does not. So we're on about a 15,000 euro pay jump, I believe.
Yeah, big one, this next one. And Pavel can actually use that to his advantage to accumulate more chips as everyone sort of plays chicken around this huge bubble that is kind of like a satellite bubble at a final table, a little bit unconventional, probably a spot that a lot of players aren't familiar with, so...
The only downside for Pavel, if there can be one as a chip leader, is directly on his left is Kashi, who has another large stack, 42 million, only person that really can truly harm you, and he also likes to play a lot of pots. So,
right. Likely to keep him in line a bit.
I see Happy Van Winkle out there in chat, one of the perennial Twitch stream watchers of pretty much any stream that ever happened in the poker world. Always nice to have you, Pappy. Chip leader picking up ace king of clubs here. Makes this job just a little bit easier.
Yep, not bad. Not bad to pick up ace king. Little posturing.
Easy hand for Sebastian. The big blind can't double down on it, so have to run away from it.
Yep, and they all kind of have that look on their face. They've probably experienced this before when you're in a tough ICM scenario and you just kind of have to fold. Just sort of have to give it to the chip leader, which is a beautiful feeling when you have the chip lead.
Yeah, I don't imagine we're going to be seeing too many all-ins too much out of line. I'm even kind of surprised to see Jacob Kotas here raising sixes under a gun on this ICM bubble.
Yeah, it is a bit loose given the circumstances and the chip distributions.
At the same time, as you're supposed to tighten up, so is everyone else. So sometimes you get to take advantage of those opportunities by raising hands, such as pocket sixes.
It's very true, and this is a tight table so far. I think Kotos has picked up on that a bit, as we saw with his button jamming. Just sort of trying to pick up lines. They really are a huge difference at this point.
Ralph Stamm coming along from the big blind here with 8-5 suited. He wants to see some play.
Little short stack post flop.
Imagine we'll see Kotas take a stab here. Does have the best hand, but hard to know that. No, goes ahead and checks it back.
Had some potential like connective turns for Ralph, but the four of diamonds is not going to be one of those.
I mean, with the double check back here from Kotas, this may be one that Ralph goes ahead and tries to take down the river, especially holding the 8. Looks like he's picking up some chips, going with 4 million.
Yep. Oh, and it works. Well done.
I think that's one of the first hands that we've seen Mr. Stamm pick up in a very, very long time.
Yeah.
Well, the players are playing right now in the Czech Republic at King's Casino, where you play like a king. Partnered up, obviously, with Party Poker to bring you the PartyPoker Championship Czech main event, as all of our players are vying for a first place of just under 90,000 euros for a 330 euro buy-in. And the chip leader right now is Pavel, who's picking up those pocket tens. As we talked about, it's so nice when you're a chip leader and you're also picking up the hands.
Yeah, because you know the perception by the other players is he's going to be wide. Maybe it would influence them to take a spot. It's always nice to just know that you are strong, even when you're allowed to be not strong.
Kotas here in the big line, pocket fours. All in guaranteed he's not folding.
Yeah, likely to see a bend here, but he might jam. Which would be very... Oh, yeah, there it goes.
All in for Kotas.
I think tens is probably gonna call this. I mean, he's gonna have so many other pairs, non-pair hands.
Yeah, I think it's a very understandable shove all in for the pocket fours. And We have a little inception moment behind the screen, into the screen, through the camera screen, looking at the all-in moment as Pavel makes the call, as pocket tens are dominating the pocket fours of Kotas.
Here's that big bubble. I mean, we really kind of just needed a chip leader to get things moving. So far, so good for the pocket tens. I really empathize with that face. Totally been there. Does not feel good to be potentially the bubble of a big bubble. And we're down to 6.
And you hear that celebration occurring in the background for everyone but Kotas.
I know.
And it's kind of a sick feeling. Good game, sir.
Oh, it is sick. So we've got 6.
And
they're all guaranteed the 10,300 euro WSOPE main event seat, along with whatever the prize money is for the place that they finish.
And right now, they're all guaranteed for 7th place. That main event seat, or I apologize, 6th place, that main event seat alongside 14,650 euros. So right now, they've all locked up roughly 25,000 euros in either cash and or seats and value for that main event. Yeah, as you said, I think it really just took one person to be the chip leader to really generate the action.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Pavel's sitting there, 93 million in chips. Clear chip leader, as second place has 42 million. Sebastian Linz here, sitting with about 15 big blinds, Queen Jack offsuit in the cutoff. The atmosphere definitely seems a little bit more relaxed now. There's a little bit
lighter.
more laughter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A little lighter. We got, our man taking a little bite to eat.
Do you think that's his motivation? He's like, I'm not eating until we make this bubble, and now he can finally relax, eat some, enjoy himself.
Well, maybe he was running on that theory that you're sharper when you don't eat.
Yeah, he didn't want the blood to flow to his stomach. He wanted to be able to think and clearly execute his strategy. Rel mucking the fake aces, ace 4 off. Pavel, how pure is he running? Although he got a walk, he had kings in the big blind as he's approaching 100 million. Yeah, there's definitely a little bit more laughter in the air right now than there was just 5 minutes ago.
Definitely.
Well, there you saw it. Now it's gone. 94 million for our chip leader, 42 million for second place, sitting right beside each other.
but there's definitely a clear and delineated chip leader at this stage of the game. Looks like Rolf here is going to open up the Queen 9 offsuit. Ranges are going to definitely open up now that there's not that pay jump looming, as well as just the simple fact that we're six-handed, so they can get a little bit wider. Pavel here contemplating what to do with the pocket sixes. It's a spot he really has a lot of options available to him, and looks like he's going to go with a flat here from the small blind. Queen 9 picks up a very favorable flop. Queen 10-7 has some backdoor straight draws, backdoor flush draws to accompany the top pair. So Rolf is in very strong shape. And for those of you that would like to be out here in the streets, keep in mind that Party Poker is running satellites online. They're running events online. One of the next ones coming up is the Millions Online, which runs from September 1st to 27th. The main event is a $3,200 buy-in, which guarantees $2 million. And you can win your way in for only 10 cents. So maybe trade some of your points in, get the channel points going on, and trade them for $1 or $2 ticket and run it way up. Oh, there we go. 56 big blinds for chip leader Pavel, 90 million. Kashi with 24 big blinds, all the way down to Raul Sav in last place with 9 big blinds. Not sure what Rolf was considering there. Does find the fold. And in the cutoff here, 15 big blinds for Antonino, 10-9 diamonds. Looks like we're finding an all-in. That all-in lands on Raul Sav in the big blind. Not going to be able to make this call. And that's the type of stuff that we haven't really seen in quite some time, is those, open jams with the suited connectors. Everyone's been playing tighter for a while. In the upper right, you'll see we have an average stack size of 37.6 million. So just about 24 big blinds. Things definitely took a little bit of a downturn, if you will. And the stacks got much, much shorter when it took so long to get down to six-handed.
himself jamming exactly the same hand, 10-9 of diamonds, picking up the big blind there. Feel like we're going to see another all-in here from Raul. Queen 7 of diamonds sitting on roughly 9.5 big blinds on the button. Really needs to just kind of get in there. Decides not with this hand though. Sebastian Linz from the small blind, King 7 suited. Being stared down, you see that from Rolf in the big blind. Tried to protect himself, not able to. Alley Cat Blue say it's still going. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We started at 5:30 a.m. Las Vegas time this morning, which is 1:30 BST. So we have been going now for about almost 9 hours. That's what we're coming up on. What would you say the over-under is on how much longer we have to play today?
Maybe 3.5 hours?
I'm locked in for like I think I'm resigned. I'm counting on like the 8-hour mark. If we could somehow make it the 3.5 hour mark at this point, I'd pay for it.
You know, you might keel over.
So I know you have a very hearty beverage consumption during normal life. What about during commentary? How many drinks do you consume on average?
Just water for me right now. I had some coffee earlier. I am getting a little hungry.
I think I go through probably 1 to 2 glasses of water every hour that we watch this. I need more food in my life at any given time. Yeah, it's I definitely I have to prepare myself before every stream. I bring up 5 to 10 bottles of water and try to make sure I have enough on standby for this. Okay, 7 of clubs here on the button for Rolf. Raises it on up. Takes it down. Yeah, we spent a very, very healthy chunk of time going from 9-handed down to 6-handed, with the primary of that being just playing 8-handed. Now that we're at 6-handed, I feel like it should speed up a little bit, but here we are.
Alley Cat Blues speaking my language. Outback delivery. You know what? That's a great idea.
It really is. Ace queen of diamonds here under a gun for our Raul Sav. Shoves all in. Looks like he's going to get this one through, pick up another 4 million. Another round about the table. I finally got my first voice compliment. Everyone's been telling you how beautiful and sultry your voice
Look
is.
at you.
Mike Slayer looking out for me. Thank you, Mike. He's feeling left out. I guess he knew it. So right now they're on a 4,500 euro pay jump. So definitely worth playing for, definitely worth all the time and consideration that they're giving it. And then every pay jump from there just escalates all the way up. We're at 14,650 right now, and that goes all the way up to 89,650 for the first place winner. So quite significant jumps between right now 6th place and 1st place money. Raul Sav counting down a stack. I imagine with the ace-9 suit here, he's going to find it into the middle fairly quickly. Does do so. And we'll be interested to see if Antonino... Nope. Fast laydown. And it does appear, ladies and gentlemen, that we are going on break with the final 6 players. Pavel leading with 53 big blinds, with a clumpy in the middle, all the way down to Antonino with 12 big blinds as our short stack. And ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go on a 13-minute break. So we appreciate everyone joining us today. And we will be back shortly as we play down to a winner for the Party Poker Champions Czech main event. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome on back to the final table of the Party Poker Championship Czech main event. We're here in Rozvadov at the King's Casino with the final 6 players. Myself, Nathan Gamble, alongside Melissa Schubert, are bringing you all the action. And here are the chip counts as Pavel has put himself as a clear and definitive favorite to take down this event for just shy of 90,000 euros. First place will take home 89,650 euros. They all are guaranteed a 10,000 euro seat into World Series of Poker Europe main event. Melissa, how you doing?
Doing well. They're nearing midnight over in the Czech Republic. Getting late. They've got a long road ahead of them still. Although now, we do see a little more discrepancy, a little less evenness, which will tend to speed things up as the chip leader is able to steal blinds, sort of keep the movement going, have people more on their toes. They have to kind of stay aware, keep looking for spots to potentially chip up without colliding with each other too much.
Yeah, we didn't have anyone to really put the pressure on each other up until now, but with a clear definitive chip leader and some real ICM considerations, I think we are going to see a lot faster pace of play than before. Antonino here is the current short stack. However, there's really not a lot of separation between himself and the next 3 places. So, does find himself all in from the hijack. King 7 offsuit for 8 big blinds. Chip leader would rather be the one doing the aggression than calling it off with the Queen 10 suited. Sebastian Lintz here will be making this call, I imagine, even though Kashi called from the dealer button with ace-jack off. I don't see how Sebastian Lintz is going to get away from ace-queen, and if he does make this call, he will be a rather significant favorite. Does find a fold, and that is amazing news for Kashi.
Wow. Antonino with the King 7. 2 very live cards, actually, but just 58 to 42% here. I like Antonino.
He's a wise man.
He is, yeah.
Ooh, 9, deuce, 8, all heart board. Kashi with the ace of hearts going to limit Antonino's outs even more. But there we go, 7 of clubs on the turn.
This is a tense one. Wow. Oh! I know some of the chat was saying they were having trouble hearing the table. Did you guys hear that one?
I think they heard it all right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Arian Kashi has been rather expressive throughout this entire final table. And this moment's no
We'd love
different.
to see it. Wow.
Yeah, I've definitely noticed we're getting a little bit more talking, a little bit more conversation right now.
It was
than we ever
very
did.
quiet and tense for a bit there.
I mean, Antonino looks like he just got his hand caught in the cookie jar, and at the same time escaped with all the cookie.
Yes.
So happy.
We've got Bunga Cat in the chat. Hello.
Rooting on the emotion at the poker table. Fair
Mike
enough.
Slayer is waiting on bated breath about my smoke alarm update. Do not worry. I managed to stop the beeping. Don't tell the fire marshal. I did not change the battery. I am too short. But I could use a broom to press the button to make the beeping stop.
And when you say press the button, I assume that you just bashed it repeatedly until it stopped.
Yeah, and there was a button. I don't really know what it does. I think I turned it off. I'm not sure.
Masuda Amida is asking how we know what's their cards. I'm not entirely sure if I follow your questions, but we're going to take a stab at it. We have an RFID reader that reads the cards for them and lets us know what they have.
Yep. No longer do we see the whole cam cards.
Little white strip in front of each player's where they press their cards and reads them so that we can know what they have.
Zerxer says it was a test button.
I'll go with that.
Oh no, it's gonna restart again. Yeah, I'm gonna have to change that battery.
If you want a very in-depth explanation about the cards, there you go from just Willow.
Oh,
Seems like a little copy and paste action from Wikipedia, perhaps, but seems
oh, he
pretty spot
surely
on
just
from
wrote
what
that.
I'm reading.
Surely just wrote
He's a
that
man of the
himself.
people. What if he is the inventor of the RFID?
I think he is.
I believe it. With an in-depth explanation like that, how could you not be the inventor? King 10 here versus the King Jack. Both of them flopping a Broadway draw, needing one another's cards to fill each other up. Although Pavel has the worst hand here, he's going to win a disproportionate amount of time just due to aggression alongside chip stack, and does pick this one on up. Kashi leaning back, looking comfy. He's had a bit of a roller coaster day, ups and downs all around. Very emotional player, and he's been fun to watch.
Yeah, definitely.
All in here from Raul. Ace Jack offsuit.
Yep. These blinds at 1 million, 2 million. Gonna be seeing a lot of those all-ins.
You hear them inquiring one another what they're shoving with. Antonino saying shoving the King 7 or something wild, and Raul just responded that he doesn't play hands like that, unlike Antonino. I dig it.
Little banter.
Pavel here counting down Kashi's stack. He gets to apply a lot of pressure to him here, just with all the other short stacks out there.
90 million. Flop for his range. Middle pair for Kashi. Check it back.
King
On
on the turn. I think Pavel's probably going to take a stab here on the king. Decides not to.
Yeah, he might. I mean, Queen High is so good in a lot of circumstances. Blind versus blind limp pots. I can see why he would check too, but it's also tricky when you're checking to the guy who loves to bet when checked too. Kind of easy to get bluffed off of Queen High.
Absolutely. Which in this particular spot he didn't get bluffed off, but was not able to see the river. Yeah, 30 million sounds like a lot of chips in theory. And then you kind of look down and you realize it's only 15 big blinds at this stage of the game. Zergster is saying he's buying a condo in Vegas. Am I crazy for looking on or near the strip? Well, it depends on what type of lifestyle you want. If you want the
Yep.
Vegas life that everyone thinks of Vegas for, or you want something a little bit calmer, want some separation. Real fast, Pavel all in here, ace-8 on the button.
Ooh.
Kashi picking up ace-king and getting all in front of small blind, and then Raul
Nice.
is having to just side-fold the king-jack suited in the big blind.
Yeah. Ace King is 77% favorite here. All in at risk.
One way or another, Kashi is going to have a very wide range of emotions after this hand.
That is very true.
He's speaking to the
Right.
board. He's willing it in. Queen on the turn leaves him ahead, with Pavel only drawing at 8 to eliminate Kashi.
There it
Just
is.
as predicted. King Jack folded wisely in the big blind, but instead was met with a board texture that he would have won on.
Yep. Isn't that how it goes?
So with that, I believe Pavel is still the chip leader, but by obviously a less amount. There we go. Basically tied now between first and second place, with pretty much 30 big blinds apiece. Sounds like a deck change is being requested from the dealer, if I'm not mistaken. So may be a little bit more hold up here than normal as we look at the chip counts for our remaining 6 players. Sebastian Linz was one of our favorites coming into today, just by us witnessing his play. And he hasn't been able to get a whole lot going, but he's still sitting here in 6th place with 10 big blinds. One double up, and he's right there back in contention alongside everyone else at this table. Sounds like there's some debate out there on if life in Vegas is worth it, where you would live, where you would stay away from. I know both myself and Melissa live in Vegas, and personally, I love it. Love living out here.
Yep.
It's great
My
food.
favorite place I've lived.
Yeah. Really, no traffic at all to speak of during most of the day.
Yeah. I live in the suburbs. I like it. It is boring for some people. I don't think I would really like to live on the strip. But I kind of prefer a bit of a quieter home environment anyway, so
Yeah, strip living seems like it'd be a whole different affair. Seems like a lot.
yeah. Like maybe for part of the year, but eh.
I mean, you are part of a group with one of the people in it being offered to live not only on strip but in one single casino without ever stepping foot for a duration of a year. Has anything else happened with that from Landon's perspective?
No, I really doubt it's gonna happen. It kind of like a lot of the, poker news sites picked it up and made it seem like it was happening, but no, there's no. I really doubt it. I would actually bet that it wouldn't happen if there's anyone
I
looking
hope for his
for
sake it
action there.
doesn't. I just hope for his sake it doesn't. That sounds excruciating.
Yeah, I mean it's just sort of silly.
But to each their own, you know?
Yep.
To each their own.
We have been getting a lot of rain lately. It's a bit weird.
Yeah,
I'm not used to
absolutely.
humidity in Vegas.
Coming down day after day. I think they said it's picked up 15 inches in the last week at Lake Mead.
That's pretty wild. Yeah. I've never, I mean, I haven't lived here that long, but I have not seen this much rain in a short period of time.
From my understanding, I don't think it happens all that often.
Yeah.
Pavel here, still with the chip lead, well, actually not with the chip lead. Kashi barely eclipsed him recently, but opening with ace
Yeah,
10
it's not fun to
offsuit.
give the chip lead to the guy to your direct left.
Yeah, if you could choose any player at the table, obviously you wouldn't want to double anyone up, but definitely not the
Right.
player directly on your left.
Yeah.
And looks like Antonino is going to call, flopping the best hand with mid pair. Board texture that really shouldn't have anything to do with Antonino's range leads Pavel to continuing with his 2 overcards, but as we both know, mid pair is the best hand. Imagine we'll see Pavel check back here and try to realize his equity.
Mm-hmm. These pots seem so big. I mean, this one is pretty big.
Where are we at? 9 big blinds?
Yeah. Alright. Couple of not so fun hands for Pavel.
Zergster's still trying to figure out where to live within the confines of Las Vegas, live on the strip, live off the strip. The only thing I can say is if you and your girlfriend are conflicted on where to live, just maybe rent a place in both. Go out to Summerlin, rent a condo out there, go on the strip, rent a place out there, see what you like. I mean,
I thought you were gonna say defer to
approach from
her.
different
And I was
folks.
gonna say yes, I agree.
That's a smart play.
If you if you want to be happy.
Pocket queens here, 8 big blind, Sebastian Lintz. In she goes. I
Big
mean,
blind. Oh man, Pavel, why are they doing the chip leaders so dirty? It's like a chip leader curse.
yeah, every time one of the players has a commanding chip lead, it just seems sure as shit. Here we go once again. Still 3 aces securely left in the deck. 32% chance for Pavel to come out victorious. Four, 4, 8 is a rather dry flop for Pavel, as he is in jeopardy of losing the chip lead even further.
Feels bad. Yeah.
Just like that, Sebastian Lintz doubles on up through our former chip leader and is now in, I believe, second place, tied with Pavel himself for the remaining
Very
chips.
frustrating few hands. Gotta feel for him there.
And he went from having over 90, almost eclipsed the 100 million mark, and just was not able to seal it when
Yep.
plays down into the middle of the pack, 35 big blinds. Or 35 million, not 35 big blinds, 17 and a half. My apologies. Real considered it under a gun with King 4 offsuit, just briefly. Looks like we do have some fans out there in chat. TV Caprick saying, go Nino. Absolutely. Seems like a fan favorite for some of y'all out there. From Hungary. Seems like he's been around these streets for quite some time now.
Yep.
Rolf limping in. It's been a while since we've seen a limp. And Pavel jamming it all in here from the small blind with pocket fours.
Yep. A little bit of a over it look. Can't blame him.
Not entirely sure what he said there, but he told him he is supposed to do something. Moncho is saying he lived over in Panorama for a bit. Apparently, Antonio Esfandari was his neighbor for quite some time when he lived there full time. Antonio is one of those names that, I mean, he was the absolute biggest thing after he won the one drop, and has definitely faded over time as he's gotten more and more into the private poker scene and less into
Right.
the large televised cash games.
Very true. Sort of a trajectory we see.
Pavel all in once again with the pocket fours.
And
Ace 10
some real
offsuit for
hands
Raul.
behind them.
Right. But do you want to get 20 big blinds in if you're Antonino here?
No, not thrilled about it. No.
I like very succinct, very clear. No, I do not.
No, not necessarily.
Thank you. Come again.
Well, maybe wait.
I mean, that's the power of shoving it all in here.
Yeah, I mean, it is, but you also have to consider, again, like we said before, he's probably not jamming 20 bigs with his top of his range.
Right.
But still, it's just hard to exactly pinpoint.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Because it's like, okay, do you want to flip for 20 big blinds? Which maybe yes, maybe no. But this stage of the tournament, it's definitely not within your best interest with other short stacks out there.
Right.
We haven't really heard too much from Raul in a very long time. It seems like he always wants to be in there, wants to play, and just hasn't found something to do that with yet. Favorable flop for Raul. Mid-pair gut shot, which blocks up Sebastian Lintz's straight draw a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Still 6 players. Once we got down from 8, they're taking their time as they play down to a winner today. For those of you just joining us, we're at the Party Poker Championship Czech main event located in Rozvadov at the King's Casino. And this is a 330 euro buy-in tournament with a whopping 89,650 euros up top. potential all-in confrontation here, I would imagine. Oh, and here we go. This is going to be a
Wow.
bit of a train wreck.
Wow, yes it is. I feel like we haven't seen kings this entire time.
I think we had them one time and someone got a walk in the big blind. That's about it.
Yeah. It's been a lot of queens and some aces. Have not seen kings much. Man. There's a lot of hands here.
Sebastian Lins going all in. 2 aces out. This is one of those situations where for Rolf Stam, let's be honest, it's the best hand he's seen in ages, and he wants to go with it even though he knows better. He knows he shouldn't.
Yeah.
So we find the short stack where Raul Sav all in with ace queen offsuit against the 2 red kings of Sebastian Lintz. 1 ace is dead, and for Raul to stay alive, he's going to need to hit and hold.
Big pot.
Raul's face says it all there. Not anything that he can work with. Deuce 4-8 rainbow. 9 of clubs on the turn, and only one of those remaining aces is going to save him now.
Yep.
It's not to be.
GG.
7
Raul.
spades.
Oh no, my fire alarm has started again. Said
The
that was
battery's
gonna
still
happen.
low.
You were...
I think it was Zergster, if I remember correctly. Well, ladies and gentlemen, out in 6th place is Raul, taking home roundabouts of 14,500 euros, alongside a seat into the World Series of Poker Europe main event. Now the final 5 are all guaranteed at least 19,150 euros as they try to get down to that winner. And here's the aggression factor. 30% for Pavel, and it drops all the way down to 7% for Rolf Stam. So kind of a wide variety there of the aggression that's happening pre-flop.
I'll be right back. I'm going to press this little magic button again.
Sounds like a plan. Pavel opening it up once again. Ace-4 clubs under the gun. Kashi sitting on 58 million. Let's go. And Rolf Stam here actually pick up a real hand. Pocket jacks in the small blind. Will be going all in. And it'll be interesting to see if Pavel calls for, looks like 15 million on top. 7.5 big blinds more.
Goodness. Hand after hand now.
Pavel is going to be in a little bit of hurt here. Not entirely clear as to his way out. 15 million more to call, which is only 17.5 big blinds. He's getting almost exactly the right price, but does go ahead and lay it down. And Rolf picks up some very needed chips. Masood Meaty out there telling Pavel not to do it. Don't worry, through the magic of telepathy, we let him know and he managed to fold it. We got you, Masood. I think Kashi entered this final table as a kind of a fan favorite. Lintz was one of our personal favorites to win it. I think there's been some solid play here throughout the day, and you also just have to really appreciate the emotion that's on display every time one of these players is all in. So this is a play that you'll often see at the highest stakes as Pavel raises it up with a 10-3 offsuit from the big blind after Antonino limps the small. He's taking pretty much one of the absolute worst hands in his range and raising it up just to try to steal from Antonino.
Yeah.
That's how he's going to balance out raising with his best hands.
Yeah, you usually see this with a high card, low card combo. Makes it easy to let go of. You don't really want to do it with something that will be painful to have to fold. So this is a nice bluff candidate pre-flop.
And Antonino with the very optimistic check raise with that queen 10 blocking a bunch of the king combinations that Pavel can have.
Maybe seeing a little freestyling here.
It's an interesting spot because it doesn't really make a lot of sense from Pavel's perspective.
Right.
As you'd expect the majority of Antonino's kings to have jammed pre-flop. So it doesn't make sense, but he also doesn't have much to defend with either.
Yeah, it's a weird spot.
Does end up calling, which I mean, if you're in Antonino's shoes, that screams of absolute pure strength. This is a fun little hand to witness.
This is very interesting.
Antonino just looks like he's jamming along to his own music. Be curious to see if he follows through on this ace turn, but I don't imagine how.
I know. It's really hard to rep much.
Does
Gonna give up.
go all in.
Brutal spot for the 3.
I mean, honestly, I'm not sure how we got to this point on many different levels.
Yeah. It's kind of one of those hands that just spirals out of the realm of norm.
I mean, how did you put it? Antonino is freestyling right now? That sums it up well.
Yes. Freestyling. This I'm taking that term from Steve O'Dwyer. He played a very interesting pot versus Tun Mulder, where he said I'm freestyling, and Tun said I actually was too. It just got very out of hand very fast, and that's sort of what happened here. And
I remember watching that one where it was like bet on the river, re-raise, 3-bet. I think it's 4-bet all in with just kind of equivalent hands to what we're seeing right now.
Yep, a weakish pair and a high card. Definitely props for following through here, pretty much putting the exact hand that he has in a just horrible spot.
I mean, it's both props on the follow-through alongside Pavel here for feeling that something just doesn't add up. And he makes a call.
Wow. Wow. Huge call.
Absolutely massive here.
This might be the hand
Pavel
of the
felt
day.
it. He smelled it.
Wow.
He called it.
What a call.
I'm going to say it might be the hand of the day. This is by far and away the hand of the day.
Yeah, this is...
Win or lose.
Wow. Oh my gosh.
Hats
I mean,
off.
honestly, hats off to both players in that hand. It went totally freestyled, and they both went with the least fearful decision.
Antonino now is left on less than one small blind. Absolute crumbs after that heroic play gets called out by Pavel. Beautiful hand from both parties.
Really, yeah. 77 million now for Pavel. What a call. Sicko.
Hats off to that man on your screen right now, ladies and gentlemen. He smelled something was wrong. He had the convictions to follow through on it. I'm Sova asking how does he even read that. Truth be told, I'm not going to take anything away from him by trying to even figure that out. That's just something smelled off on the flop. It didn't make much sense that he'd have a king, and he just followed through on his conviction all the way through.
Yeah.
Really, really beautiful stuff. And that brings us down to four-handed. With each player
does he have crumbs after, or did he bust there?
It looks like he busted. I don't think he's longer for this table, so...
Yeah, okay. So we are down to 4.
And each player is guaranteed 25,350 euros at this stage of the game. Ace 5 of diamonds, flopping 2 pair for Pavel.
Waves the white flag. He's creeped out after that hand.
Rightfully so.
spooky.
You saw him wave it off, and he just said, "No bluff, no bluff." He doesn't want to get involved in it.
Mm-hmm. Which is honestly very nice for Pavel to have showed that. It's gonna make the other players definitely think twice about the lines they take against him, which is just any extra mental energy that they can be using is gonna be working to his advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. He not only has the chip lead once again, but now he has the fear and respect of all of his opponents.
Correct, yeah. Really, really awesome.
Pavel opening up ace-9 offsuit on the button. Kashi with the king-8 suited from the small blind. And Lin's here with the ace-10 offsuit in the big blind. Imagine this is a spot we're going to see Lin's raise it on up. It does look to be what he's doing. I really wish I could understand what he was saying. Sounds like he's giving me a hand play-by-play account of one of the hands that just occurred.
Anyone in chat can understand. Feel free to translate.
Anyone speak Danish out there? So it would appear the pure short stack right now is Roth here in the big blind, sitting on about 23 million. Everyone else is more in that 50 to 65 million club.
Somebody in chat said that he said he had king-8 of clubs. Not sure when. Pressure. Followed by a little posturing. I'm not gonna let you get away with my blinds without a little sweat.
Yeah, I mean, you want to make someone feel it if they're going to take your blinds. Make you sweat just a little bit.
I totally get it. I will definitely do that myself. Just a sort of a little... Although, I mean, it is strategic, but I'm also kind of like, alright, well, if you really want to do that, I'm going to make you suffer a bit. Maybe you'll think twice about doing it next time. Be like, oh, that was kind of unpleasant last time.
How often do you stare someone down and you just kind of see them squirm a little bit and really feel uncomfortable?
I don't stare people down. I can't. Like I said, if I make eye contact, I feel that they're gonna like see into my soul. So I just stare at the felt. I don't do anything fancy. Sometimes I'll do a little talking if I'm bluffing. Like, that's kind of fun, but you gotta mix it up too.
Try to do the reverse. Do bluffing, drink some water, talk a little bit.
Because I know for for me, when I see someone talking, I think that they seem a bit more comfortable. So if I know someone is really kind of staring me down, it's a bit of an indication, like they're a little mixed on what to do in the spot, so they're kind of trying to rely on live reads, and in that sense, I feel comfortable just sort of throw in a little, would you like to get a closer look? Something like that. I usually kind of
Little
chuckle
curveball.
and feel weird.
So you heard it here, ladies and gentlemen in chat land. If you happen to be playing with Melissa and she happens to just be betting all of her chips and then starts talking a bunch, maybe, just maybe, you should let that one be your calling hand.
Yes, but you never know. Might switch it up on you.
You just need to find out every time you sit with someone new at the table if they've watched you do commentary before. So you know exactly how to proceed.
Well, what I really need to know is if they know who I live with, because that heavily influences if I'm getting bluff caught or not.
Do you find if people know, like, you're part of Solve for Why and Berkey and Tice and all of them, that
Yeah.
they call you down a little lighter?
Yes, they do.
Appropriately so?
They sure do. Yes, unfortunately. Yes, appropriately so. I'm like, wow, why am I getting bluff caught so much? And then I realized, oh, I'm playing with like people I've, talked to and know me.
Sad panda face.
But it's amazing. I mean, kind of what the face equity. I just feel like a lot of times people, upon first playing with me, will think that I'm not bluffing. I can get away with a lot at the beginning. So I kind of have to like let it all out at first,
Get out of your system for the first hour or so.
And some value hands later.
Tighten up the hatches.
Yeah.
I feel like there's always been a lot of conversation about women in poker, and some men are like, oh, they never bluff, and some guys are like, oh, they always bluff. I'm just like, to me, I'm not one of those. I'm just, women are women, guys are guys. Some people bluff, some people don't. Like,
I think
whatever, man.
Landon was telling me, I forget. I think Landon was telling me Kelly Mencken told him that women do not like to fold. And because you know what, we don't really believe you guys. We know that you guys lie, so we're gonna call you down. Keep you honest.
Try not to ever just bucket people into a one category or another based off of,
I say
gender, skin color. But you also like to call down a bunch.
I do. I do like to call. I really don't.
You're like, it's a stereotype. I got it. But also,
yeah, that was one stereotype I've heard about, like women poker players. And I'm like, that's relatable. I relate to that feeling. Just sticky.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's all over the board. I will say, I think, and I actually had this conversation at the WSOP ladies event with some other female poker players at the table. We were talking about how you have to develop your bluff catching skill a lot because you're going to get bluffed a bit
more often,
and sometimes it feels like that. I mean, I don't know, who knows statistically what it really is, but sometimes it does feel like there will be certain people who try and just run you over a little. So developing that bluff catching muscle definitely useful. But that
Makes some
applies to
sense.
everyone, not just women.
Well, Pavel's still running over the table here. I mean, finally eclipsed that 100 million chip mark, raising up ace queen offs. And that's some bad news for Rolf Strom in the big blind with king queen. It looks like he's going all in. I think that's a very important muscle to develop in poker in general. Just the understanding of when someone's trying to bluff you, and if they're doing it maybe just a touch more often than they should be.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. I mean, that is like kind of the key with especially live poker.
Absolutely.
And we see
And
a
here
collision
we go.
here. Ralph and Pavel, king queen versus ace queen. Pavel is a 79% favorite here. I always feel very sad during these shots. When you
Yeah.
It just makes me really sad when you see the guy who is like not the favorite. I just feel for them a lot. It makes me sad. I like to see their faces all disappointed.
He definitely looks disappointed right now. You can feel it. It's very palpable in
Yeah.
the air.
Yeah, it's affecting me emotionally.
9 on the turn leaves him drawing a just a king now on the river. 3 outs. One of them is already dead.
And
instead,
GG.
ace. Indeed. Good
Down to
game,
3.
Rolf Stom. Busting out
Very
in
good game.
4th place for 25,000 euros.
Mm-hmm. Is that including the seat?
It is not including
not?
it. It's
Okay.
that
So,
seat is in addition to it.
that's pretty nice. Not bad for a $300 buy-in. Little consolation prize.
Yeah,
It makes you feel a little bit more emotionally okay after watching his sad face watch that run out. You know, at least he gets a consolation prize.
was 100x his buy-in, more or less.
Yeah.
Not too shabby indeed. And now Pavel is once again the overwhelming chip leader here. 119 million. Sebastian Lintz, 59 million. And Kashi, not entirely sure his stack, but it's right in there next to Sebastian. So we did start today with 29 players. As you can see, we're down to the final 3, with Pavel leading the way with 50 big blinds, 127 million, followed by Sebastian, 23 big blinds, 59 million, and then Kashi bringing up the rear with 15 big blinds, 38 million in chips. And all of them are currently guaranteed. Let me make sure I get this amount correct. They're all guaranteed 32,650 euros. Second place is 53,650 euros. And first place is 89,650 euros. So quite a few huge pay jumps left to play for today. Looks like they're trying to decide something with the tournament director right now.
Yeah, I wonder, maybe a break? Because they don't do chops here, correct?
Right, that's my understanding. At King's Casino, chops are not facilitated.
Hardcore.
He got paid to play. Yeah, I'm gonna think that's what they're talking about right now. Is possibly taking a break or not, and all of the players have to decide on if they're willing to do that. But for the time being, it does look like we're going to play this one out. Pavel on the button, King Jack, diamonds. He really does get to just apply all the pressure with this formation and try to pick up as many chips as humanly possible.
Yeah, and as he's shown, he's well capable of doing so.
Yeah, he's very well positioned to take advantage of the situation that he's in. Yep. And just like we were saying in chat, Kev Sisters validating it that deals are not allowed or facilitated at King's Casino, which apparently speaks to Alicat Blues because he says in Chechnya, you say chop, we say chop you. I don't ever want to go to Chechnya now. Pick up here for Sebastian. Basically, all his goal is at this point in time is maintain separation between himself and Kashi as the short stack. Try to allow himself some breathing room at any given time so that he doesn't slip into a point where he has to just fold to the unrelenting pressure of Pavel without being able to fight back. Ace deuce of hearts. King deuce suited is definitely a hand that if he felt Sebastian was getting out of line, Pavel could 3-bet, decides not to. So right now they're on a pretty significant pay jump. Difference between third place and second place is 21,000 euros. And then from first to second, that pay jump is another 36,000 euros. So while they've made quite a bit of money, they're pretty happy to have made it this far. There's still a lot left to play for. That seems to be a big enough flop that Kashi could potentially just, check and try to get it all in when he has a straight draw, flush draw, potentially pair draw, but decides to just open jam instead.
Yeah, these pay jumps are getting pretty massive for the buy-in. From third to second, over 20,000 euros.
I mean, it's got to be why our chip leader here, Pavel, is going to be able to apply tremendous pressure to his two opponents. Most 330 euro tournaments aren't even going to have a first place of 20,000 euros. So for that to be a pay jump, it's pretty staggering at this stage of the game.
Yeah.
Here we go to a flop. King 9 of clubs versus the Queen 10 offsuit. Kashi retains the betting lead, while Pavel retains the best hand. But that aggression does allow Kashi to take it down. Does his patent slight fake out there. Very aggressive push forward of the cards. Very emotional. Oh, I can't believe I didn't get called. Kind of fun to watch him work. Sebastian Linz here, picking up ace queen at an opportune time on the button. Ooh, this could be trouble for Pavel. Here we go. 3-bet from the small blind, from the chip leader. King 10 offsuit. And this feels like it's going to be met with an all-in very shortly from Sebastian Linz.
Yep.
All in, a pretty quick fold there. No need to jeopardize the rest of his stack with the King 10. Well, it took us quite some time to go from 8-handed to 7-handed, about 3 or 4 hours. This is probably the next stage of the tournament that could take quite some time as we play down from
Right.
3-handed to heads up. But then again, Kashi likes to see flops. So he can either get the money in and double up real fast or be walking out the door.
True.
So never quite know what to expect with him. Three-way affair. Diamonds are covered for Kashi. 8-5. Little bit of something for everyone. Open-ended for Kashi.
Yeah.
Gut shot for Linz. And bottom pair for Pavel. Just a taste.
Wow. Just a little straight for Kashi.
Seems
Lots
like
of
one
flopper
Linz
sets still.
may. Yeah, I was kind of expecting him to take a stab there.
Yeah,
Decided
I
against
could
it.
definitely see some reason for that. $9 million. He's like, please bluff catch me.
And that's going to bring Kashi and Lin's into near even stacks, I want to say. Sound like they finally got some clarification from the floor on whatever their issue was earlier. Not sure what exactly arose.
There's the kings.
There's the Kings, a 6
Kashi.
million chip raise from Kashi.
Picking up some momentum after that straight 3 ways.
Looks like that's all he's going to pick up alongside the blinds. Don't imagine we're going to find that one going too far for Sebastian. Kashi content here to check back in the big blind with the pocket sixes.
Shows the sixes. You see Pavel, I've noticed this a couple times. He'll kind of shake his head or make a little some type of emotion in his face when he's a little confused by someone's play.
Yeah, he kind of wears his emotions on his sleeve when it comes to other players'
Yeah.
actions. Isn't afraid to hide it. But then again, to be fair, Kashi is also a very emotional player and seems to have some
True.
wild celebrations from time to time. Here he continues yet again with just flatting from the small blind. Seems to be his MO. He loves seeing flops. Sometimes strong, sometimes weak, something in between. Going to get a raise here from Sebastian in the big blind. I think we're going to see Kashi come on in over the top. Oh. Now let's watch Pavel's face on that one. That's a hand that Sebastian should have rightfully lost quite a bit of chips, but instead he finds himself collecting.
Mm-hmm. Reminder, you guys can exchange your channel points for PartyPoker kits. Just some free money.
Find me someone that doesn't like free money, but I don't know too many people out there.
Yeah.
I imagine these three players are definitely feeling the effects as it's getting late into the night here at King's Casino. They've been
Yeah,
going
they have
for almost 10 and a half hours.
been a while, and it's nearing 1 a.m. there.
Looks like King 4 suited going up against the Ace 8 offsuit. Blind versus blind.
Ace on the
Kashi
flop.
once again flopping the best. He seems to be taking a pretty strong range to these flops and then coming out with the best of it more often than not.
Agreed. Doing a little stretching. I realized I was sitting for a very long time.
What's 9 or 10 hours amongst friends?
Luckily, we do play poker, so it's nothing new.
Those chairs look awfully comfy. I gotta be honest here. They look
Me too.
far comfier than the one I'm currently in.
Me too. Breaking. When I lean back, I actually may fall. If you hear breaking sounds and me screaming, it is because my chair has broken.
I'll send someone over to rescue and also replace the battery in your smoke detector.
Thank you.
I'm not sure entirely which one's the more important of the two.
The smoke detector. We can't have that going off.
It's for your own sake. Yeah.
Yep.
But you understand, like, the true importance of a smoke detector, right, Melissa?
No.
It's to let you know if Henry's in the corner of your room smoking up the hookah and somehow you hadn't realized.
Wow. Amazing. That is so true. I cannot have Henry in the corner smoking hookah. That would absolutely terrify me. It's stuff of nightmares. I can't have that. He's hanging
I've
upside
heard
down like
a
the
lot of
caterpillar in
description.
Wonderland.
I've heard a lot of descriptions of Henry, but sitting in the corner of my room like a nightmare has not been one of them before.
Oh, all love, Henry.
Nothing but the best for him. Another
Guess I
pot
don't
here for
need
Sebastian
to
as
keep up
he's...
photos.
Looks like Kashi's still in third place, and Sebastian and Pavlo are contending for the chip lead right now. I think Sebastian has solidified it for the time being. $94 million. Folding a dirty diaper. Yep. Sebastian securely in first place. Pavel securely in second, and Kashi bringing up the rear. About 20 million chip separation between all of them at this point. So, what does Henry emerge of as he emerges from his cocoon in the corner of your room? Like, what shape or form does he take?
He looks exactly like the caterpillar from Alice in Wonderland, but with his face.
Alice in Wonderland. It wasn't. I mean, the caterpillar was smoking hookah, if I'm not mistaken. I see a correlation
Yeah,
here.
yeah.
It's weird how that plays out.
It's almost like I've never seen them in the same room.
So you're saying there's a chance?
There is a chance that Henry Kilbane is the caterpillar from Alice in Wonderland. Three ways to a flop here. 8, 8, deuce, two-tone, flush draw for Pavel.
Does continue with just a call. Wants to keep as many bluffs in there as possible for Sebastian. Seven high, not good on the river, as it is, I believe, the third nut low, and Pavel's left with queen high, which is the best hand, but I feel like he's going to find a way to turn it into a bluff.
Right. Sort of like a merge. It's not really one you want to like check and call, so maybe some type of size that would potentially. Yeah, I mean, it's like a third block bet. I think you're not really targeting king high. I think that's probably more likely to call. Sort of just targeting the hands that might bluff you if check too.
Yeah, makes sense. Because if you do check on over, it's going to be very, very difficult to call with your queen high. So.
Yeah, you don't really want to set yourself up for a difficult decision where you're likely good a lot, but still tough decision. And just take the easier decision route is usually what's preferred. Set yourself up nice, set up future you nice in those later decisions.
Put yourself in a nice little comfy cocoon so you can emerge out the other side.
Exactly, that's what Henry taught me. When he was in my
corner of my
room, upside down, smoking hookah. Terrifying.
I hope we get to show Henry these clips once in a while and just really let him know how endearing he is to us.
Yeah, it's it's been sort of a running thing in my stream ever since I saw that ad. It was the first time I had seen it. I'd heard so much about it from him.
So you weren't off on the wings as he was out there smoking the hookah. I wonder how many takes it took him. Like how many bowls of shisha he had to go through to get it just right. Philly Nadia asking, who is Henry? Henry Kilbane is one of the main commentators for Party Poker. We both work alongside him from time to time whenever he's available. And he did the
They recognize his
Party
deep
Poker
British voice.
Yeah. And when we go on breaks, you'll see him blowing a cloud of smoke and talking to the camera, even though you're not actually able to hear him. You can see him.
Yeah. Really special stuff. And we see the small blind with the sixes. All in from Pavel. Gonna take it down. Bit of the chicken game has resumed a little bit, which is understandable given that the next pay jump is massive for the buy-in level. Just 20,000 euros and change.
Yeah, earlier they were all sitting there sweating out the additional $10,000 WSOP Europe main event tickets that first through six receive. And now
Mm-hmm.
they're all saying, okay, that's in the rearview mirror. Let's concentrate on the money. Let's get the extra 20,000, 40,000, 50,000. Let's get it going. And that's all these three players care about at this point.
Right.
Ooh, train wreck incoming.
Yeah. Some potential colliding hands here. Quite strong, especially three-handed.
Kashi content to let it go, however.
Uh-oh.
The rich get richer, Kashi gets poorer. Definitely a third and definitive third place right now, sitting on around 35 million. While the other two contend for the chip lead with roundabouts of 100 million each.
Yeah. Sort of in a dynamic to chop him up. But he is not the type to get chopped up if we've learned anything.
Yeah, absolutely. Not in his repertoire. Sinistar asking, is this going to finish tonight? It is. We start about 10 and a half hours ago with 29 players, and we are playing down to a winner tonight. They're three-handed right now. And while it looks like it could go for quite some time longer, the two big stacks are sitting on about 30 and 40 big blinds respectively. So as soon as the third place is determined, I imagine we're going to see a fairly fast conclusion to this tournament.
Yeah, heads up, it can be very fast, so you really never know. Just, it's a lot of it is card distribution and the way that the hands kind of collide.
Yeah, we saw this year's World Series of Poker main event winner. I think, although it took about an hour and a half, I think they only played 8 hands. So
Yeah. Wow, it's so crazy. It took that long for 8 hands.
Sebastian here trying to pick up on a flop. Kashi calling with his king high and turning top pair.
Turning top pair, but also giving Sebastian a very natural turn bluff. Turning the gut shot.
Looks like he heard you. He's going to go ahead and follow up.
He's got his earpiece in. Unfortunately, Kashi has his out here, and he does get jammed on, so easy fold. Those, yeah, the turn barrel with the gut shot is nice because when you do get jammed on, it is an easy fold. But then when you back into it, it's just so great. And you can also continue bluffing on a lot of Rick Rivers, so this sets up future you nice.
Well,
Yeah,
now we have the bottom two
easy
stacks
decision.
tied once again as Pavel is the clear chip leader and
Yeah.
first and second place are tied here at the bottom.
MTTs are just such a roller coaster. I mean, the ups and downs these guys go through this whole day. You know, we had the chip leader come in and just lose every single hand with premium hands, and then just get dealt out. We saw Pavel down to crumbs now with almost all the chips. I mean, it's a wild ride. You really need to have your seatbelt on if you're going to be in an MTT.
That's 100% true. I almost feel like even more than like the theoretical knowledge of what to do in given spots, it's kind of more important just have yourself together from a very put together mental state of mind just to handle this roller coaster.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, it's huge. I think it's honestly downplayed because you can't execute. You could know everything that you want to know for that day, and if you can't execute because you're, in your head or you're flustered or whatever it is, there's just a lot of stuff that can happen internally. We're human beings. Emotions go up and down. It can affect your play, can have a butterfly effect. There's just so many things. So having that calm center is like so important and worth so much. It's why people pay so much for mindset coaching.
So this is a kind of an interesting situation. I've noted from Pavel several times now as he's limping extremely strong hands from the small blind and hoping to induce Kashi to raise or jam all in. And it
Yep.
just doesn't really seem to be in Kashi's repertoire to raise it up out of the big blind.
Right.
So I'm not sure if it's the
Yeah, I
most
don't think we've
effective
really
strategy.
seen him do much raising of the limps. Of course, this would be a nice hand to limp jam with if you were to employ that. Yeah, it's sort of
Instead,
unfortunate. I
Kashi,
mean,
yeah,
seven
Kashi finds
deuce.
himself with the best hand, 7 deuce.
Yeah, and it's. I mean, even just that. Even just that pot is. It seems so big, even though it's just a check down blind versus blind pot.
I mean, there's only, let me do the fast math on this. So I mean, 88 big blinds in play in total. So every big blind is definitely important. You know, you're looking at about an average stack of 30 big blinds for these players. So even just a call and a pickup of the blinds is pretty massive at this stage of the game.
Definitely.
Pavel here with the real one, pocket tens on the button. Looks like he'll pick up a call from Linz with the 4-3 offsuit from the big blind. Ready to put some action down.
Looks like he might be sticking around.
Yeah, 9-3-5 Badubi board. Gives him bottom pair, but obviously much more favorable to Pavel as he still contains that overpair.
Not a super favorable turn. I'm assuming we'll see another bet here, but maybe not. For pot control purposes, SPR is a little dicey. Doesn't really. Yeah, I mean 6-7 gets there. I think we'll probably
9-8
see
gets
some
there.
form of betting.
Looks like he's going with a very chunky bet, about 3/4.
Yeah. Set up a good bet on the river. Let's see, 15 million, yeah.
And every single one of these pickups, as we just talked about, is extremely important just to maintain separation from one another. The Sebastian is now bottom stack with 50 million, about half of the chip leader Pavel here. So they just need to keep maintaining separation from one another to be able to apply pressure in the right situations.
It's really those small pots that sort of compound. Those are the ways that people separate themselves in these situations. It's not so much relying on the big all-ins and such, but really using those smaller pots to just add up.
So Sebastian here, 50 million is only worth 20 big blinds at this stage of the game. Seems like a lot. I'm not entirely sure how many ships each player started with. I could run the math real fast.
Also worth noting, with the big blind ante and them being three-handed, there is going to just be a bunch of dead money in every pot, as opposed to if it was regular antes. So
right,
taking down pots is just worth a lot, even if it's pre-flop.
I just ran the rough numbers on it. I believe the starting stack was 100,000 for each player. So every small blind is worth 12 players. Every big blind is 25 players. Ante's 25 players. It's always kind of fun when you get down to this stage of the tournament when you get to think of it like how much it's worth in relation to other players' starting stack and their buy-in. Nice little pick up there with the ace queen.
I wonder if they've eaten dinner.
Let's see, if we start it around 1 o'clock, yeah, they haven't had any sort of dinner break this entire time, so they're kind of living off of airline food and peanuts at this stage.
And trail mix, the trail mix guy is there, thankfully. He's probably saving them.
I mean, yeah, he should definitely be saving them for himself and not giving his opposition any.
You don't want to, yeah. I mean, it would be kind, but you don't want to give your opposition trail mix, so that's fair.
However, I'm pretty sure all of them would be clamoring for some mashed potatoes and prime rib about this point.
That's the best kind of trail mix. Ace for Pavel here. Leave another limp pot.
Pavel is trying to continue to find some traps out there, give his opponents the opportunity to put in chips when he's going to be ahead.
Yeah, he's very he seems very balanced. Kind of keeps people guessing.
I do wonder if any of these players have someone on their rail letting them know, what they've seen, and but we haven't really seen anyone run over, talk to anyone. So maybe they agreed on break that they're just going to play it out all natural. Pavel not only has a chip lead, but it seems he's consistently the one with the best hand. Picking up top pair here.
Yeah, definitely he is connecting with these flops in the most crucial moment, potentially, of the tournament.
And then you see Kashi just kind of squint, stare at the board, and snap muck as soon as Pavel bets there.
Yeah. Aware he must be picking his spots very carefully.
Seems that the further and further this goes, the more Kashi's posture is eroded, and Pavel seems to sit straighter with every passing moment as his confidence builds. Five-three offsuit here for Kashi, limping in. Sebastian content to see the flop. And a bet takes it down for Kashi here with bottom pair, as our remaining three competitors are going to go on break. And you see it here. Pavel leads with 116 million worth 46 big blinds. Kashi in second place, 26 big blinds. And Sebastian Lintz in third place, 16 big blinds worth 42 million. And ladies and gentlemen, from myself and Melissa Schubert, we appreciate you sticking with us throughout this final table, as we're here for the PartyPoker Championship Czech main event. And we will be back shortly in 14 minutes after this break. gentlemen, welcome on back into the final table of the Party Poker Championship Czech main event. We are down to the final 3 players, all of which are guaranteed over 35,000 euros and are playing for a first place of 89,000 euros. There are the last 3 contenders. Pavel up top, 45 big blinds. Kashi in second place with 28 big blinds, and Sebastian Linz in third place with 16 big blinds. I'm Nathan Gamble, 2-time World Series of Poker bracelet winner, joined by my fellow commentator, Melissa Schubert. Welcome on back, Melissa.
Hello. I have eaten some more almond butter, refueled, as they may say.
Refreshed? Refueled?
Yep.
Maybe you should take after our man Kashi here and go full on the spinach.
I might. It's really inspiring.
If
Genetically,
I'm not,
my arms are not naturally, that muscular, but I could try.
I don't think genetically anyone's arms are built like tree trunks. So it does look like they redistribute themselves amongst the table to kind of allow for it to be a little bit comfier with the 3 of them.
Mm-hmm.
But nonetheless, they're all still there. No one's gone anywhere. Pavel here, calling from the big blind after Kashi raises up on the button. And while we're not sure what Kashi has, this king-high board is definitely one that Pavel likes to see. So it's an ace-5 here for Kashi, providing him some wheel outs.
Check, turn. It's gonna give Pavel a lock on this board.
We do have some new chips in play as well, as those gray chips appear to be 5 million or 2.5 million. Not quite sure of the denominations for them. But we did do away with the blue chips, which were worth 100,000 each and are no longer really required at this stage of the tournament. You hear Kashi wondering aloud if maybe he should have called, maybe his ace high was good.
Mm-hmm. Reasonable to wonder that.
Absolutely. Oh, we have an all-in here on the button from Sebastian, and King-Queen offsuit rates to be a call for Pavel here in the small blind.
Certainly does.
Oh, and he lays it down. Really surprised to see that, but instead Kashi behind.
Oh! He's spooky.
All right.
He's absolutely spooking me out.
The man,
It's like
the
he
myth, the
knew.
legend. Oh, he knew. You knew he knew.
Yeah, he knew. This guy's too good.
Sebastian waiting his fate.
Ace 10, 7, flop. No backdoor flush outs or regular flush outs for either.
King on the turn does open up some opportunities here.
Yeah. And that'll be our
You
heads
can
up.
hear the celebration. Yeah, and Sebastian Linz takes home 32,650 euros alongside a World Series of Poker Europe main event seat. Good game, Sebastian. Well played, sir.
I mean, I wonder if that King Queen were to have called. Was the Ace Jack also going in?
We've
Would have
seen
been
Kashi
pretty
kind of play
wild.
timid in those spots.
Yeah, that was a very good fold. Spooky. Guy's got some sort of card sense here. Should be a good heads-up match.
Absolutely. And I'm hearing from the tournament director here the blinds are going to be 30-minute levels. Speed up play
Okay.
just a little bit.
It's getting late there for them. 1:30 a.m.
In recent time, we've actually seen some players just kind of speed up the blind structure and decide to skip a few levels or speed up entirely. So it's around about 2 in the morning, if I'm not mistaken, out there. 2:30.
Yeah.
So
1:30, getting there.
1:30.
Got my little clock up for Rostodov. I can keep an eye on what's going on over there.
And they're entering heads up play relatively even in chips, both over 100 million. So this could be a battle that goes a duration for quite some time if they kind of take it slow and careful.
Yep. These two have both shown us they are here to win.
As we all know, there can be only one champion, and in the middle of the table right now is a trophy they're both vying for. One of the Party Poker Championship trophies, and what beauty it is. I'm sure we'll get a clean shot of that later on. There's also an additional 30,000 to play for right now, Melissa.
Yeah. Casual 100 buy-in pay jump. Not a big deal.
I like it. Kashi's he's a talker. Heads up.
Yep.
It's gonna keep it entertaining.
Nice shot there. Actually, really like that. See the cards in the background.
King high for both players. Advantage Pavel.
Pays to be in position.
First spot of heads up match. Where's that second hand? It's already happening so quickly.
That was the first one.
He has a very casual approach to how he plays. It's a kind of sling it in, right arm all the way. His turn now for the king queen. This time suited for Kashi. Almost the exact same board texture.
Yep.
In relation to heads-up play, both players are picking up some pretty strong hands so far. We had king queen for both of them. Now we have queen jack for Pavel. You know, in
Yeah.
normal tournaments, maybe these aren't the strongest hands, but heads up, these are verifiable monsters.
Yep.
Kashi deciding to get out of line here and raise it up an additional 11 million back to Pavel.
Turning a 7. It's a card that would allow him to also check some. He does opt for the barrel, just really trying to rep that 4. Don't think Pavel is going to fold, and is far too strong.
Yeah, you hear Kashi talking at him, asking what he has.
Yeah. He said, "You don't have cards? You don't have cards, I got you." Oh, he checked. You don't have cards, I check. He's like his face. It's so funny watching him react to Kashi.
I like how Kashi went from happy to just crestfallen there. And there is that
Yeah.
PPC, Party Poker Champions Czech main event trophy. Really like that design in the middle.
Yeah, that's nice. Looks those party poker trophies are definitely weighty. They are solid trophies.
I think what really cracks me up here about Kashi is when he makes a raise, he kind of does this hand wave like, I don't know, what else am I supposed to do? And he just goes with
I
these,
know,
"Ah,
he
seven.
kind of shrugs.
7 works."
There's
Yeah.
so many spots where he's just sort of like shrugged and emoted very clearly, but it's hard to read too much into it when you're playing against him, but for us we see that he's genuine.
Yeah, it's very, very genuine emotion and just kind of shrugs. We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
Remember, boys and girls, if you want to make it to heads up play, make sure to eat your vegetables, just like Kashi.
That's right. Maybe he'll get a sponsorship.
I think we kind of end up with our two most expressive players, but they're in a very different way that they express their emotions.
Mm-hmm.
Eight high flop, favoring Kashi.
Yep.
Finds himself an insta bet.
Easy fold for Pavel.
I don't know about you, but I think showing all of my cards to my opponent heads up is not the way I
Yeah.
traditionally see it done.
He's been doing that sort of the whole time. Just showing his cards. Shrugging.
So far, so good. Heads up of 2,261 players, so I guess whatever works. Keep doing it.
Yeah. We've seen he knows how to turn on the aggression and really use that against maybe a table that is playing a bit tighter, maybe more conservatively. But Pavel is not really the type who is going to easily be pushed around to just aggression. So this is an interesting match.
Yeah, and Pavel definitely showed that with his bottom pair call down against Mr. Nino earlier to knock him out and take them to shorthanded affairs.
He shakes his head.
Sixes are good, sir. Sixes are good.
Yep.
This Groucher asking what's the benefit of showing cards. I mean, it's all psychological. It all depends on what you want your opponent to think, and sometimes it just falls into the basic human emotions and needs for players to feel a human connection to one another. So sometimes not even strategy involved at all. Here we see Pavel picking up Ace Jack and picking up the pot. Not a whole lot of separation here. I mean, we clearly have Pavel with a little bit more chips, but this stage of the game, it's all relative.
Mm-hmm. Nearing 2 a.m. in Rosvadov. True marathon for these guys today.
Well, this has potential to be a true collision. Ace Jack for Pavel,
Oh, wow.
and the King Jack suited for Kashi.
Kashi with about 30 big blinds. A bit more. 32.
Yeah, I think this is really going to fall down to how fast Kashi wants to play it.
Snap, call. I thought he snapped all in. Snap, call. Starting off with a SPR of less than 2.
Ooh. 2 hearts bringing in the flush draw for Kashi. And this hand now has the potential to swing the other way.
Yeah, we see the equities are pretty much even to a coin flip.
Imagine it's going to be a bet and a snap all in from Kashi.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there we go. We've seen him play long enough today. We kind of know his MO. And just like that, Kashi is our new chip leader with 104 million, almost 2-1.
Really swinging easily here.
There you go, 47 big blinds for our new chip leader, Kashi, versus a 27 big blinds for Pavel. Swinging back and forth. This could be a fast match, or this could take all day, depending on how they decide to proceed. Kashi's still stacking his chip from that monster pot. Yeah, it's very interesting when we get down to heads-up play, as you know, you obviously have the big blind out there, but you also have a big blind ante. So essentially, the big blind has 2 bigs out there every single time. And if you're the big stack of blind pressure, you can really whittle away someone's stack very quickly.
Mm-hmm. Trips for Pavel now. Raises it up. Also could see an argument for calling and allowing someone like Kashi to sort of continue bluffing. We saw how Party tried to rep that board earlier.
Yeah. Well, one of the things I really like about Kashi is he doesn't seem to get overly attached to any hand, whether he's bluffing or not. It's just, once it's over, move on, pat the table, next hand, let's go.
Yeah, that's definitely a really important skill.
Eight, 9 suited going up against the ace 10. I was about to say out flopping him, but Kashi catches up on the turn.
I like this check.
There's that face we're accustomed to. Kashi almost tried to goad him into checking back. You check too?
Oh man.
I love it.
That's funny.
Yeah, everyone refers to poker as a psychological warfare, and when you watch a man like Kashi work, you definitely start to believe it, because he kind of seems to just be
Hmm.
whittling down his opponent from a mental perspective.
Yep.
There it is. We're here at King's Casino. Play like a king in Ravadov. Both of these gentlemen are living up to that mantra today, as they are doing battle and never willing to concede defeat.
Yep. Jack 7 versus 9-4. Kashi out flopping. Sort of annoying when you just keep getting out flopped.
Does have some backdoor straight draws, backdoor flush draws presenting themselves alongside the overcard. And just forget everything I just said.
Yeah, that's gonna be a boat.
I
Nice
was
check
really
back
hoping
from
for another 9 on the river, and Kashi would just say, if you call, it's all over, baby.
man. Pure violence.
Nutboat is going to take it down. As he's whittling down, doesn't even look like he's really bothering to stack his chips too neatly anymore. He's just saying, they're all going to be mine soon anyway. What's it matter? Pavel here is now whittled under 20 big blinds, sitting at the 19 big blind mark.
Yeah, and just continuing to get out flopped here. It is really pretty brutal. You kind of feel like you're running your head against a wall. Yeah.
You see that
annoying.
frustration seeping in.
On the other hand, when you're Kashi, you just feel chosen when this happens.
Yeah, I mean, on the right side of your screen, you just saw Pavel look up towards the heavens and kind of say, why me? Why now?
Help!
Please, someone do something.
And he's got a hand now. Just under 20 bigs. Probably debating on a limp jam, or maybe just we're gonna raise.
Looks like he may just open jam. I mean, if I'm in Kashi's shoes here, I think I'm just going to fold the vast majority of my hands, because that looked so out of character
It was
and so much
looking, yeah.
stronger. Yeah.
Skeptical.
You know, if he's willing to go through all that acting with, say, deuce 3 offsuit, then good on him, but it seemed extremely out of character. The splash.
Mm-hmm. Sort of see some dread on his face. Not again.
And once again.
All right. Yeah. See, this is when I start feeling sad for him. I just know the feeling.
It's definitely one that he can't necessarily just fold off as he is king high here on the turn.
Yeah.
Think he does. We have noted on several occasions that Kashi kind of checks back the flop when he flops pretty big and then bets a turn. So I'm sure Pavlov also has picked up on that type of information.
Yeah. Especially since he's been showing his hands.
Well, whether he's wanted to or not, Pavlov has seen the vast majority of Kashi's hands just by having the inferior one to him time after time.
And again.
Bottom. Yeah, bottom pair here turns into the 9 high straight for Kashi.
Yep. I mean, for how many hands he has been making, Pavel is doing a great job of somehow not putting in any more than is necessary.
Yeah. And if he was to double up twice, then he essentially would have this tournament closed out. So, yeah, well, he still has a 3-1 disadvantage. Pavel's very much still in contention to take this tournament down.
Right.
Just needs a little bit of love. Once again, Kashi in the lead with the ace high. Pavel almost seems devoid of hope at this stage, just giving the fast finger swirl.
It's hard not to. Just not
Pavel's
connecting with
anything ever.
Yeah, any flop, any turn.
I mean, there it is. It speaks for itself. 4.5-1 advantage for Kashi at this stage of the game, with 183 million compared to 43 million of Pavel. It's been all Kashi since heads up play started.
Yep.
Real hand here for Pavel. Pocket eights. 10 big blinds. And there's always that deliberation we talked about between all in and, oh, that is what he decides on.
Yep. A 10-9 suited, a very reasonable hand.
Yeah, and the way Kashi's been playing and the way he's been running wouldn't surprise me at all to see him make the call here and just try to finish Pavel off and take home the trophy. There we go.
There it is. We have an all-in and a call for the winner. Or perhaps a double.
Pure coin flip. 49% for Kashi. 51% for Pavel.
He has pain on his face. I understand.
And he's already expecting to lose. He just has to hold.
Yeah.
And what a flop
wow.
of champions that one is.
Wow. I mean, you couldn't think of a more action flop here.
Jack of diamonds seals the deal, giving Kashi a jack high flush and leaving Pavel to listen to the screams of the victor. Good game.
I mean, Pavel played
sir.
very well. They both played well, but definitely there was a chosen one in that heads-up match.
Absolutely. He's trying to let him know, give him some condolences. I don't really blame Pavel there as he's kind of defeatedly walking away, but keep in mind he took away second place money, which was a 10,000 seat into World Series of Poker Europe main event, alongside 53,650 euros. So there's nothing to hang your head about on that account.
Mm-hmm. Very nice consolation prize there.
And here is your champion, ladies and gentlemen, of the Party Poker Champions Czech main event, Kashi. 89,650 euros alongside a 10,000 euro seat into World Series of Poker Europe main event. And a beautiful trophy there in the background as you see the dealers sort out the chips, get them ready for a nice little photograph of our winner. And ladies and gentlemen, we're going to let them take their pictures, have him celebrate his victory. And from all of us here at Party Poker, we appreciate you watching it down to the champion. From myself, from Melissa, you have any words for the people, Melissa?
Thank you guys for keeping us company. It's been a ride.
So we will see all of y'all next time for the next Party Poker event. Thank you for joining us once again. From myself, Nathan Gamble, and Melissa Schubert, take care and good night.